This is Rudiger Chelsea. Young, noble, and a joke to everyone. A brand new professor laughed at before he even walks into his first class. But the students quickly realized, this professor wasn't intimidated at all. On his first day, the students made fun of him. Professor, we're the elite here. Look, if you can't do magic at this level, you shouldn't even be here. Our guy looked at them, cold and unbothered, and said, so the level here is that low. How embarrassing. Everyone froze in shock. That's when Rudiger decided to show them what real magic looks like. In this magic academy, the big noble families are arrogant, and they love to look down on weaker nobles, including one professor they call talentless. Little do they know, our guy isn't even alive. I mean, the real Rudiger is dead. So no, this MC is not talentless. And he's definitely not nice enough to let any of this slide. While some students try to break the new professor down, some pretty teachers can't stop wondering why he's so attractive and charming. The other professors, all they can do is feel jealous. Think you can handle this story, then prove it. A few weeks earlier, located in a small snowy town, the academy is surrounded by various buildings. Over at the train station, well-dressed passengers wait for their transport. Everyone hands over their ticket to an attendant before boarding, and Ludger gets in line. The station master checks the tickets of the passengers and welcomes them. After showing his ticket, Rudiger steps inside the train. He finds his cabin and sits in front of an old gentleman. The train starts moving toward its destination while it snows outside. Rudiger starts reading a book while the old man looks through the daily newspaper. He gets happy when he reads the news about the end of the Civil War. Both of them exchange happy words about the war ending, and they introduce themselves to each other. Gerard guesses from his name that Rudiger belongs to nobility, and Rudiger confirms his family has fallen and says he is heading to the capital. Gerard is surprised to find out that the young man is a professor at a magic academy, assuming he must be a very skilled professional. They keep talking about the Civil War and the key person behind it, enjoying each other's company. Suddenly they hear a loud blast. Both men get surprised and scared. Rudiger opens the door and looks outside, but there is no one around, not even a single passenger. Gerard asks if the other passengers are still inside their cabins since they have a protective spell. However, the cabins are no longer safe since the outside of the train had the same spell. They notice the explosion happened in the third pavilion and wonder why the intruders haven't entered yet. The old man says that regular thieves would have gone to the first pavilion, and Ludger points out that it's because the nobles are there. While they discuss their escape plan, a thief starts breaking the window behind them. The two jump back as the window shatters and the thief climbs in. Ludger tells the old man to step back, protecting him while taking the front and gripping his cane. Gerard notices from their expressions that the bandits don't seem to be in good shape. Without giving them time to think, a masked man charges at them with a weapon. Right away our boy casts a blue energy sphere spell. As the energy sphere hits the bandit, he gets shocked with electricity and flies backward. The masked man falls to the ground and stays still because of the electricity spell. Gerard asks if Ludger took the man down, and Ludger replies that he only paralyzed him temporarily. The old man warns that it is dangerous, but our guy ignores him and goes ahead to question the thief. Placing his foot on the bandit's chest, Ludger asks why he invaded the train. Struggling to speak, the masked bandit only grunts and murmurs before suddenly bursting into laughter. Irritated, our guy tells him to stop laughing and demands an answer. In agony and full of hatred, the thief says that people like him deserve to be eliminated. Suddenly the man opens his coat, revealing a bomb strapped to his chest ready to explode. The timer on the bomb shows that only 1 second remains before detonation. Gerard shouts for Ludger to get out as fast as possible while staring at the bomb in horror. Before he can react, the bomb explodes in a massive blast, destroying everything around it. Thick smoke fills the train, which is now in ruins, with debris scattered everywhere. Covered in dirt but unharmed, the old man asks if the other man is okay until something catches his attention. In the middle of the dense black smoke from the explosion, there is no one, only a crack in the wall. Gerard observes the crack and looks outside in search of Ludger. As he looks around his surroundings, he notices something and opens his eyes wide. He sees the skin on his face peeling off easily. At that moment, he begins laughing hysterically, saying he spent a lot of money on this disguise. The man removes his fake old man face, revealing his true face, a young man with long hair. He chose the name Machiavelli from one of his past lives to disguise himself since he constantly changes his identities. This time he got away from the princess's army by turning into an old man. He still feels bad for young Rudiger's death, thinking these attackers cannot be normal train robbers if they blow themselves up without caring about their own lives. The train inspector comes into the cabin to see what is happening. Our guy tells the train officer to stay back because it is dangerous. The officer worries about the safety of the other passengers and wants to get them out of their cabins. Sensing the man is getting suspicious, Ludger swiftly kicks him down. He grabs him by the neck and asks if he really thought he would fall for that trick. The invaders waited for a specific train to pass through the dangerous mountain ranges. Since the magical protection was damaged, they needed help from someone inside the train. The conductor quickly changes his expression, turning from fear to pure anger. He quietly pulls a dagger out from under his sleeve, but Ludger grabs his hand, holding him still while asking who they are and what they want. Standing up and keeping the man in place, our guy threatens to end him with his own dagger. As the conductor screams, Ludger senses something strange lingering in the air. He hears a weird sound and immediately understands what is coming. Acting on instinct, he shoves the conductor in front of him. Right at that moment, a barrage of hot bullets riddles the conductor, turning him into a sieve. Ludger dodges out of the way, unsure if they gave a signal to fire or not. Then, the shooter kicks the door, effortlessly breaking it open. Several masked invaders step in, wondering how anyone could still be alive after that shooting. Ludger asks the guy who he thinks he is to talk about life and death like that. The men shout at him and get ready to unleash another storm of bullets. However, Ludger gives them a strange look, and suddenly, none of them can pull their triggers. The bandits panic and struggle to fire, unable to comprehend what is happening. Then, one of them looks at the long-haired man and realizes he is a mage already preparing a gear-shaped spell, using magic to disable their weapons. Before Ludger can unleash his magic, a sudden impact cancels his spell. Surprised by the sudden block, our boy realizes there is another mage on the train allied with the bandits. A masked figure carrying a staff appears, and the bandits demand Ludger surrender if he wants a less painful death. Ludger figures the enemy mage must be a rank 4 mage just like him, because if he were any stronger, Ludger would have heard of him. 10 minutes have already passed since the explosion, and the train takes a while to pass through Areta Mountain, meaning support troops will take time to arrive. Knowing he cannot rely on backup, Ludger suddenly leaps off the moving train. The bandits are stunned by his reckless move, so they send one of their men to check. The masked mage looks outside, but sees nothing unusual. He tells his boss that the guy must have jumped out of pure fear. However, that bandit is swiftly taken down. That is when the mage realizes he is right on top of the train. They wonder if he used flight magic, and whether keeping up with a train like this is even humanly possible. He orders some men to go after him, while the rest move toward carriage number 1. Some of the bandits begin firing heavy weapons at the roof, trying to hit him. As our guy runs across the top of the train, the men track his movements from inside. When they reach the rear carriage, one of the men opens the door to that section. At that exact moment, a trap goes off and the door bursts into flames. The survivors wonder how he managed to set up a trap so quickly. One bandit remarks that this guy moves with complete precision and efficiency. He points out that the man acts more like a hunter or a mercenary than a traditional mage. Suddenly, a strange noise echoes through the area. The criminal mage calls out, realizing that our guy has separated the train cars and escaped along the top. He blames himself for not seeing this coming, since now he does not even need to fight them. They rush back toward their carriage as the train keeps speeding through the mountain ranges. Frustrated, the criminals search for him outside, but they have completely lost track of him. Now they feel forced to carry on with their train mission, refusing to back down because of him. The criminal mage says he has memorized his face, declaring they must find him and eliminate him once and for all. However, as he speaks, he suddenly senses something wrong. A massive wave of magic appears out of nowhere, leaving everyone shocked as they wonder where this surge of mana is coming from. Standing right before them, our guy has a massive spell prepared in his hand. He raises his hand toward them, ready to unleash his magic. Before they can react, he fires the spell, making them realize too late that they fell into another trap. The gear-shaped magic shoots out with immense force, engulfing everything in a bright flash of light. Holding back the attack for a brief moment, the criminal mage orders his men to run immediately. Using his arm and magic, he attempts to counter the spell. When the blast finally dies down, all the bandits lie collapsed on the ground, with smoke rising from their bodies. Our guy wonders if it is finally over, but then notices the mage is still standing, alive but missing a limb. The mage asks him why he is taking out his group like this. He asks if he feels any guilt, considering his allies had lent their strength to this world. Annoyed, our guy replies that he never expected these bandits to be so insane. He angrily states that the bandits were the ones who tried to eliminate him first, so it is ridiculous for them to expect sympathy now. He asks the mage if he is really going to keep talking like that in front of his fallen allies. The long-haired man asks who he is to judge him, since they were the ones hunting him down. At first, Ludger just wants to escape the train, but that changes when the bandits see his real face without a disguise. He knows they will come after him later, so getting rid of them now ensures his future peace. Before the bandit can ask for his identity, an ice spell strikes and takes him out. Suddenly, Ludger is caught off guard by the arrival of someone wearing metallic armor. A woman in elegant clothes, armor, and a white cape appears in the carriage. She asks Ludger if he is alright and tells him he can relax now, despite everything he went through. She confidently announces that the Cold Steel Knights are here and everything is under control. The bandits realize the knights used flight magic to arrive, despite the bad weather. When the criminals open fire, the Cold Steel Knights block the attack with magic. In an instant, the knights prepare their spells and charge right at the armed thieves. The criminals are terrified as the knights close in on them. The last thing the bandits see is a knight hitting them with a powerful spell. A flash of light erupts with a heavy sound, wiping out all the remaining criminals in the carriage. Using their earpieces to communicate, the knights clear the train car by car, taking out every last bandit. The vice captain reports to her team that all carriages are safe now. She thanks her troops and orders them to escort the passengers to the next station. Soon after, the train arrives and the passengers get off at Lethavelk station. As Lugger rests in his new spot, the vice captain walks up and asks if he is doing okay. He says he is fine, and thanks to her team, the terrorists did not hurt him. She apologizes for taking so long to introduce herself and says her name is Veronica DeVille. Before Lugger can give his name, someone calls out to Veronica, getting her attention. A man asks if she is in charge of the knights, and she confirms she is the vice captain. He introduces himself as Officer Remius from the city police and asks her about the train attack in the mountains. Veronica says they eliminated all the terrorists, and Remius thanks her for the help. Still, he mentions that something in the report does not make sense and asks to question her about how the train was taken over. The intruders easily bypass magical security. Because of this, they suspect someone inside the train helped the terrorists. Veronica DeVille remarks that it makes sense, even if it is just a theory. Remius says that once they identify the person responsible, he will order a full investigation. Veronica asks Gerard if he overheard their conversation, assuring him he will be fine if he is honest. Our guy keeps a calm and composed smile on the outside, but internally he realizes this is bad. There is nothing wrong with his train ticket, but the problem is his face. He does not look like a man in his 40s, so an investigation will quickly reveal his false identity. Most likely, he will end up hanged or tortured. Escaping is not an option either, since too many police officers and knights are stationed outside. On top of that, Vice Captain Veronica seems ruthless toward criminals. Right now she acts friendly, but that will change if she starts suspecting him. Remus asks if he is alright and mentions that it took a while to get the passenger list. He tells him not to be nervous, since they are just verifying identities. Remus asks for his train ticket. Together with a train worker, they checked cabin 403, confirming Gerard and Ludger were there. Remus asks where the other man is, and he responds that the man died in the explosion, falling off the cliff while passing the mountains. Officer Remus assesses the information given to him while our guy swallows hard in shock. At that moment, Veronica appears and states that this man should not be considered a suspect. She explains that he fought against the terrorists before the knights arrived, so he has no reason to work with them. Remus is stunned to hear he fought the criminals and apologizes to him. Then Remus addresses him as Ludger, asking if he was hired by Saren Academy. Both of them look at him differently now, seeing a new light in him. Grabbing his suitcase with a smile, our guy confirms that he was hired to work at Saren. Introducing himself as Luger Chalaisi, he states that he is the new professor they recruited. Remus apologizes again, but Ludger thanks them for their comfort during the journey. The officer offers to escort him to Saren Academy, but Ludger declines, saying he will go alone. He adds that he will teach future generations, so he wants to help. However, being escorted by the police and knights would actually be worse for him. He explains that he needs to handle personal matters elsewhere and appreciates the offer. Taking his leave, he thanks them for the pleasant meeting. Veronica thanks him as well, saying she hopes to meet him again soon. Swiftly, Luger, the master of disguises, vanishes into the crowd. As he walks alone through the streets, he feels relieved that he managed to shake off both the police and the knights. In his mind, he apologizes to the real Luger who passed away, but taking his place did help him escape the situation. He is glad that photo technology in this world is still weak, since no one can really tell him apart from Luger in a photograph. He thinks everything will be fine from here on, so he decides to go into hiding and build a fresh identity. That is until someone suddenly calls out the name Luger Chalaisi, mentioning that they saw him talking with the knights earlier. An old man introduces himself as Wilford, an employee from Saren Academy. Glad to see Luger is safe. Wilford explains that he came to pick him up after the train attack. With no other choice left, Luger steps into Wilford's horse-drawn carriage, which actually runs on mechanical gears as it heads toward Saren. Sitting on the luxury red couch inside the carriage, our guy stays deep in thought. He realizes this is a dangerous situation, because the person sent to get him is clearly no ordinary worker. On top of his strong posture, Luger never even felt the man approach, meaning he was at least a knight in the past. Luger knows that if he tries to make up weak excuses, Wilford will get suspicious and come after him, so he decides to stay calm. After all, he is basically a ghost in this country now that Gerard is dead, so even if he gets taken somewhere, nobody will notice that he disappeared. It is much safer for him to keep up his firm act and completely play the part of Luger. Suddenly, they arrive at Saren Academy, and the large gates swing open to let the carriage inside. He gets his first look at Saren Academy, an incredible and massive place with a huge central garden. Surprised by the view, our guy asks if all of this really belongs to the academy. Wilford says he will take Luger straight to the director and asks him to leave his bags behind. Luger stands in front of a giant building that looks just like a white castle. When they step inside, they enter a huge hall filled with beautiful decorations on the floor. Our guy introduces himself to the director as Luger Chalice, stating he arrived because he was summoned. At a desk further back in the room, a woman is sitting, wearing a dark and complex expression on her face. The director of Saren Academy, Elisa Willow, says she has been eagerly waiting for Luger to arrive. Elisa asks if he is doing fine after the train attack, and Luger replies that it was nothing because the knights helped him. She is glad he is unhurt, mentioning that the academy's reputation would take a hit if anything happened to him. Luger notices that the director seems a bit unhinged, openly speaking about the academy's reputation like that. The master of disguises has actually had a bad feeling about this whole thing from the start. He wonders if Elisa still has not figured out his real identity, or if she ever met the actual Luger in person before. Elisa points out that Luger is quite handsome and mentions this is their first time meeting face to face, so he thanks her for the compliment. She adds that the students will be quite rebellious at the start of the term, then hands him a document to stay on the safe side, even though she had informed him about it earlier. Willow guarantees a 2-year contract with food, housing, and the salary they agreed on, but as our guy looks over the paper, he is already planning to get away as soon as he can. He reads the contract and finds out the salary is 30 imperial gold coins. In the current currency of the continent, that comes out to 30 million dinars, or $300,000. Elisa asks Luger what he thinks of the contract, assuring him that it is a very generous offer. On the outside, Luger stays calm and says it looks good to him, but on the inside, he feels like he just won the lottery. This high pay means the expectations for a professor at Serene Academy are extremely high. Luger decides to adapt to this environment so he can meet those expectations, even with so many geniuses gathered around. The main thing is that his job is already secured, and refusing it after coming all this way would look way too suspicious. He knows he has to accept, and then deceive and manipulate everyone like he always does. Luger tells her he reviewed the contract and finds it perfect. He has plenty of real-life experience and magic knowledge, so he feels confident acting like a decent professor. Willow holds out her hand, saying she looks forward to working with him. Shaking her hand, our guy says the feeling is mutual. He knows he just has to hold out for 2 years, and then he will finally be a free man. Night falls, and the full moon lights up the rooms across Serene Academy. Luger has 3 weeks before classes start, which gives him plenty of time to get ready. He even finds it funny that they rented an entire house just for him. As he relaxes in his room, the reality of his new life and identity as a professor sets in. He remembers that it has been 27 years since he reincarnated into this world. He was reborn without any special abilities, carrying only memories from his past life, where he had to survive on his own because of his negligent parents. After enduring so many hardships, he never imagined he would end up as a professor at Serene. Luger admits to himself that this is basically a disguise he was forced to take on. He needed a new persona, and the real Luger happened to be in the perfect position for identity theft. After all, the guy was a fallen noble from a tiny kingdom, an only child whose parents were dead. The letters he used to get were purely formal, showing no close friends or personal connections. This means no one will see through his cover, making it the perfect identity for him. The only thing Luger is missing right now is information about Serene and its class topics. Before he can figure anything out, his stomach growls with hunger. He decides to leave work for tomorrow and heads out to find a restaurant. Time passes. Soon, Luger is sitting inside a cafe with a cup of coffee in hand. He realizes 2 weeks have already passed while he finished up his chores and prepared his lessons. With only 1 week left before classes start, he needs to put everything into practice. Since it is almost time for customers to arrive, he decides to work on his lessons a bit more. Suddenly, a hooded person sits down behind him, saying they are glad he is safe and worried that something bad happened to him. Luger stays quiet, feeling a sudden surge of shock. Our guy stays calm on the outside and just keeps sipping his coffee. The stranger asks why he did not reach out over the past 2 weeks, adding that the members are eager to know where their first order has been. Luger has no idea what this person is talking about. Still, the master of disguise remains completely silent. The stranger mentions they needed to confirm something, and Luger realizes these people were actually looking for the man whose identity he stole. They were searching for the real Luger Chelsea all along. Looking nervous, the hooded figure says the train attack was an accident, claiming they had no idea the rebels were going to strike. Luger speaks up and says he needs information about Siren. Shocked, the person asks if his group failed to send him any information at all. Luger says he was just checking if the information given to him was correct. Inside, our guy is confused and tries to figure out who these people are. He goes along with the flow to avoid raising suspicion about his disguise and asks if they completed their mission. The hooded man states that before arriving, they eliminated all the key figures in the academy. He adds that they disposed of the traitors inside the organization by executing them brutally and feeding them to dogs. Hearing this, Luger realizes how bad the situation really is, and what kind of things the real Luger was involved in. Our guy grows tense, and the man apologizes for not checking the details sooner. Luger tries to stay calm and keep up appearances, asking why the man came looking for him so suddenly. The man answers that it was because of his sudden disappearance for half a month, which makes Luger react with anger. Luger asks if the man decided to act on his own during such an important time, making him apologize in shock while Chelsea orders him to stay quiet, slamming his teacup onto the table. Luger says the man's suspicious clothes were already annoying him. He asks if the man wants to look even more suspicious, noticing how the guy reacts excessively to his every move. It is clear from his reactions that this person is terrified of the man named Luger Chelsea. Deciding to check their numbers, Luger asks how many people have gathered so far. The purple-haired man answers that 31 second-order members and 7 third-order members infiltrated successfully, while the first-order members arrived earlier to prepare the plan. Luger acknowledges it and tells him to stand up now that he confirmed the count. The man then states that for their next meeting, they can go to the pre-designated location. Luger intimidates him right away, asking if a lower being is giving him orders to come and go as he pleases. The man starts trembling in total fear of Luger and begs for forgiveness. Luger declares that he will decide when the next meeting happens, since only people like him can set up those gatherings. Still shaking, the man asks if people like him belong to Order Zero. Agreeing with his subordinate, Luger tells him not to bother him with such small details. He turns his back and leaves, realizing in his mind that these people are extremely dangerous. Besides getting rid of key academy figures, he wonders what else they did to the traitors. As he walks out, the hooded man suddenly asks him to wait. Luger feels nervous and hesitates, but decides to listen to what the purple-haired man has to say. The man asks when Luger will call them again and how he plans to send the signal. Inside, our guy is completely confused, since he never thought that far ahead. He threatens the man in a subtle way, asking if he really needs to answer that question. Finally, Luger returns to his room and starts looking into his assumed identity, finding out that Luger Chelaisi is a fallen noble with no family left. He is also listed as a professor at Sharon who reached rank 4 faster than anyone else. Irritated, our guy feels he should have suspected this much earlier. The reason Luger seemed like such an ideal man was because he was just a persona made for that goal, since he could not use his real identity to infiltrate the academy. Turns out the letters sent and received under the name Luger Chelaisi were actually coded messages. Luger realizes just how complex this situation really is, and his mind starts to get overwhelmed. He cannot believe the impulsive path he chose brought him straight into the eye of a storm. As he reads through the letters, our guy notes that the real Luger sent coded messages in the Quiatan language. The strange writing makes him doubtful, but beyond that, the real problem comes from the First Order. Infiltrating Sharon Academy as a professor and being favored in the selection process makes no sense. He knows more instructions will arrive soon, and Sharon is not the only thing on his mind right now. The more he thinks about it, the more ridiculous it gets, giving him a severe headache. The idea that an executive from a secret organization died in a terrorist attack sounds completely absurd. Luger was an executive in a secret society that planted dozens of spies inside Sharon. A man like that should have survived both the train hijacking and the terrorist attack. Then he realizes it is pointless to complain to a ghost. Still, this means he now has to hide both his true identity and an entire secret society. Thinking it over, our boy feels that contacting the organization today might be a good idea. From what he has learned, the organization is split into 4 orders, starting with Order Zero. He has no leads on Order Zero yet, even though he knows they exist. Finding out who the order sent is now the most critical task for him. If that person knew the real Luger, they might realize he is an imposter. For now, his top priority is simply making sure his fake identity stays hidden. His ideal plan is setting things up so Sharon wipes out the order for him. Sharon has plenty of power, and the secret society would not stand a chance if the academy decided to act. He also needs to feed just enough information to avoid getting caught by either side. Walking this tightrope to keep both sides happy exhausts him just thinking about it. Even though he feels completely drained, he knows he cannot afford to waste the next 2 years. The sun rises over the grand and beautiful Sharon Academy, where students gather in the hallways to chat. Inside a large classroom, students begin taking their seats. They talk about the arrival of their new second-year professor, calling him very skilled. They do not think this replacement was planned, since the previous professor quit out of nowhere. The students gossip about an incident where a student cornered the professor in front of everyone. A friend tells Flora that people are talking about her, but she wonders what she did wrong. She claims she only wanted to point out that the professor's magic technique was wrong. The students mention that he is quite refined and wrote several papers as a military officer. An excited student adds that on top of all that, he is also a fallen aristocrat. Everyone feels disappointed, assuming it will be easy to get good grades from a teacher like him. Suddenly, interrupting all the talk, the professor steps into the room with complete confidence. He slams his hand onto the desk, introducing himself by saying it is a pleasure to meet them and that his name is Luther. The entire classroom falls silent, startled by his sudden arrival. Since they're in a course correction period, he explains that he won't start teaching the main subject right away. He warns them that he'll be teaching spell casting, focusing on practical use instead of theory. On top of that, the class won't just be for students because freshmen are included too. He tells everyone to quiet down, acknowledging their complaints, but making it clear he won't be making the lessons any easier. A student raises her hand and asks why freshmen are allowed to take the class as well. She's a blonde girl with blue eyes who acts pretty arrogant and she looks familiar to him. Luther responds that his duty as a teacher is to teach everyone equally, no matter what grade they're in. She notes that his class is different from the standard format and asks for a more detailed explanation. Luther replies that it wouldn't be any fun if he told them everything now, so she should just attend his lessons to satisfy her curiosity. Next, he decides to address the ones who think they'll get easy grades just because he's a new professor. He warns them that they'll regret thinking like that, asking anyone with those expectations to simply not show up. He already prepared his lessons, but having fewer students to teach is actually better for him. If second-year students have to attend classes alongside freshmen, it'll hurt their pride and nobody would voluntarily join a difficult class. Luther wraps up his introduction and asks if anyone has questions. The students feel the heavy weight of the intense atmosphere created by a former military officer. They also remember that he's the youngest person to ever reach rank 4, so even with plenty of doubts, nobody has the courage to ask anything. Before a girl can speak, Luther decides to end the intro session right there. As he leaves, he's surprised that nobody even asked basic questions about him. This is a good outcome for him, but it also means all the answers he prepared were completely useless. Then he considers the possibility that they might all be deliberately ignoring him. Overthinking things, our guy wonders if he should have been friendlier and less intimidating. While lost in thought about this, he suddenly notices his students surrounding him. It was just a private theory of his, but it turns out to be true. A pink-haired girl gently introduces herself to her professor, saying her name is Selena and mentioning that she's a new professor, just like Luther. He greets her politely in return. Then, in a friendly tone, she asks if Professor Luther has already had lunch. After meeting Selena, he gets introduced to Bruno, the professor of golem summoning, while Marilda introduces herself as the professor of hallucinations, covering curses and dispelling magic. Luger Chelsea introduces himself to them as the professor of spellcasting. One of the female professors compliments the long-haired man, saying he's even more handsome up close. Meanwhile, a blue-haired man wearing glasses glances over at Luther. He looks at Luther with a strange expression, turning his head away as soon as Luther notices him. Marilda introduces him as Professor Chris Benamore, adding that he comes from a noble family. Luther realizes that the new professors consist of one fallen noble, one active noble, and 3 commoners. They all come from completely different social backgrounds, yet every single one of them is highly skilled. This means there is a strong chance that someone from the First Order is hiding among them. He knows he cannot trust any of his new colleagues, as something feels wrong about all of them. Chris suddenly announces that he cannot stand being there any longer, saying he expected better from the new staff. He scoffs at the fact that there is only one fallen noble alongside a group of commoners, refusing to be part of their group. He even tells Luther to stop acting like a noble when he is just a fallen one. Marilda steps in, explaining that not all nobles act like Chris, and she asks Luther not to take it to heart. Luther tells the other teachers to go eat without him, a suggestion that Bruno happily accepts. In the end, Luther tells himself he should just be glad to stick to his usual routine of eating alone. Night eventually falls over the academy, where a glowing blue magic circle lights up inside a room. A few students discuss the new professor, Luther, bringing up rumors that he is the youngest person to reach rank 4, has military experience, fought in a cryptid hunt, and even carved his name into a magic tower. A girl placing her hand on the magic circle wonders if all these stories are actually true. She thinks to herself that she cannot afford to mess up the plans of the First Order during his class. In fact, she wants to push as many students as possible to attend Luther's lessons. Another student uses magic to ask if a first year can join the class, and the rest of the group finds the idea exciting enough to sign up. As time goes by, Luther walks down the hallway, getting ready to give his very first lecture, while wondering how many students stayed after his harsh warning about the difficulty of his course. He assumes that anyone who showed up only did so because they had no other options available. He expects around 30 students at most, while expecting the other classrooms to be completely packed. Inside the classroom, the students talk quietly among themselves, waiting for their teacher to arrive, and moments later, Luther steps through the door. Our guy is completely taken aback when he sees the crowd in front of him. All 80 seats are taken, and he wonders why the room is so packed. On top of that, most of the crowd consists of first years who already look up to him, and he wonders if they feel any pressure sitting alongside older students. He suspects that the girl might have set this whole situation up behind the scenes. Then again, it is also possible that he simply underestimated the students and their drive to succeed. He knows that Siren Academy brings together the brightest young minds on the continent. He realizes his earlier warning ended up firing up their spirit, and now he has to commit to the situation. He decides to introduce himself again for the new students, taking his position as their spellcasting professor, fully aware that he will have to give this lesson his all. The lesson begins with a question about the 4 specialization processes. Luther sternly tells the class that questions are only allowed when he permits them. He warns them that from now on, anyone who disobeys his orders will lose points, though there will also be opportunities to earn bonus points through effort. Answering the student's question, he says he will be teaching the 4 main specializations. These 4 specializations include release, elemental property, telekinesis, and reinforcement. It is usually difficult to teach even 2 of these, yet he is expected to teach all 4 as a new professor. A blue-haired girl judges Luther, thinking that what he wants to do is pure exaggeration. Taking advantage of the fact that this is his first class, Luther decides to show them something impressive. He presents a rank 3 fire spell called Flickering Flames, which works by using release to trigger combustion, then compressing, expanding, and accelerating it. 7 different components interconnect to form this flame spell. Luther plans to show them a way to cast this spell 3 times faster. The students question if it is really possible to cut down a spell's casting time. A blonde girl asks if Flora thinks this is a lie, and Flora replies that she doesn't think it is possible. There is the scroll method, which stores spells in a component, and memory reverberation, but both have clear limitations. Flora states that if Luther uses either of those 2 methods, she will be very disappointed in him. Assuming the students are full of questions, Luther gives them permission to ask. Many students from both first and second year flood him with questions, asking if he modified the spell's technique, to which he responds that changing a technique creates an entirely new spell. He explains that he will show the technique as it is, but with a reduced casting time. Raising her hand, the blue-haired girl firmly states that this is impossible. Luther watches her with cold composure and complete confidence. The blue-haired girl introduces herself as Flora Lumos, a second-year student. The other students notice that Flora has finally spoken up to challenge the professor. Luther asks the girl why she believes this is so impossible. She explains that current formulas claim the only way to achieve this is through repetition and practice, pointing out that he is trying to teach something not even top geniuses can pull off. Luther questions if they could actually improve, or if they simply don't want to. Confusing the class, he explains that magic has stagnated because it stays too focused on tradition, while scientific progress has started to threaten its place in the world. Luther clarifies that he isn't arguing for science over magic, but insists that magic can still improve. He tells Flora that she is mistaken, and that he will be the first one to enhance magic. Shocked, Flora asks if he really means what he's saying, thinking he is far too arrogant. Finding it hard to explain with words alone, he decides to demonstrate, and asks them for the average casting time of this spell. Flora responds that it depends on rank, but the average ranges between 5 and 10 seconds. Luther says he dislikes thinking in terms of mage ranks and prefers methods tailored to his students. Flora then confirms that the average is about 5 seconds, confidently claiming she can do it even faster. Luther notices her confidence and asks her to demonstrate in front of the class. Flora stands up to showcase the spell to everyone. She waves her wand, and the flickering flame begins to form. Within seconds, the magic circle for the fire spell appears in the air. The students are surprised by her casting speed, though they expected as much from a member of the Lumos family. Luther counts her time at 478 seconds, an impressive speed for a second-year student. He acknowledges that her process was flawless, but states that it is still too slow, shattering Flora's confidence. He points out that the fastest recorded time for a rank 3 mage is 4.41 seconds, so she is still not fast enough. Luther then declares that even 4.4 seconds is too slow. The class is stunned, wondering just how fast he can cast the spell himself. Telling the students to pay close attention, he offers to demonstrate the flickering flame spell. The moment he picks up his wand, Flora notices that his movement does not match the standard in an instant. The spell is already complete, leaving the entire classroom speechless and in complete shock. He didn't even take a full second to finish it. Flora notices there was no visible casting process at all. Asking if everyone caught that, Luther offers to show it one more time for anyone who missed it. Once again, he casts the spell instantly, taking less than a second. The entire class is left completely silent, reacting with pure astonishment while Luger observes their faces. Checking the clock, Luger announces it took him 0.24 seconds, which is a massive difference from the current record. Flora finds this strange, noting that his technique wasn't the standard flickering flame. Luger explains that he used one spell to accelerate another, impressing the students even more. By setting up specific conditions, he triggers pre-selected results instantly. He compares it to a programming diagram, where the mage acts as biological hardware consuming mana as data and following a technique program to activate the magic software. Luger calls this concept source code, something Flora has never heard of in her life. Luger asks if her question is finally answered, and she confirms that it is. He then tells her that she interrupted his class without permission because she couldn't look past her own biases. When he asks if she admits her mistake, the girl hesitantly acknowledges it. The professor states that her actions were an unjustifiable challenge to his authority. Because of this, Flora Lumos receives a 10-point penalty. This harsh punishment shocks her friend. Flora seems to hold back her tears as she turns to go back to her seat like a spoiled child. However, since her flickering flame technique was flawless, Luger rewards her with 10 points. After all, he doesn't dislike skilled students, and her technique was impressive. Flora thanks him. The rest of the class feels relieved when they realize her penalty points were cancelled out. Cheryl asks Flora if she's okay, and Flora says she's fine, thanking her friend for checking on her. Cheryl is impressed by how fast Flora recovers from the scolding. Inside, though, Flora struggles with a mental conflict and stays quiet in deep thought. After this, Luger takes off his coat and announces that the actual lesson begins now. He says he'll pick a few students who can keep up to teach them about source code, telling the class they have to work hard if they want to learn. The whole classroom is impressed. They expected a terrible class because of the rumors about Luger. Instead, the students are surprised by the high quality of the lesson, which matches the prestigious standards of Sharon Academy. After some time passes, Luger decides to end the lesson at this advanced point. He tells everyone they can leave and review what they learned. Amazed by the source code technique, the students can't stop talking about the class. An arrogant noble mocks the amazed students, calling them stupid. The blonde noble sneers and says this is why commoners like them are worthless. The student who was targeted by his rude words didn't even realize the blonde boy was talking about him. Annoyed, the rich boy asks if the commoner is mocking him, but the student says he would never do that. Furious, the noble demands to know how a simple commoner dares to ignore Jevon, the first son of Baron Filio. Leo asks if Filio's barony is located way out on the outskirts of the empire. Getting even pettier, Jevon asks if Sharon accepts just anyone these days. Leo replies that it's still better than accepting the foolish child of a petty baron. Enraged, Jevon starts preparing a magic spell. Insulted by his words, Leo just looks at him with disdain from head to toe and tells him to try his luck. Our guy taunts Jevon, daring him to cast his spell right now and see what happens. He reminds Jevon that even as a noble, he won't get away with it easily, asking if he even read the school rules when he joined. Leo points out that Jevon shouted without realizing the room was still full of people. Enraged, Jevon grits his teeth and looks around. He storms off, leaving with a threat that Leo should be prepared for what's coming. Grateful, the student with glasses introduces himself as Aiden. Leo introduces himself and says there's no need for thanks, since he just got irritated with Jevon acting like a typical noble. Aiden ignores what Leo says and excitedly declares that Leo is the best in the world, thrilled to be near him. Leo decides to leave, but Aiden insists on following him without even knowing where he's going. Aiden notices Leo carrying an alchemy book and says he takes that class, too. Only half interested, Leo tells Aiden to do whatever he wants. He also warns Aiden not to make that kind of gesture again, but Aiden doesn't get it. Aiden asks if he meant Connor's signals or the gestures of someone who hasn't properly learned magic yet. Leo tells him he needs to understand how things work in Sharon because second-year students have a solid foundation. He uses Flora Lumos as an example, the student who stood out in class today, so Aiden gets a better idea. He adds that her personality is terrifying and warns Aiden to stay away from her, mentioning rumors that the last professor left because of her. Another example is the third princess, Elendil von Exilian. Leo warns that nothing good happens to commoners like them who try to talk to her. Finally, there's Fruden Volberg, who leads the second-year noble faction. Aiden asks if he means the Volberg family, one of the three most powerful ducal houses. Leo confirms it, saying they view commoners as insects and it's best to avoid them. On top of that, Jevon is part of that faction and has now marked Aiden as a target. Aiden says he doesn't care about them, leaving Leo unable to tell if he's brave or just insane. Leo mentions there are a few more nobles Aiden should avoid and promises to explain on the way. As they talk, a white-haired noble watches them closely. Meanwhile, Ludger walks through the corridors, thinking about his lesson and noting that it went much better than expected. He notes to himself that this world structure resembles 19th century Earth. Even with magic, it still lacks compared to 21st century science. That's why he combined magic and science to create the source code concept, though he never expected the class to react so positively to it. When his master first saw what he created, his reaction only confirmed the theory without much praise. His master said Ludger could cast magic faster, but he was still limited to rank 3 and creating magic was extremely hard. Ludger knows he can't keep using the source code technique too often, or he'll end up getting discovered. Stopping in front of a fancy door, he wonders if this is his personal office. He opens the door and finds a massive room with a white-haired woman inside. She welcomes the professor and asks if he likes the elegant interior. She explains that Soren guarantees personal space where professors can do as they please. Impressed by this, Ludger asks what she does in her own office, and she asks back if she wasn't allowed to enter. He replies that he's simply curious about the reason for her visit. The director states that Ludger is a valuable professor at Soren and deserves special attention. As Ludger makes eye contact with the director's piercing gaze, his entire body trembles. She questions his cold reaction, expecting him to be surprised, even though he's already had enough shocks for one day. He knows that even if he ran into a ghost at midnight, he wouldn't be this startled. The director mentions that the other professors were amazed by his skills. Ludger wonders if she visited the other offices too, trying to figure out her motive. He worries that she might have noticed something about his secrets. Even if it's a secret society, someone in the director's position is bound to notice strange movements within Soren. He considers the possibility that she figured something out and now suspects him. However, that feels unfair to him because the real Ludger was part of the society, but he isn't. She mentions hearing that he accepted many students and he answers that he didn't want to exclude anyone based on their academic year. Turns out the director isn't criticizing him and actually agrees with his approach. After all, there are some incredible first-year students, including one who uses unusual magic. She asks him to avoid trouble, especially since the princess is in his class. While the princess doesn't need special treatment, it would be problematic if anything happened to her. Ludger is surprised to hear this and the director tells him she has high expectations for him. She is also pleased that he finished his first class successfully and received a positive evaluation from the students. Ludger offers her tea and while she appreciates the gesture, she says she has many matters to handle. As she leaves, she tells him to take care of himself from now on. Outside the room, an old man asks her how things went and if Ludger can be trusted. The director admits that she honestly doesn't know and is keeping an eye on the two most suspicious people. She hasn't reached any conclusions yet and the old man remarks that be a reason she's here. Confirming his point, she states that even after using her evil eye, Vasconia, on him twice, she never expected him to remain completely unaffected. She knows that if he were truly rank 4, he should have fallen for the trick, yet he endured it through sheer determination without showing any reaction. She claims that he is indeed a very remarkable man. Thinking about the train attack and the group hiding in Sturen, she feels she can't afford to ignore even small details. She considers the possibility that the attack was just a distraction and that Ludger was replaced. She asks Mr. Wolfert for his thoughts on the theory and even without being certain, the old man admits that Ludger is unusual. Even if it's based on an old man's intuition, the director knows he has great judgment when it comes to people. She decides she needs to keep watching the professor for a longer period to see his true nature. Back in his private office, Ludger lies on the sofa, completely exhausted. Frustrated, our guy realizes that wasn't a friendly conversation, it was an interrogation. Even though he feels anxious, he knows he hasn't done anything suspicious and decides to move forward with his mission. He then starts reading about Flora. Ludger hopes her family won't pressure him over the classroom incident. He reasons that she has no reason to take it personally, especially since he gave her points to reconcile the situation. He notices many talented individuals, from the foreigner supported by the magic tower to the princess of the empire. Looking at the file of Four-Eyed Aiden, he wonders if this is the student with the so-called unusual magic. Ludger realizes the boy's face looks familiar and thinks he will remember him later. He knows he can't let his guard down after witnessing how the director was observing him. Caught in a dilemma, he questions whether it's better to side with the secret society or with Soren. After all, that girl referred to him as Sir First Order and accepted his changed appearance without hesitation. He considers the possibility that the real Ludger was an expert in disguise and infiltration. However, he quickly dismisses the idea, knowing the consequences of aligning himself with the secret society. There's no guarantee they would protect him, even if he contributed to their organization. For now, the only thing he can do is perform his best as a professor until someone suddenly knocks on the door. A courier stands at his door, delivering an official patrol warrant to him. He recalls a clause in his contract that mentioned this, and today it's Ludger's turn. The postman leaves quickly after delivering the package to his door. Our guy doesn't seem pleased with the idea of having to fulfill a patrol order. Meanwhile, night falls and we see a training room where a blonde girl is another person refuses to leave, stating that it's a shared space that anyone can use. The blonde girl says that if they're bothered, they should be the ones to leave, then insults her by calling her a commoner. In response, the girl asserts that Sharon doesn't classify students based on status or nobility. Dinma scoffs, saying she shouldn't believe words that were only spoken to please commoners. The nobles mock the girl, claiming that poor people are foolish for trying to rise to their level. The girl realizes that no matter what she says, these petty nobles will never listen to her. Dinma then states that after hearing such nonsense, the girl should kneel and beg for forgiveness from the nobles. Turning away, the girl leaves, which infuriates the blonde. She can't believe a commoner dares to ignore her words. Enraged, the blonde raises her wand and begins casting a spell against the less privileged girl. Blue streaks of energy burst from a magic circle and shoot toward the defenseless girl. The other arrogant nobles watch in shock at Dinma's extreme reaction. Terrified, the girl screams as the magic nears her, but just before the spell can strike, it is disrupted in midair and dissipates. Frustrated, Dinma demands to know who dared to interfere with her spell. A voice asks what exactly they're doing and says they can't believe someone is using magic outside the designated training grounds without rules. The speaker calls it an unfair attack and asks how such a problem could happen so early in the school year. Luger stands with his wand in hand, stopping the attack from hitting the defenseless girl and remarks that Sren must look like a joke to them. The humble girl looks relieved to see him. He says he would have let it go with just a warning near the training grounds, but this was a deliberate attack. Dinma asks why he is interfering and claims she only acted to protect noble authority. Luger firmly states that every student is equal in Sren Academy. He adds that no matter how noble someone is, he will not let this go unpunished. He orders Dinma to follow him right away. Annoyed, the girl calls Luger a fallen noble. Fear immediately takes over her and the other students are shocked by what she just said. Luger turns his face toward her, full of anger, and asks what she just said. She becomes completely terrified by his dark expression and aura. In a furious voice, he tells her to repeat what she said and everyone present freezes in fear. Standing tall with an imposing posture, the professor asks if she really called him a fallen noble. One of the students quickly calls for Professor Selena to calm the situation down. A shocked Selena points at Luger and yells to get his attention. As Luger stands with his hand raised, Selena shouts for him to stop. Instead, he just places his hand on the blonde girl's shoulder while she prepares for the worst. Luger calmly says that she is right, leaving everyone confused, including the girl. She asks what he means, so Ludger explains that he really is just a fallen aristocrat, but here in Sren he is a professor and her words were a challenge to his authority. Keeping his hand on her shoulder, he softly asks if he is wrong. He adds that it must be hard for someone her age to accept a new environment. Because of that, he will let her insult slide as a warning, but she will still face proper punishment for what she did to her classmate. Luger turns to Lin and asks if she is hurt, and she says she is fine, which brings relief to him. He then leaves the rest of the situation to Professor Selena. As he walks away, Lin is surprised that Luger knows her name. After all, she is just a commoner among 80 nobles. He had no reason to pay attention to her. She recalls his words about everyone being equal in Sren. This gives confidence to Lin, who previously thought Luger was just a scary professor. Now she feels she can trust him and decides to give her best effort. Night falls. Luger sits on a bench, resting his head in his hand looking troubled. He is in terrible pain and pulls a strange vial from his coat. He puts a few pills in his mouth to relieve his discomfort. He thinks he would be in serious trouble without these pills that help him survive. Annoyed, Luger wonders why a commotion had to break out at that exact moment, since he almost showed a ridiculous appearance. He felt the symptoms start when he entered the training center, but the initial symptoms were bearable. Things got worse during the discussion, and as his condition deteriorated, all he wanted was to leave, but the blonde spoke loudly at the worst time. In the end, he managed to say something plausible despite looking terrible. He just took the last pill from his bottle, which will last him for another 5 days. An incident could happen during these 5 days and force Luger to use mana, but getting something from the pharmacy is dangerous because it gets recorded. Luger knows he needs to contact a specific person as soon as possible. The sky brightens and morning arrives at Saren Academy. Selena talks about a werewolf, making Luger confused, so he questions her. Selena repeats the word werewolf. She explains that students saw a shadow walking across the rooftops the night before. Luger considers it just a ghost story or urban legend, and Selena agrees. Selena adds that witnesses claim to see the same thing inside Saren. She says they might have seen something else, but strange phenomena happen at Saren, then mentions the 7 ghost stories of the academy and asks if Luger knows them. Luger asks if those stories are real, and she insists they are. Luger comments that Selena seems to love ghost stories. She explains that she researched them to talk with her students, but when she over-explains and denies being obsessed, Luger tells her to calm down. Mirolda approaches Luger and brings up the topic he covered in his first lesson. It is a new magic technique that reduces spell casting time, and she asks for its name, but Selena shouts out that it is called source code. This makes the situation awkward. With the name revealed, Merolda asks if this magic is really real, and Luger confirms it is. Both professors are surprised that a spell can alter magic itself. The other professors in the dining hall turn their attention to Luger, which makes him uncomfortable. Merolda states that with rumors spreading, everyone is now interested in his spell. Merolda asks if demonstrating the spell at the academy is a problem, while Selena says he could get a patent at the magic tower, though Luger knows it is best not to do that. Without proper backing, his work could be stolen and he could be harmed, so he worries about what happens if the tower gets too close. The real problem is the professors staring at him with intense curiosity, including Crispin Amour. His thoughts shift back to the werewolf rumors Selena mentioned. The sky darkens and the full moon appears as night falls over Sarin Academy. Hiding behind a house, Luger comments that something is taking too long. He wonders if the person is roaming the area, but they are actually right behind him. A werewolf silently emerges from the shadows directly behind Luger. Without warning, it lunges at him with massive claws. Luger easily dodges the fast attack by twisting his torso. Taking advantage of the opening, he kicks the werewolf, sending the monster flying away. Luger says he was wondering why things were taking so long, realizing it was just a prank. The werewolf sarcastically asks if it would hurt Luger to just stand still and act surprised. Getting up, he says it has been a long time and calls Luger big brother. Luger replies that it really has been a while and calls him Hans. He adds that Hans causes trouble wherever he goes, then asks about his look this time. Hans asks Luger if he would like ending up like this, all because a little dog chased him around. Luger mocks his body, which gets on Hans' nerves because it is actually a curse. Hans has a physical condition that transforms him into whatever beast bites him. This turns him into a half-human beast whenever the trait triggers. If a cat bites him, he turns into a cat. This time around, he got bitten by a dog. Hans asks if Luger brought a cure, so Luger pulls out a syringe filled with green liquid. After injecting himself, Hans says he can finally walk around like a normal person. The moment the medicine enters his body, the beast traits disappear. He knows he would have suffered much longer if Luger hadn't helped him. Back when they first met, Luger was sent to hunt a beast that turned out to be a giant chihuahua, and Hans would have been taken down if he hadn't talked to him. Hans changes the subject and almost says Luger's real name, but Luger stops him immediately, reminding him that the letter mentioned the name Luger Chelsea. Hans asks why he chose to impersonate a professor, wondering how he ended up here in town after asking to meet in the capital. Hans says our guy is amazing for sneaking into the academy, and Luger replies that it was his only choice. Hans asks if the real Luger belonged to a secret society, and Luger answers that he was a First Order. Now dressed in regular clothes, Hans thinks about the fact that Luger was a First Order executive. He clearly remembers new people showing up in the underworld, calling themselves the Order. Luger asks for the exact name of this secret organization. Hans replies that they go by the Black Dawn Society, which makes complete sense to Luger. Hans mentions that he escaped by pure luck and that one tiny mistake could get him killed. Luger agrees, promises to prepare, and asks for the briefcase he told Hans to bring. Hans hands over the sealed case, saying he wouldn't be crazy enough to open it, while adding that Sheridan must be waiting for him. Luger points out that both of them end up relying on medicine. He then asks why Hans took so long to find him, since the report said he arrived 2 days ago, but Hans has no idea what he is talking about. Luger mentions the werewolf sightings from 2 days ago, but Hans explains that he only got to the city today. A deep silence suddenly fills the area, and both of them notice a strange presence on the rooftops. To their shock, the two friends spot an actual real werewolf standing under the full moon. They stare right at the monster crouching on the roof above them. They're surprised to see that the creature actually exists. Hans points out that the monster hasn't noticed them yet, and suggests escaping while they can. Luger disagrees, saying it must be hunting for prey and will spot any sudden movement. That's when Luger notices a collar around the werewolf's neck. He tells Hans that he needs to get a closer look, surprising his friend with his courage. Because of the collar, Luger figures someone released it on purpose. Hans wonders who could be behind this, so Luger decides to investigate, grabbing his revolver as he prepares to move. Hans mentions that it's been a long time since he last saw him use that gun back in his hunting days. He remembers that Luger used to wear a mask back then, though he can't recall what it looked like. Back in those days, he went by the name Abraham Van Helsing, a vampire hunter. Noticing the movement, the werewolf turns toward Luger, who walks forward calmly with his hand in his pocket without showing any hostility. Chelsea appears nearby. The drooling beast bares its fangs, looking vicious and hungry for prey. Suddenly it vanishes from the rooftop and leaps right in front of Luger with full force. Its eyes glow, its face looks brutal, and steam pours out from its mouth. Seeing the collar up close raises even more questions for Luger, but he knows he'll get answers once he captures and interrogates it, right before the monster lets out a loud howl. After howling, the creature slashes violently with its claws, trying to strike its target. Luger dodges using a blue magic circle under his feet, which lets him easily slip past every attack until the werewolf makes one final lunge and crashes hard into a wall, leaving itself with nowhere to escape. The furious beast then charges directly at him at high speed. Luger keeps a completely calm expression and gives a slight smirk. The blue magic circles he placed along the ground begin to float into the air. They expand and unleash a small wave of energy that strikes the monster. The werewolf quickly collapses to the ground, stunned by the magical shockwave. It covers its ears with its hands, completely dazed and deafened by the impact. Watching from his hiding spot, Hans wonders what just happened to the beast. Luger explains that he activated ultrasonic waves that normal humans can't hear. Holding a syringe, our guy mentions that there's no need to waste expensive silver bullets. Looking at the werewolf in pain, he plans to find out who created it, but right before he can give the injection, he hears the police approaching at the worst possible time. At that exact moment, the werewolf snaps out of its stunned state. The monster makes a huge leap back onto the rooftop. Luger uses a hidden grappling hook under his sleeve to go after it. The metal hook grabs onto the roof and he uses the chain to quickly climb up the building. From above, he spots the creature running on all fours and escaping at high speed. Luger watches closely, determined not to let the werewolf get away. Down below, the police spot movement on the roofs and start looking for any suspicious people nearby. Meanwhile, Luger keeps up the chase across the rooftops. The beast runs ahead on all fours, but our guy is almost right on top of it. They keep leaping from roof to roof until the monster suddenly comes to a stop, locking its glowing eyes right onto Luger. They land on top of a train inside the railway terminal, and the two of them face off. Luger mentions that he only planned to knock the beast out, but now it leaves him no choice. As the creature gets ready to charge again, Luger throws his shuriken straight at it. The beast does not slow down at all, wildly dodging the blade with drool flying and glowing eyes fixed ahead. After dodging the attack, it rushes right at Luger, who stands his ground. Right then, the metal star loops around in the air to strike the monster from behind. However, the beast dodges it again without even turning to look. Catching his shuriken back, Ludger admits the creature has impressive reflexes. Gripping his cane, he says he will take down the werewolf with this next attack. A bright blue magic energy forms at the tip of his cane and shoots right toward the beast. He makes a quick hand gesture while holding the cane. The werewolf lets out a loud howl as the wave of energy comes close. It stays focused and notices Ludger moving quickly. Charging in at full speed, Ludger goes for a heavy strike, sneaking in another shuriken throw at the same time, and this time it lands right in the werewolf's chest. While the beast howls in pain, Ludger leaps over it to land another hit. However, the creature bites down hard on the cane to stop the attack. That is when Ludger uses a trick and pulls a hidden sword right out from inside his cane. The werewolf watches in surprise as he unsheaths the blade. Swinging his arm back, Ludger gets ready to cut the beast down. The monster sees the path of the sword coming straight for its face. With one precise hit, the blade strikes the werewolf directly in the head, finishing it off once and for all. Hans dashes through narrow streets and alleys. He barely escapes capture and wonders when Ludger will get back. Suddenly, a piece of the werewolf drops right in front of him, showing it has been defeated. Hans jumps back, gasping at the shocking sight. Ludger shows up and asks if Hans is surprised, but his friend tells him to give a warning next time instead of dropping in out of nowhere. Hans cannot believe Ludger was going to leave him like that, but Ludger says he got all the information he needed. Hans then asks why he brought the creature's remains along, and Ludger says he just wanted to surprise him. After checking the body, Ludger confirms the werewolf is an artificial cryptid created through experiments. He says they need to stick to their original plan, though Hans seems a bit hesitant. Ludger tells him they should set themselves up here because it is much better than the capital, so staying in the city for a while is the best move. Hans points out that Surin is full of lunatics who released the cryptid and the secret group. Ludger explains that any major incident will draw their attention, so he asks Hans to gather information, making his friend wonder if he has to handle it all by himself. Ludger explains that the academy is watching him closely, so he cannot make any risky moves. He asks Hans to gather info and keep him updated so he can act when the time is right. Hans agrees, saying that collecting intel is what he does best. Our guy knows things will not go smoothly. Since he cannot move openly yet, he has to prepare by growing stronger on his own. Looking at the big picture, he doubts a simple underground group is behind the werewolf, especially after noticing a lab emblem on its collar. Making a monster like that is no easy task. Still, none of that matters right now. He already took care of the beast and wants to stay out of trouble. News soon spreads that the Leophobic killer is still alive and back in action, reporting 5 more deaths in the city last Sunday. That brings the total body count to 10. Nobody knows who the killer is, but witnesses claim it was a beast covered in black fur. The police call the attacker a lunatic and promise to track him down soon. Ludger is stunned reading the paper because he took out the werewolf on Saturday, not Sunday. He starts to wonder if there is more than one werewolf roaming around Lithovelk. In front of Professor Ludger Chelsea's office, a glowing orb starts shining with a blue light. Meanwhile, the professors of Serene Academy gather for a large meeting around a long table. When Ludger walks into the room, Professor Selena offers him a seat right next to her. The other professors whisper among themselves about Ludger, talking about his unique spell and his mysterious past. Selena asks if he saw the news about 2 second-year students who were attacked the night before. Luckily, the injuries were not fatal, but they were badly hurt by deep claw marks. One student mentioned waking up during the attack and seeing a terrifying monster on top of them. Selena concludes that the rumors from earlier this week were true and that victims are now turning up in Lithovelk. Another professor then announces the headmistress has arrived, ordering the room to quiet down. Selena mentions that her name is Mary Ross, a head of pharmacology who has been at Serene for 20 years. The headmistress takes the floor to share an important announcement with the staff. She gets straight to the point, explaining that a mysterious attacker has appeared right inside Serene. 2 students were brutally targeted last night by an unknown threat, but witnesses reported seeing a black-furred werewolf. One professor speaks up in disbelief, claiming that a cryptid showing up here makes no sense. He turns to Professor Hugo Bortag to ask if he agrees. Hugo points out that Serene sits under the protection of the Auxilian Empire, meaning monsters cannot simply exist here. He finds it hard to accept that students are panicking over a silly urban legend. The headmistress tells Hugo Bortag that this werewolf already claims 2 victims. Even so, the professor firmly believes it is not a monster and asks if the 2 victims are nobles. Hugo believes the real culprit is actually a commoner student from Serene Academy. The headmistress cannot believe what she is hearing, but Hugo keeps pushing his theory, pointing out that only noble students were attacked. He simply refuses to believe the story of a werewolf at the academy. Instead, he thinks someone might be disguising themselves as a monster to commit the crime. Meanwhile, Ludger thought the Black Dawn Society was at a disadvantage, but it turns out he was wrong. He feels frustrated seeing everyone turn against each other instead of working together. He starts to question if this is the true reality of Serene, the finest academy on the continent. Suddenly, an insect falls onto Ludger's left shoulder. He looks closely at it, trying to figure out what kind of creature just landed on him. He picks up the bug between his fingers, and when he crushes it, he finds a piece of paper hidden inside. The note explains that 3 test subjects escaped and orders him to either capture or eliminate them. If anyone else gets to them first, his identity could be exposed. Ludger hides the message and feels frustrated, wondering why his life is always full of continuous trouble. Noticing his look, Selena asks if he is hurt, but he assures her that he is fine. He never expected this whole situation to be linked to the Black Dawn Society. Looking at how things are playing out, even they did not foresee these strange events. The thought of his real identity being revealed leaves him deeply shocked. He knows he cannot just sit around, so he decides to hunt down the beast before the organization does, because everything is over if he gets exposed. Back inside, the headmistress tells Hugo he can think whatever he wants as long as he does his job. She orders night patrols and forbids students from leaving their rooms after dark, adding that anyone breaking the rule will be penalized. With all the professors agreeing to the plan, the headmistress brings the meeting to an end. Outside, Ludger hears a faint noise behind him and orders the person to step out immediately. A girl hiding behind a tree panics after being caught by Ludger. He stares right at her, watching her stand shy and nervous behind the tree trunk. He realizes she is the exact same girl who approached him earlier and that she is currently disguised as a student. As soon as she realizes she is the same person of who she is, Ludger asks what she wants, causing her to stutter nervously. Ludger tells her to start walking and follow him, and she agrees right away. Looking shy and awkward, she asks if he likes coffee, leaving him confused. They head into a nearby cafe, sit down, and order 2 cups of coffee. When asked for her name, the girl introduces herself as Sedina Roshan. Ludger notices that this is not a commoner surname, so he asks for her real name. Trembling with anxiety, the girl insists that Sedina really is her actual name. Ludger finds it strange that she is not using a fake identity. He tells her to spit it out since she must have some news if she followed him. He casts a spell that blocks sound around them, surprising her. Ludger asks her not to call him First Order in Shren, and she blames herself for doing it. He orders her not to refer to him that way in front of others, and she acknowledges his command. Getting back to the topic, he asks Sedina what situation she came to report. Sedina explains that the werewolf incident involves an affiliated organization. It was an experiment with cryptids run by dark mages at Shamsu's academy. The school consists of mages who were kicked out of society for their unethical experiments. Those experiments escaped, and one of them went through the sewers to surrender, leaving behind some victims. Ludger is shocked to hear this, and Sedina apologizes for speaking too much. She continues, explaining that the organization will handle the incident, but there is something related to Ludger. After all, he lent his name under the command of Victor Dreadful, another First Order. Ludger replies that he only lent his name and did not expect things to turn out like this, adding that he had even forgotten about Victor. Sedina says they need to get rid of all 3 experiments, but Ludger corrects her and says there are only 2. He then shows her the identification collar of the other werewolf, shocking Roshan. He explains that 2 days ago in Lethelvek, he ran into one of the escaped experiments from the lab. Ludger wonders how such a talented girl who successfully got into the academy as a student is still only a Third Order. He cannot believe the secret organization is keeping her on the sidelines. He thinks it might be because she is an aristocrat, since the anti-society group probably does not favor nobles. It is likely that Sedina is just being used as a tool and will get thrown away once she is no longer useful. Our guy recently noticed a crack in Siren Academy, and he never expected to see the same thing within the secret society of the Black Dawn. Maybe this incident will let Ludger get something out of Sedina Roshan. Knowing that the creatures came from the sewers, Roshan plans to expand the search team in that area. Ludger notes that Siren does not have that information yet, and the girl confirms it, though she admits she does not know for how long. The protagonist tells her that after hearing her report, he hopes to meet her again if he adds that she explained everything much better this time than during their first meeting. After getting the compliment, Ludger dispels the magic barrier, gets up, and walks out of the cafe. Sedina Roshan seems deeply pleased by the praise from the First Order. Meanwhile, someone watching from outside notices that Ludger was using magic inside the cafe. Flora wonders what kind of conversation needs magic, questioning who those 2 really are. Later during class, Flora Lumos appears troubled by what she saw earlier. She remembers the spell she saw through the cafe window. Judging by its color, it was clearly a sound-blocking spell. Regular people cannot see the scent or color of magic, but Flora is different. She wonders why they used that magic and what they were talking about. The professor ends the lesson, warning students not to believe in rumors and stating that anyone caught spreading them will be punished. The students talk about the rumors regarding the werewolf and think about trying to catch it. Another student points out the teacher's warning, noting that whoever gets caught will take the hit. They figure they can just capture the werewolf without getting caught to claim the city reward. He asks Aiden what he thinks, but Aiden answers that he would rather stay out of it. Leo expected this scared response from Aiden and asks his friend what he plans to do instead. Leo's friend decides not to get involved, pointing out that people got hurt and the professors are already handling it. Suddenly a red-haired girl slams her hands on the table, demanding their attention. Aiden greets the girl, Tessie, with a polite good morning, but she stays annoyed and ignores him. Leo tells her she lost and needs to accept it, but she insists it was a tie and tells him to butt out. Tessie wants to fight Aiden using their full power, but Aiden refuses, saying he has afternoon classes and that the werewolf situation is a much bigger deal. Tessie claims he is just making up excuses because he is scared to fight her. Giving up on coming up with another argument, Aiden admits that is his real reason. Tessie then suggests settling their fight another way, and Aiden asks what she means. She states that whoever catches the werewolf first wins their battle. Leo thinks that sounds fair and accepts the deal, leaving Aiden completely shocked. Tessie tells Aiden not to run away out of fear, while Leo warns him not to cry when he loses. After the girl walks away, the boy with glasses asks Leo why he agreed to that. Leo says he just agreed because the professors are going to capture the beast anyway. Still, Aiden noticed how serious she was, and Leo points out she will not do it alone. Aiden knows Tessie will actually go through with it because she is reckless and foolish. They consider the possibility that she really plans to hunt the monster and stand up to check. They spot Tessie outside and figure she is just walking back to her dorm. They feel relieved, thinking she is not foolish enough to go after the beast until she suddenly changes direction. Looking at her determined path, they realize she is actually going after the beast. Night falls at Siren Academy, and Ludger Chelsea walks through the streets. Ludger knows that many people are keeping eyes on him. Hugo asks him to stay close to the noble students and go easy on them. Ludger figures Hugo must be desperate if he is talking to a fallen noble, and he almost tells him that taking the headmistress's side makes more sense. Ludger states that at Shren, there are no nobles or commoners, as that is his main rule. As Ludger turns to leave for his patrol, Professor Hugo tells him to wait. Our guy knows that teaming up with Hugo might expose his fake family, and he has no reason to go against the headmistress anyway. Ludger senses something strange nearby, and when he checks a bush, he catches several students spying on him. He asks if they forgot they are supposed to stay in their dorms, and when they try to make excuses, he takes away 5 points. He realizes at least 20 students have already gone out after the werewolf bounty, so punishing them is useless. Knowing things will get worse, he decides to hunt the monster himself before more students get involved. Our guy heads toward the sewage treatment station near Shren. He uses the sewer detail Sedina gave him to navigate the area. Ludger finds the only water pipe the monster passed through. He uses magic from his cane to light up the area and confirms no one else has been there. That is when he notices footprints from two werewolves on the ground. One is quite large and the other is smaller, both heading in the same direction. He follows the tracks and reaches a broken iron gate inside the sewers. Looking closely at the scene, he realizes that right from this spot, the two monsters split up. He sees that the larger one went toward the school, most likely to hunt. He knows this beast is the most dangerous one and could attack someone at any moment. Suddenly our guy hears a loud, piercing scream in the distance. He immediately starts running toward the scream, leaving the tracks behind because following them would take too long. When he arrives, he sees a black, furred werewolf attacking two Shren students. Seeing the girls in danger, he decides to do something he would usually avoid. He charges forward and casts a spell through his cane. Orange energy shines from a magic circle and shoots right at the beast. The werewolf reacts too late to the attack, trying to shield itself with its arms, but the force of the hit sends the monster flying. Ludger steps in to protect the students who collapsed on the ground. The two girls recognize Professor Ludger and he recognizes Lin and Elendel Exilian. He calls out to them and as soon as they answer, he penalizes them with 5 points each. Both girls are completely shocked by this. Elendel shouts back, saying he should have asked if they were okay first, but Ludger asks if she is raising her voice because she thinks she did a good job. He adds that she talks too big for someone who cannot even defend herself. She then asks him to remove Lin's penalty instead, explaining that Lin only fell asleep while studying. Before she can finish, Ludger tells her she should have considered the situation. That is when Elendel notices a sudden shift in the atmosphere. Ludger orders her to go back to the dorm and take care of Lin, promising to cancel their penalties if they do. Seeing her unhappy look, he warns her that next time the penalty stays. Finally, the werewolf gets back up, growling fiercely at our guy. The girls warn him that the monster is back up, but he already noticed. Smoke rises from the creature's body, showing that the magic only injured it slightly. The werewolf turns around and runs away, so Ludger goes after it right away. He tells the two girls to get out of the area and head to safety. Ludger chases the scared werewolf at full speed. The monster climbs up the walls and makes it to the rooftops of the academy. Ludger uses his grappling hook again to pull himself up after the beast. Lin watches the way Ludger moves across the roofs, realizing that he is using a levitation spell. The two of them stand near the towers on top of the roof, ready to fight. They move fast from roof to roof in a zigzag pattern, trading strikes at the exact same time. The two girls are out stopping while jumping between buildings, slowly moving down toward the ground. The werewolf charges furiously toward Ludger. It swings its claws at him and comes dangerously close, but Ludger dodges and counters instantly with a quick spell that hits the beast directly. Right after that, he leaps over the stunned monster. While still in the air, he prepares another spell that glows blue. The two students watch in surprise as they see how a real mage fights in actual combat. The angry werewolf tries to hit him again with a fast charge and a heavy swipe. Before the attack lands, Ludger readies another spell with his staff. A blast of blue energy shoots straight into the beast's chest, hitting it hard. The force makes it fall off the roof, but it digs its claws into the edge to save itself. As the monster tries to pull itself back up, Ludger casts another spell to finish it off. A magic circle appears and fires two energy bolts that hit the beast and send it falling off the building. Ludger watches from above as the monster slides down and plummets toward the ground. He starts to feel tired and realizes that burning through this much mana is a bad idea. The issue is that he cannot fight without magic while the students are watching him. He wants to end this battle fast, but he gets surprised when he sees the beast is still moving down below. The creature grabs a loose piece of concrete from the roof and throws it right at Ludger, giving him almost no time to react. He uses his instincts to summon a shield, blocking the flying debris just in time. Ludger finds it shocking that the werewolf is smart enough to use objects as weapons in battle. The monster jumps and slams into the ground with massive force. It misses Ludger completely and only breaks the stone floor, leaving him untouched. Even so, he is amazed that the creature is using the surrounding area to fight. A monster created from a wolf should not have human-level intelligence, making Ludger question if these creatures are really werewolves at all. Meanwhile, Aiden and Leo are shouting for Tessie inside the forest near the academy. Leo thinks about giving up, guessing they will not find her and that she will probably find her own way back anyway. Aiden argues that they're also responsible since they agreed to her idea. Leo asks if he thinks Tessie is searching for the werewolf too. Aiden isn't sure about the others, but he feels Tessie would do exactly that. Leo decides they'll look for her for another 30 minutes, and if they don't find her, they'll head back. Right as he says this, both of them hear a loud scream echoing through the area. They recognize it as Tessie's voice right away and start running toward the sound. They race at high speed through the forest surrounding Saren Academy. Then, Aiden notices something strange in a bush, and for some reason, he suddenly collapses to the ground. Leo rushes to his friend who seems to be suffering from a strong headache. That's when they find Tessie, who also fell after bumping directly into Aiden, and she asks why he's there. Aiden explains that he heard her scream, but she insists that she never screamed. They stop to listen more carefully, and Tessie tells them to stay quiet and follow her. The three students move stealthily toward a bush to see where the sound came from. There, hidden in a pile of leaves, they spot a small werewolf pup. Tessie proudly says that she won the bet, but Leo argues that she only found the creature, not captured it. Before she can reach for it, Aiden points out that it's an injured pup hiding in an isolated spot. He notes that such a small pup wouldn't be able to do everything that happened, especially while wounded. Tessie asks if he thinks there's another werewolf in the area, but Aiden isn't sure, though he notices someone has been taking care of the pup. Then our guy spots something shiny in the pup's fur. It looks like a chain, and as the two look at the pup's neck, a large werewolf appears behind them. Hot air comes out of the monster's mouth as it drools and shows its fangs. Leo senses the creature's presence right away, and startled, calls out to Aiden. Right as the werewolf is about to attack Aiden, Leo pushes him aside and takes his place. Leo gets hit by the beast's blow, sending him flying from the impact. Tessie takes a closer look and realizes that it's a real werewolf. Tessie grabs her wand and says she'll take down the beast to bring back her family honor. However, she gets distracted, and the monster swings its claws at her, so Aiden jumps in to save her. She's surprised to see Aiden grab her and push her away from the beast's strike. Injured, Leo shouts for his friend Aiden, while Aiden asks if Tessie is okay, and Tessie asks why he helped her. Aiden replies that he couldn't just stand by and watch his friend in danger. Meanwhile, the werewolf stays wild and dangerous, ready to get rid of the young students. Aiden points out that the monster is acting like this to protect its hurt cub. He asks if he's wrong, but Tessie says the werewolf won't understand his words. Even so, Aiden repeats that he will not harm the werewolf cub. The monster stops in place instead of lunging at them, becoming less aggressive. While the beast stays still, Aiden explains that it only attacked before to protect its cub, but his companions disagree with him. Our guy asks them to trust him this time. He steps forward, gesturing to the beast and reassuring it that everything is fine and he won't hurt it. Speaking about the young werewolf, Aiden offers a remedy to ease its pain. The werewolf seems to understand and gently reaches out its hand to take the vial. But before it can take it, a spell suddenly strikes the werewolf, injuring it without mercy. The magic expands, binding its arms and turning into a prison that restrains the creature. Ludger appears and demands to know what the three students are doing there while the werewolf remains trapped. Tessie panics and screams when she sees Professor Ludger, who tells them they will explain themselves later. But Aiden steps forward and asks Professor Ludger Chelsea to wait a moment. Understanding that the werewolf understands human speech, he begs him to reconsider before killing it. Ludger asks what nonsense our boy is talking about at a time like this. Aiden suggests the werewolf might actually be human, but before he can finish his sentence, Ludger gives him a disapproving look and shoves him aside. Pushing him away, Ludger's dark expression terrifies our guy. With his staff, Ludger conjures a fire spell to attack the werewolf. As the flames engulf the creature, Ludger stands still with his back turned to Aiden. Ludger says he will hold the boy accountable for his reckless actions, while Aiden stares at the flames in fear. Then he orders the students to return to their dorms as dawn approaches. The three feel terrible for being the only ones caught by Professor Ludger. Tessie notices Aiden lost in thought, with clear sadness in his eyes. Finally, the headmistress enters the room and asks if they have been waiting too long. Startled, the three students are shocked to see the headmistress of Sorrent. They know her presence means this won't be an ordinary punishment. When asked what they think about her presence, they mention it won't just be a penalty point. Ludger confirms this, saying they should already know their actions yesterday were reckless. He adds that if things had gone slightly wrong, one of them could have been killed. The headmistress tells them they don't need to feel like the world has ended, asking Ludger to ease up on them. But one of the students protests, telling the headmistress. Even though the headmistress points out that the situation ended well, Aiden thoroughly explains everything that happened, saying this isn't something they can simply forget. She then asks Aiden if he jumped in to save Tessie, which makes him feel embarrassed. For their reckless actions, the headmistress gives the trio 10 penalty points. However, she also grants them 20 merit points for taking action in a moment of desperation, leaving the three of them shocked and overjoyed. The headmistress asks Ludger if he has any complaints, and when he agrees with her decision, she tells the students to keep putting in the same effort. The students thank the headmistress for her words. Aiden watches Ludger warily without saying anything, wondering if the professor is satisfied now. The headmistress hadn't expected Ludger to want her to talk to the students, but he explains it wouldn't look good for his image if people found out he asked for it. She understands and asks if there was anything strange about the werewolf, but Ludger says he doesn't remember anything unusual. She states there is nothing more they can do, and thanks Ludger for making sure there were no fatalities, adding that she looks forward to his future performance. Later, Ludger is alone in his office reflecting, and he recalls seeing the werewolf cub. He remembers that its body was actually human and had not fully transformed into a beast. The lunatics who created these cryptids didn't use wolves as their base. They captured humans and turned them into beastly werewolves. However, Ludger doesn't regret eliminating them, since he would have been in danger if he hadn't. Besides, those creatures harmed people, and that fact doesn't change. That's why they ended up dead. Even so, the image of the cub trying to save its father continues to haunt Ludger. Our guy pulls a magical communication orb from his coat and calls his friend Hans, telling him he has a request. Meanwhile, the classmates discuss their merit points. Tessie asks if Leo's arm is getting better, and he says it will heal in a few days. Seeing Aiden's strange expression, the girl asks if something is bothering him. Aiden denies it at first, but then he brings up the strange collar that was around the cub's neck the day before. Tessie shouts in surprise at the news, prompting Leo to ask her to lower her voice. That's why Aiden tried to stop the professor, realizing there was a possibility the creatures were artificially created. Leo recalls bizarre rumors about strange people hiding in Saren, and while he isn't sure if they're true, he agrees it really is strange for a werewolf to wear a collar. The students talk about Ludger and the odd look he gave Aiden the previous night. Aiden insists that Professor Ludger definitely saw something back then. Tessie asks if he's hiding something, and Leo says the professor must know something. Still, Leo prefers to believe it's just his imagination, thinking a professor at Saren wouldn't hide something like that. Even so, Leo doesn't rule out the possibility that Ludger is part of the secret organization from the rumors. Tessie tells Aiden he's overthinking and reminds them of what the headmistress said. She points out that Ludger gave the headmistress all the details, so there would be no reason for her to say that if he were suspicious. Even though she pretends otherwise, Tessie believes Ludger truly looked after them and helped them. And yet, both Leo and Aiden are still suspicious of Professor Ludger. Aiden agrees with Tessie that they shouldn't worry about it now, saying he's hungry and inviting his friends to get food. When he invites Tessie to join them for lunch, he gets surprised by her reaction. She says eating together is what friends do, and when Aiden agrees they're friends, she turns red. Excited, she agrees to eat with them, and Aiden gets excited as well. Meanwhile, Hans asks if Ludger checked the materials he sent, and our guy confirms that he did. The material covers missing people from Leifulvik and the spots where certain groups gather. Several important figures were seen near an abandoned factory, so Hans suspects that's the place. He found out workers disappeared outside the city, and Ludger asks if a family of 3 was among them. Hans confirms the whole family vanished, so Ludger decides to go investigate the area. When night falls outside the city in the industrial district, 2 men complain about being bored and wonder how much longer they have to stay there. They question how people managed to escape and who was in charge back then. One explains that the kidnapped boy wasn't sedated properly and thrashed around when they tried to give him more drugs. They didn't expect his parents to react after seeing it, though one man wonders if parents even care once turned into werewolves. The other confirms they still do, which is why the parents ran away and attacked people. They conclude that all their trouble is entirely the boy's fault. Suddenly the 2 men hear footsteps coming from the tunnel. They look at each other and reach for their weapons. Before they can do anything, someone takes them down instantly. They drop dead to the floor and heavy footsteps echo through the sewer as Ludger steps out. He's dressed in dark clothes, hiding his face behind a hood and a mask. Before heading out, Hans talked to Ludger about his outfit. Hans asked if he was going alone and offered to help take out a couple of enemies, but Ludger insisted on going by himself. Even after Hans warned him that 40 armed men were preparing to leave, including 2 mages. Hans then pointed out a sewer grate where Ludger could enter unseen. Before leaving, Ludger asked Hans about the family they discussed earlier, specifically asking about the age of the couple's young son. Hans told him that the boy is 7 years old. Ludger feels deeply guilty about what he has done. Returning to his mission at the Black Dawn Society base, he advances further into the area. Along the way he encounters more people and the sounds that follow make it clear he takes them down. Through a long dark corridor, Ludger leaves behind a trail of bodies. Suddenly a bee flies out from one of the bodies, observing the scene in an unsettling way. Several workers from the organization carry crates back and forth. 2 men notice someone has infiltrated the base and assume he is from the security department. Observing through the bee, one of them states that the infiltrator does not seem to be from security. They decide this is actually a good thing, as no one will care if they eliminate this person. Meanwhile, other men yell to open fire on the infiltrator and they begin shooting their weapons. However, a magical barrier protects Ludger, leaving the henchmen in shock. Realizing he is a mage, they quickly order the firearms to be put away and for swords to be drawn. Ludger pulls out his own weapon and the men scoff, saying that inside the silence zone, his gun will be useless. Before they can even think about reacting, Ludger has already eliminated one of the henchmen. It turns out the shot he fired was imbued with magic, allowing it to work despite the zone effect. The remaining subordinates notice that his bullets are infused with mana. Fearing for their lives, they try to flee, until an armored man carrying a massive weapon steps forward to intervene. The armored man declares that if Ludger takes a hit from his high-tech weapon, which looks like a bazooka, he will be finished. Laughing, the armored man fires a laser blast from his weapon at Ludger. However, he is left in complete shock when he sees the mage blocking the attack with a spell. He notices that the spell possesses metallic properties combined with alchemy. Realizing that his high-voltage current will work due to the metallic nature of the spell, he prepares to strike again. Suddenly, a mana-infused shot from Ludger gun is fired, hitting the energy tube on the man back. In shock, the armored man watches as the energy surges through the tube and spreads, causing immense pain to the surrounding henchmen. With a single spell, Ludger has already taken down nearly 10 people at once. Looking upward, Ludger senses something strange and quickly shoots at the ceiling, taking down the bee. He realizes he was being watched by an insect, confirming his suspicion that he was under surveillance. Ludger wonders if this is the work of the infamous siblings from the underworld who specialize in insect espionage. He debates whether he should eliminate all the insects first. Suddenly, he stomps the ground, releasing waves of magic that spread out and reached the airborne bees. Upon being hit by these invisible waves, the bees are instantly eliminated, falling lifelessly to the ground. The insect handler, who had been observing through them, realizes he has lost his connection to his spies. Before the insects were destroyed, he detected sound waves and vibrations that had wiped them out. He figures out Ludger's magic uses metal and wind, making him a major threat. Because small flying insects are weak against wind, he decides to release a much larger one instead. He tells a bald man named Varen to get ready, and Varen gets himself prepared. Everyone braces for impact because the intruder should break through the door at any second. Just as they wait for his arrival, the lights suddenly turn off. The two men suspect the invader cut the power just to play around with them. The blond man gets nervous when Varen stays silent and calls out his name, only to see Varen's body standing still without a head. The bald man's head is lying on the floor, and his friend panics as soon as he sees it. He panics because the intruder snuck inside right after the power cut, so he decides to attack before he gets taken out, too. At that moment, a giant centipede insect comes out from his sleeve and leaps off his arm. The criminal notices the hooded, masked intruder standing quietly right behind him. Our guy readies a strike with his cane, aiming right at the criminal. The man wonders why a mage is fighting up close and tries to back away to safety. That's when Ludger casts a spell. The blond man realizes Ludger is creating floating flames and freezes up. He gets even more terrified when he sees how fast the spell was summoned. Before he can move, the spell goes off and sends fire rushing toward him as he screams. The flames hit his body, and the force sends him flying back. The henchmen watch in shock as the intruder breaks in and attacks their boss. The boss groans in pain on the ground and demands to know who the invader is, while Ludger pulls out a weapon and aims it at him. A gunshot rings out through the room, shocking the henchmen even more as they wonder how he took down the insect brothers so easily. When Ludger turns his gaze toward them, his cold eyes fill every single one of them with terror. Suddenly, an unexpected attack moves straight toward Ludger, who spots it just in time to jump back. A massive insect leg slices right through the air where he just stood, and he notices it coming straight from Varen's fallen body. Even without a head, the body moves with a mutated giant insect arm and speaks. A mouth opens on the palm of Varen's hand, complaining about the pain. It expresses surprise at getting ambushed and wiped out so quickly. Ludger asks if it is an insect creature, seeing how it still talks without the top half of its body. The creature boasts that its body is beyond human limits, and something starts bursting from its stomach. A loud noise echoes through the room as a giant shadow takes shape right before Ludger, putting him on guard. A massive green leg slams firmly onto the ground. A giant insect-like creature emerges in front of Ludger with deadly intent, saying it does not mourn the death of its younger brother. All the subordinates scream in terror and try to run away as fast as they can. The massive insect starts attacking wildly, sending some of the henchmen flying with its strikes. It attacks without stopping while Ludger dodges, asking if the monster cares about its own subordinates at all. Ludger immediately draws his magic gun and starts shooting at the beast, but the bullets barely affect the insect's tough shell. The monstrous insect swings its giant leg in a heavy strike to counter him. Ludger dodges backward and quickly starts casting another spell. As he conjures flickering flames, the massive centipede monster quickly jumps to the side. Ludger is surprised that it managed to dodge despite its giant body. The creature immediately tries to grab him with its claws and catches him. Trapped in its grip, Ludger casts another spell to break free. This time, he hits the giant centipede directly with flickering flames. Still, when the smoke clears, its hard face and sharp fangs are completely fine. Ludger can't believe the monster took no damage from a point-blank attack. Then, the creature throws our guy far away. It tells him that he will need at least a level 4 spell if he wants to burn it. The beast roars loudly and swings its legs, smashing the spot where Lugger was standing. But when its claw smashes into the wall, it notices that Lugger has vanished, leaving behind only a hole in the wall. The winged insect searches the area, unable to believe he just disappeared. Then, it realizes that Ludger is hidden right above it, clinging to the ceiling so it hits a pillar to knock him down. The column connected to the ceiling cracks and falls in front of the monster, but Ludger quickly dodges behind it. The monster mentions that the young mage is fast, just like its own winged insects. Ludger realizes that weapons and third-tier spells won't work, and he knows the creature won't give him enough time to cast a fourth-tier spell. With a serious look, Ludger says he didn't want to resort to this. The beast senses something strange, and Ludger says there is no other choice as he begins to cast a spell. Meanwhile, outside, Hans shivers in the cold, wishing he brought a coat. He figures the fight should be over by now, thinking it must be tough to fight two dark mages. Hans notices a blinding light coming from inside. A massive flash of light and a burst of energy blow out from the building. Seeing the entire place in flames, Hans realizes that Ludger used his last resort, true magic. Hans views any powerful spell as true magic, and wonders what kind of spell this one was. Ludger comes back, and Hans asks what happened. Ludger tells him he took care of everything, including the test subjects. Hans asks if there was a way to bring them back, but Ludger says there was no way. That is why he eliminated them. They confirm the drug transforms people, and Hans suspects someone is sponsoring the operation. Ludger tells Hans to relax, because he already figured out who is behind the experiment. Hans cannot believe Ludger already knows the mastermind behind it all. Knowing he cannot stop his friend, Hans gives up and heads to the hideout first. Ludger stays behind alone as the factory burns to ashes. Meanwhile, at a lavish dinner in another location, a nobleman throws a plate at a servant. He curses at his maid and tells her she is not worthy of eating his food. The elderly nobleman berates all his maids for being poor. Frustrated, he stands up from the table and complains about his incompetent staff. He thinks about the money spent on the test subjects who were not properly managed. He doesn't know who was at fault, but he hopes someone took care of them. Either way, the results of the experiment are close, and he will soon have them in his hands. His goal is for the drug to restore his body to its peak physical condition. He wants to get his youth back and become stronger than ever. The substance will bring back the youth he sacrificed to build his fortune. Out on the old man's balcony, a masked lugger calls out to Belfort Rixon. The noble demands to know who he is, only to be thrown to the ground and pinned down immediately. The old man screams loudly, calling for his guards. Ludger tells him they aren't coming, since he already set up a sound barrier over the room. Ludger says he has a question for Belfort. He brings up the 7-year-old child who was turned into a monster along with his parents. The child even smiled at the person eliminating them, as if grateful. Ludger asks Belfort how he thinks that person felt in that moment. Still pinned to the floor, the old man chuckles, realizing Ludger was the one who eliminated the test subjects. Belfort claims there must be a misunderstanding and suggests they talk it out. He tells Ludger not to worry about eliminating them, calling the test subjects trash that no one cared about. He insists he gave miserable people a second chance to help humanity evolve, asking if that isn't a noble sacrifice. Ludger tells him to forget it, saying that answer was more than enough, and injects the serum straight into the old man. Belfort screams in shock, terrified of what is about to happen to him. Since Belfort's response was enough, Ludger doesn't even bother getting angry. Furious, the old man demands to know what Ludger did to him. Ludger explains that, according to the records, even a small dose of the serum turns humans into werewolves. He wondered what would happen if someone drank a whole bottle. Instantly, the man on the floor starts screaming. He transforms into a giant hairy creature with fangs and claws. The masked man says since the guy would never understand the pain the protagonist felt, he'll make him suffer the same way. Loud noises echo through the place. People hear the sound coming from Lord Belfort's room and run there. The men in suits throw the door open, face the monster, and demand to know where the creature came from. They decide to defeat it quickly using spells from their wands. They order anyone without magic to search for Belfort. Without realizing the monster is Belfort himself, the group blasts the creature with flames. They boost their firepower when they see it's still alive. Outside, a man wonders what all that noise is. He grabs some tools and hides the rest of the stuff. He asks if the place is a secret hideout and suggests taking a look around. Then, the man in the black cloak tells him not to worry. He says he'll return with the best identity to operate in the underworld. His friend tells Hyun to get some rest. The protagonist walks through the streets, watching the city and clenching his fists as he looks at the horizon. No one believes the wealthy Lord Rixon got eaten by a monster. When the guards arrived, they only found the beast. It was so tough that the local mages spent a whole hour burning it to defeat it, which started rumors of dark magic. After that, journalists are shocked when people in bright clothes arrive. It's the security department and the Nightcrawler Order of Knights, led by Commander and Border Guardian Terina Lionhall. Their presence means trouble, and reporters scramble for inside info on the investigation. Terina orders the gates opened. The guard says entry is forbidden, but he ends up obeying and letting them in. Terina and her vassals enter the mansion, where Inspector Tebrin greets her. She thanks him for his work and demands the gathered evidence. Since the security department is in charge now, Tebrin agrees right away. They carefully analyze the crime scene. The assistant, Enya, apologizes to the veteran, Lloyd, for forgetting honorifics. She argues they don't need to be formal when no one's watching. Lloyd fires back that they must keep the Nightcrawler's honor intact at all times. Terina steps in and says Lloyd only needs to be formal around outsiders. She reminds them their focus is investigating the charred body and rumors of Belfort's involvement with cryptids and dark magic. Lloyd agrees that witness accounts of the monster swallowing Rixon make sense, while Enya looks at the creature's charred body. They decide to check the inside of the room. Terina lifts a painting when she notices the wallpaper around it isn't stained. The group finds an empty secret compartment. It's the perfect size and location to hide the businessmen's dirty money. The dust-free floor proves a safe was there until last night. This links the sudden death to the monster's appearance and the missing safe. This is too complicated to be a coincidence. Someone's behind the murder and left no traces. Terina wonders who could pull this off. She thinks of the man in a hat and cloak, knowing he's Arsène Lupin, but she keeps the theory to herself. Then, she asks Lloyd if anything else strange happened in Leatherbelk. The veteran confirms an abandoned factory burned down around the same time Belfort died. Terina claims there's something hidden there and leads the group to the location. Meanwhile, the protagonist wakes up in his room with a headache. It's a side effect of magic that consumes too much mana. Since he loses energy just by breathing, he'd be in big trouble without the pills he made. He decides he doesn't need to worry about the werewolf business anymore. He already burned everything to ashes. Still, he knows evidence remains since he didn't deal with Aiden. The way the boy tried to stop him from handling the monster until the very end seemed weird, especially since he was the closest person when the fire consumed everything. If Aiden saw something, he'll have to be dealt with, since there's no guarantee the student will keep quiet about the incident. The protagonist considers eliminating the boy, but then decides it's fine when he remembers him standing in front of the werewolf, saying he wouldn't hurt the creature. Confused by that scene, he figures that eliminating a special student watched by the principal would be too risky and draw too much suspicion. After that, he decides to rest and focus on recovery, resolving to better analyze the coincidence about the man who claimed to have learned magic from a wanderer. The special team arrives at the factory and notices the place is completely burned down, making the search difficult. Terina suspects that black mages and lycanthropes were working as researchers in the facility, which was still in use, and started the fire to hide the evidence. With so many things happening at the same time as Belfort's death, she rules out coincidence and wants to find out who else knew about the existence of that place. She asks Lloyd about other recent cases, and he mentions a werewolf that caused chaos at Soren Academy after breaking in through the sewers. The veteran reports that the creature injured 3 students before being defeated by a professor, pointing out that the beast's body was completely turned to ashes. Hearing this in front of the charred factory, Terina rejects Lloyd's suggestion to head to the school immediately, preferring to focus on gathering evidence at the current scene. Linking the 2 cases just because of fire would be hasty, but she keeps the possibility in mind to eliminate any threat to the Empire, fulfilling the purpose of the Nightcrawlers. At the same time, there is a discussion about Ludger eliminating the werewolf because of his past in the army hunting these creatures. Next, at Soren Academy, a girl arrives at the classroom and can't find a place to sit, as the students in the middle seats won't make room for her. The students avoid line after the incident, leaving only one free seat next to Ellendale. Her Highness greets her, asking how she has been, and the girl replies, well aware of the gossip that will start from a commoner sitting there. Line takes her seat, remembering the previous night when both of them saw the professor hunting werewolves, wondering if he would be okay since he is respectable and strong. Before that, Ellendale questions her classmates' lateness, asking if no one woke her up and suggesting they scold the librarian. Line takes the blame for oversleeping, while her Highness explains she was helping students return to the dormitory. Ellendale asks to be called Sunby, pointing out that everyone is equal at Soren. Line can't relax, shocked to receive personal help from her Highness so casually. At that moment, Ludger arrives to start the class. The professor introduces the elemental property conjuration specialization, the most important and popular among the 4 major fields of magic, promising to teach the basic concepts and a new method. The blue-haired girl asks what this new method is, and Ludger states that the technique allows them to increase the power of the element by 20 to 80%. The students are skeptical of the claim. He asks Anthony which properties he can use, and Anthony replies, water, ice, and sometimes plants. Asking him to materialize his most trusted element, the boy creates an ice cube. The professor evaluates the result as mediocre and insignificant, making the student sad. Next, Ludger asks the class to watch and quickly condenses a large ball of ice into a perfect snowflake shape. The students wonder if the demonstration used the same amount of mana because of the different efficiency. Noting the class's interest, Ludger decides to explain the basic theory, capturing Flora's attention. He explains that the specializations have a long history as the foundation of all magic, comparing the simplicity of the 4 fundamental elements with the more than 10 that exist today. The professor offers 5 points to anyone who can explain the development of magic using fire as an example. The answers about lighting up the dark and clearing space in the forests are rejected by him, and he also dismisses the idea of freeing humans from the fear of darkness. Flora raises her hand and answers that the goal was to burn people to ashes, and Ludger confirms it. He explains that burning, drowning, cutting, and causing tremors and wars were the main reasons for the advancement of these skills. The use of attributes varies according to human behavior, representing survival in the cold and practical uses like moving wheels and providing light. With this in mind, the class begins the practical part to create their own elemental spheres. Ludger tells the students to focus on the flow of mana, thinking it's impossible for second-year students to be this inexperienced. He guides Irina to think of sprouting buds because her plant magic looks like dead leaves. Next, he looks at Aiden and notices he isn't materializing anything, making his friend ask what's going on. The professor stops in front of the boy, internally questioning the reasons for that lack of result, ruling out grudges or any lingering effects from the werewolf incident. When asked about his elemental affinity, Aiden confesses he can't express it. Ludger thinks it's unacceptable for a special student at Soren to fail at the basics, but decides not to leave him behind. Knowing that the boy has mastered fire, water, and wind, the professor decides to teach him how to use the flame attribute. The professor instructs Aiden to concentrate his magic and convert it into elemental power, imagining the characteristics of fire through his senses. The boy focuses on trying to use his 5 senses, remembering the glow, sound, and shape of a flame from a clay jar 8 years ago. He recalls a snowy day, the smell of firewood and stew, his sisters crying, and his father smiling as he came home. With the memory of the cold piercing through his old clothes and the warmth of the fireplace, Aiden manifests flames in his hand. He celebrates his success based on his memories. The professor praises the perfect execution, noting that it's a warm flame instead of a destructive one, representing the student's personal experience and magical essence. Aiden's friend suggests he never forget that feeling. Ludger states that this is the method he teaches, using intense memories and emotions, since even children understand the basic concepts of hot and cold. The students notice the effectiveness of the technique, but Flora refuses to cast along with the class because she already knows the theory. She sees no advantage in the method and finds the special effort dedicated to Aiden strange. Determined to be praised for an absurd manifestation, the girl performs a magic overlap, creating an ice crystal with a wind vortex. The energy takes on a dangerous and unexpected shape, prompting her friend to warn her about the risk. Realizing the spell is about to explode, Flora tells everyone to run and closes her eyes. Ludger steps in, slamming his hand over the destructive magic and instructing the student not to lose control. Together, they suppress the wild energy until it stabilizes. He demands she stay focused so she doesn't lose her progress. Flora agrees to go all the way and keep manipulating her overlapping energy. Flora looks around and sees everyone watching her with envy and jealousy, but what she really hates is how much the professor reminds her of her father, who always looked down on her. Getting a 5-point penalty and going through this humiliation brings back an old feeling of defeat. Illumos never forgets a grudge, so she promises herself she'll defeat the professor with her own skills one day. The sphere's color goes back to normal, and the magic finally stabilizes in her hands. Ludger scolds her, saying that failing a new spell is fine, but putting other people's lives in danger is irresponsible. Flora apologizes. The professor points out that she's still too inexperienced to fuse opposite elements, but she argues back that she pulled it off perfectly. In silence, Ludger shows her by fusing fire and ice in his own hands, creating something way more stable than her spell. He explains that there's a huge difference between their spells and that Flora's fusion just took the shape of frozen flames, which is only good for show. Her friend feels bad that she got rejected like that. Ludger dispels his magic, filling the room with a bright light as snowflakes start to fall. By combining the expansion of fire with the coldness of ice, the professor shows a perfect spell to put out flames. It's much more useful, and it completely defeats her. The hero explains he isn't criticizing Flora's lack of skill, admitting she's the most talented mage of her age he's ever met. His criticism is about the usefulness of her magic. Even though he has no right to interfere with her goals, he puts his hand on her shoulder and tells her to find a different way to express herself for her own good. While Flora questions her own usefulness, the professor tells everyone to go back to their seats. Ludger walks down the bleachers. Flora realizes he wasn't trying to make fun of her, showing a kind of care that even her father never did. She almost faints from using too much mana, but her friend catches her. Having used up even more power, the professor grashes his teeth in pain and dizziness, glad he took a pill before class. He admits the fusion she tried to do is incredibly hard, and remembers when his own master humiliated him in the past, hoping Flora gets over this quickly. Class ends, proving the principal's point that the golden generation of freshmen is exceptionally talented. Right after, something catches Ludger's eye as he sees Renee casting a wind spell. Renee's elemental attribute doesn't show up, and the element itself doesn't even exist. Ludger ends the class, telling everyone their homework is to review everything they learned. Then, the professor asks Renee to come to his office. Renee thinks she's in trouble, but she obeys and follows him. In the office, Ludger tells her to wait a moment. She starts thinking he's going to question her or maybe expel her from his class. She believes she can't keep studying under him since she can't use elemental attributes, but she doesn't want to drop the course. When she sees the professor looking at a piece of paper, Renee thinks it's a transfer form. She starts apologizing, promising to do her best so she can keep attending his classes. Ludger asks what she's talking about and hands her a book, telling her to study from it from now on. The book is about the fundamentals of non-elemental mana, a completely new path for her. The professor says he got the book from an acquaintance and that the content is that person's life work. Renee realizes there was someone else with non-elemental mana, but Ludger tells her that friend is no longer in this world. Hearing this, she wonders why she can't learn elemental magic and regrets not mastering an element. Ludger asks Renee if she thinks someone who can only use one element has no talent. He explains that such a person has infinite talent to master and manifest that element, even interfering with natural phenomena when they reach the peak of their power. The student understands the weight of this practice and asks how non-elemental magic works. The professor answers that it's still unknown if the power of these mages is the absence of properties, reminding her that the 10th element, metal, was treated as earth for a long time. He tells the girl not to worry, since the world of magic is constantly changing, and advises her to read the book. After that, Ludger reflects that non-elemental magic is incredible, but he didn't expect to find such judgment from someone who can differentiate between good and evil. Since everything is very new, he isn't sure about anything, but he can't believe the book written by that person ended up in Renee's hands. He wonders if things were always destined to be this way. A new day begins at the academy. Aiden manifests magic in the form of a spiral in light, realizing that the method taught by the professor is very useful. He remembers Ludger's sincerity about magic, concluding it was useless to doubt him and that there's nothing wrong with liking the subject. Next, Aiden notices a group gathered at the academy and wonders who the black-haired man surrounded by several noble students is, as he seems to be someone important. When Aiden gets closer, the blonde noble named Jevon claims that hanging out with someone who can't perform a single element is pathetic. A blue-haired boy named Leo starts insulting the noble, but Aiden tells his friend to calm down and tries to resolve the situation. Aiden apologizes to Jevon, stating he didn't mean to offend him, and proposes they ignore what happened. Jevon replies that, before doing that, the boy needs to get on his knees. A red-haired girl tells the noble to have some shame, but Jevon calls her a fallen noble and says she lacks the manners to intervene. Aiden warns Jevon that he can be insulted as much as Jevon wants, but he'll never forgive him if he messes with his friends. The noble replies that nothing will happen if he loses Aiden's forgiveness, demanding to see what his opponent can do by calling for a magic duel. Leo and the girl try to stop it, but Aiden accepts the challenge. He states that if he wins, Jevon must apologize to his friends. The noble agrees, though he doubts his opponent can win. Professor Ludger arrives and asks what the students are doing. The teacher notices that the boy is involved in another mess, and orders them to explain what's going on. Jevon reports that he formally requested a magic duel, and the opponent accepted. Ludger comments that duels between first-year students aren't appropriate, and wonders why they're acting this way. He spots the black-haired boy trying to show off behind the group, and wonders about the reason for that look directed at him. The professor decides not to punish them for something that hasn't happened yet, and orders them to return to their dorms. Just then, Professor Chris, who has blue hair, appears and tells him to leave the boys alone. Chris accuses Ludger of abusing his authority, claiming that teachers don't have the right to stop voluntary duels. Ludger doesn't know what his colleague is planning, but argues they can't ignore the risk of students getting hurt. Chris suggests that, if there's so much concern, the two professors should supervise the duel. Ludger asks Jevon and Aiden for their opinion, and they confirm they don't mind, and ask them to watch the match. With the students' agreement, they decide to go with Chris's suggestion. Next, the blue-haired professor proposes a bet to Ludger, claiming it would be ridiculous to force something on a duel with such a clear outcome. Chris says he'll bet on Jevon for Leo's victory, since he's a very talented mage, and assumes his colleague will make the same choice, which would ruin the bet. He asks what Ludger's bet will be, noticing how easily the challenge was accepted. The professor replies that there won't be any problems with the conditions, since he was already planning to bet on Aiden from the start. Chris laughs, and Ludger asks what he wants to bet. The blue-haired professor suggests betting their magic study materials, since they both teach sorcery. Ludger asks if they really teach the same subject, and Chris takes offense. He says he can't let such an insult slide. However, Ludger genuinely didn't know they shared the same type of class. Then, Ludger agrees to the bet, and sets the duel for 3 days from now, which Chris thinks is fair. Aiden apologizes to Ludger for causing this situation, and the professor tells him to focus on a strategy to win. He explains that even though Jevon comes from a different family, it's too early to declare defeat, because a duel always has variables. Aiden asks what those variables are, and Ludger says the student already has them to use at key moments. Aiden thinks he can win if he uses that, but he quickly remembers a strange man he met. So, he tells the professor he wants to win, using only his own skills. The statement surprises Ludger, and Aiden begs to learn the professor's tactics. In the student's past, a girl asked him not to use what she taught him carelessly. Back then, holding a wooden sword, he heard that he would get involved in something important and dangerous in the future. Also, since that was her source of income, he couldn't let her starve. The boy agreed, and she explained that he shouldn't hesitate when he really needed magic. She advised him to follow his own heart when the time came to make a final decision in life. In the present, Ludger tries to understand what the student just said. The professor accepted the bet relying on the boy's unusual magic, but Aiden wants to win using his own strength instead of that special magic. Seeing a good chance to test the young man's skills, Ludger agrees and says he'll teach him how to get the upper hand in a battle between mages. Aiden is warned that the training will be torturous with no guarantee of victory, but he decides to go ahead. They start training immediately. Ludger knows their opponents are already celebrating Jevon's victory, and he's eager to see what happens in the coming days. Later, Aiden arrives exhausted at his room after a heavy workout, unable to believe he has to repeat that for 2 more days. He wonders why the professor is so sure he'll win using his unusual magic, since it's unknown to others. The boy falls asleep wondering if the professor might know something he doesn't. Elsewhere, Chris believes Ludger is desperate to win. The blue-haired professor calls Jevon over and says he must know the reason for this talk. The noble student replies that it's to secure his victory against the commoner. Chris says that just winning isn't enough. They need to show the massive difference between an aristocrat and a commoner. To make sure of the result, he hands a mana potion to the student to drink before the battle. Jevon Failio mentions he'll be disqualified if he gets caught, since the potion is a special product of the Benamer family. Chris argues that the commoner will try anything to win, so they must respond in kind. The student agrees that the professor is right, and though it hurts his pride, he thinks it's better than losing to his opponent. Then, Chris says Jevon made the right decision. When the day of the duel arrives, the training ground and the stands are packed with students. They wonder if the aristocrats will win due to their advantage, but they acknowledge the strength of the rookie commoner, who was involved in the werewolf incident. Since Ludger trained Aiden and Chris supports the other side, the teachers end up compared because they teach the same subject. The blue-haired professor wants to crush Ludger's arrogance and defeat him in front of everyone. Soon after, the principal of Soren Academy arrives at the scene, greeting Chris and Ludger. She comments on the bet between the professors and asks for Ludger's guess, who confirms he bet on Aiden. The principal points out that student safety is the priority, and another female mage guarantees that a magic barrier will block the impact of the attacks. Aiden arrives wearing armor, and his friends encourage him to crush his opponent's arrogance. Meanwhile, the nobles demand that Jevon defend the pride of the aristocracy. The referee checks the conditions of the fight, and Aiden reminds Jevon to keep his promise. Jevon replies that he can only demand that if he wins. The referee questions the object in Aiden's sheath. Aiden explains it's his staff in the shape of a sword, and its use is allowed because it has no edge or sharp point. The referee explains that the first one to have their protective magic drained loses and starts the battle. Aiden quickly casts an ice spell through his staff, and Jevon responds at the same speed with fire. The commoner calculates that his opponent will use something with greater attack power. Jevon notices the elemental disadvantage, but thanks to the potion, he strengthens his fire and overcomes Aiden's spell. Aiden dodges to avoid taking damage. Seeing the attack hit the wall, the rookie realizes the absurd difference in strength. Jevon claims that the gap between them is massive and insults his opponent. Next, Aiden conjures a magic circle on the tip of his staff and fires a fire attack against the noble's spell. Leo notices his friend is slowly being pushed back. Aiden decides to apply Professor Ludger's teachings and rushes forward to close the distance, making Jevon think the commoner gave up on the magic fight. Professor Chris believes the magic duel is won, but he soon notices Aiden running toward the noble while creating a magic circle on his staff. He realizes the boy is using the mobile casting technique, questioning if Ludger taught him this in just 3 days. The professor is impressed that a commoner mastered this battle skill in such a short time. Javan knows it's hard to maintain focus and cast spells while running, so he finishes his own spell to try to disrupt his opponent. However, Aiden dodges, breaking the noble's magic without his own technique wavering. The commoner gets close and unleashes the attack from the tip of his staff, slamming Javan right in the forehead. The noble falls to his knees, and Aiden points the staff at his head, warning him that it's his turn now. Javan panics, begging his opponent to wait and letting out a terrified scream. The referee announces the victory, raising the commoner's arm as the crowd cheers and his friends celebrate the result of the training. The aristocrats are disappointed, calling the Baron a disgrace to the nobility for always following them around. Unable to accept defeat and with his ego bruised, Javan accuses his opponent of cheating to channel spells while moving, and launches a sneak attack while Aiden's back is turned. The crowd gets furious at this action and shouts for the boy to move out of the way. As he sees the fire approaching, Aiden remembers his master's words about following his heart. He uses his sword to slice the flames in half, protecting himself and the teacher. The ease with which he dissipates the attack surprises everyone, making Flora Lemos question how he managed to neutralize the magic. Ludger notes that his student used not only mobile casting, but also anti-magic, an unusual spell that erases other magic. Terrified, Javan barely has time to react before Aiden rushes at him and punches him in the face. The commoner knocks the noble out, calling him trash for attacking from behind instead of accepting defeat humbly. The scene of the defeat disgusts the nobles, and Freud and Wolfsburg comments that he never had any interest in the Baron, but he needs to keep an eye on Aiden since he proved to be far superior to a common aristocrat. Right after, Henry and she leave the place. Soon after, Freud crosses paths with the protagonist and tries to grab his attention, but turns his face away. Ludger goes back to talking with Chris, stating he already knew about his student's ability to use anti-magic. He points out that the teacher is responsible for the rookies and failed to analyze their personal data, even though anti-magic wasn't the deciding factor for the victory. Since the bet involved their academic research, Chris asks if Ludger wants anything else. Ludger says he doesn't want anything else, as he never wanted Chris's research. He states that stealing other people's results as payment for a bet isn't his style and leaves. Because of this insult, Chris Banamore feels looked down upon. In the hallway, Ludger runs into Sedina, who congratulates him on winning the bet. She mentions that he's going to attract Soren's spotlight for training the commoner. The professor considers this a good thing. After all, the principal suspects him and has been aware of the two of them for a long time. He believes he can't be removed from the suspect list easily, but gaining positive recognition with this event changes the situation bit by bit. Ludger asks Sedina to cooperate, explaining that meeting a student with no connection to him attracts suspicion, but a professor can approach an excellent student naturally. He asks her to do her best as a model student. Sedina accepts the first-order task and promises to fulfill it at all costs. The professor just asks her not to overdo it and not to die, but the girl replies she won't die even if she passes away, which makes him let the matter go. The recent event gave the impression that he was on the principal's side, so he warned the Black Dawn that he couldn't move carelessly. He understands he must create his own organization. At that moment, his communication globe rings, with Hans informing Ryung about the nearby areas and reporting he doesn't know the situation in the back alleys. Ludger decides it's the right time to use his power and warns he's on his way to see Hans, promising he'll settle things very quickly. Elsewhere, a red-haired man with a scar slams a mug on the table while drinking, stating he's not doing well at all. He comments that Belport should have delivered the investment money after the death, which caused the loss of the funds. The man explains he called the group there to find a new way to spend the money and do a large-scale expansion of the business, since the Black Rose people messed up their plans. A man in a black cloak arrives at the place, and the redhead repeatedly warns him that the bar is closed. Ludger recognizes the individual as Deturi, the leader of the Red Society, apologizes for the rudeness, and introduces himself as James Moriarty. Deturi doesn't recognize the name immediately, until he remembers it's the crime consultant who controlled the alleys of the Delica Kingdom years ago. He decides to test the theory, saying he's heard a lot about Professor Moriarty, but can't tell if his words are true. Ludger asks if the leader suspects him of being an imposter, and the redhead replies that he just appeared out of nowhere in a strange place. The protagonist recommends they lower the weapons pointed at him, warning that their tactics won't work. Even so, Deturi orders them to shoot the visitor's shoulders. When the gunmen prepare to pull the triggers, the revolvers don't work, because Ludger displays a silent fire gear magic cast without anyone seeing. Next, the bar door is smashed open by a giant werewolf, who enters and stands next to Ludger. The gang members ask if he's breeding werewolves, and if the latest incident was his doing. The creature just wants the situation explained first. Previously, Hans explained that the Black Alley is divided among 4 organizations, with the Red Society being the largest and responsible for all the dirty work. Ludger concludes that the target must be this main gang, disagreeing with the idea of starting from the bottom, since crushing the leader will make the others surrender faster. Hans warns that the timing isn't ideal, as they're gathered right after Belfort's death. With this information, Ludger understands there's a connection between Belfort, the Red Society, and the incidents around Rixen. The result of the Red Society doing the dirty work, and the big investor's death leaves everyone angry, making it the perfect time for an invasion. Hans warns that the gang's strength is similar to mercenaries or amateur knights. Ludger knows knights can be weak, but asks for Hans' help to create an intimidating atmosphere using a beast. Hans warns he'll run away if they start fighting, while his friend only asks him to set a good mood. The leader of the Red Society decides not to underestimate the invader. He expected magic, but not a werewolf servant, quickly assuming James is the true noble and apologizing for not recognizing him. The leader asks what kind of new business James plans to start in the city, and offers help. James states he doesn't like the gang's dirty work, and decrees that the Red Society will cease to exist starting today. The leader orders an attack on his servants and charges at James with a blade, but James uses his cane to strike him. The gang members grab their daggers, and Hans warns that the enemies aren't running away. James tells him they should get ready to run and slams his staff onto the floor. Dark magic takes over the entire bar, making the room completely dark, leaving the enemies unable to fight because they can't see a thing. James reveals a sharp sword hidden inside his cane. He uses Tier 3 dark magic, a fool's dream, combining darkness and a curse to weaken his opponent's minds. He begins eliminating the people in the bar. The leader demands they finish off the invader quickly, but his subordinates can't attack in the dark. James charges his blade with purple magic and unleashes a slash that lights up the room. The leader falls to the ground upon seeing James standing and all of his men defeated, wondering how he did that. Associated knights manage to pierce through James's magic with their auras and try to attack him. He keeps dodging the sword strikes until he drops a glass object onto the floor. Poison smoke spreads through the bar, making the enemies retreat, believing the mana in their bodies will protect them. From the middle of the smoke, daggers are thrown toward the knights. One of them deflects the weapons with his sword, but his blade shatters. The poison hits the knight's skin, leaving several holes since the substance works through direct contact, and the daggers only served as bait. The knight looks for the invader, who emerges from a shadow on the floor and drives his sword into the man. James pulls his sword out of the dead man's head, throwing the body to the ground. The last member of the Red Society asks if he's really Professor Moriarty, surprised by his combat skills. James replies, there's no reason to explain himself, as everyone there will be eliminated soon. The opponent lowers his guard and exposes his weaknesses, believing he can win. James decides to close the distance, rushing toward the knight at high speed with his sword in hand and throwing another vial of purple poison. The opponent claims it won't work and uses his sword to parry the glass. However, he realizes his weapon is stuck to the ground because of a sludge inside the vial. Right after, James pulls out a firearm and aims at his opponent. The knight lets go of his weapon to dodge the shot with his reflexes, but a sword made of darkness stabs him in the stomach. James' arm emerged from the enemy's shadow, cast on the ground, and pierced him, something the man never thought possible, since he believed magic had to be cast through the mage's physical body. Just like that, the protagonist defeats his opponent without even needing to use the firearm. The knight falls lifeless, and James keeps running until he stops right in front of the leader of the Red Society, warning him that they are going to finish their talk now. After that, the protagonist undoes his disguise while someone pours a drink into a glass. Hans asks how he can drink in that situation, since his nose became sensitive and he can't stand the smell of fluid. James explains that the leader of the organization isn't dead yet, because he plans to get all the information and hand him over to other organizations. Hans feels sure that James will take care of things and asks what he's drinking, finding out it's 38-year-old Gorgon. The helper decides he wants to have some of the alcoholic drink, too, and asks what they'll do about the other members of the Red Society. The protagonist replies that he'll choose a few who seem to be good people. Hans mentions there are documents and a secret ledger in the second-floor office to help, but he thinks it will be too much work for just the two of them. James replies that he already thought of that and knows plenty of people to help. Hans asks if he's serious, and the protagonist guarantees those people will come as soon as they finish another job, asking if his partner hates them that much. Hans confirms he hates them a lot, since there isn't a single sane person among the protagonist's acquaintances. Despite the complaints, they'll end up following the established plan. Hans remembers the headmistress's suspicions and asks how things are going. James claims he doesn't need to worry, since the mages won't risk following them without being sure of anything. Since the headmistress is being watched by the opposition, she won't do anything that could turn against her. Knowing the plan to take control of Leatherbelk, Hans comments that everything seems to be going well and asks what the name of the new secret organization will be and how many people they already have. The protagonist replies that there are about 10 people and suggests the name UN. Owen, explaining that the idea is to keep the group unknown to others. Hans likes the choice and the two decide to have one last drink, making a toast to the new organization they just created. After that, a woman approaches Professor Ludger and asks why he doesn't have an assistant. The protagonist, who is eating, gets thoughtful and replies that he hasn't felt the need yet. The woman comments that it must be hard to teach 80 students alone, and she's amazed when he says he doesn't find it that complicated. In reality, Ludger was working himself to death for nothing because he didn't know he could have assistants. He asks if Professor Selena has any helpers and she confirms she has 3 at the moment, even though she doesn't need that much help. Ludger notices Selena has few assistants compared to Benemer and starts getting an idea, imagining that professors usually have 10 helpers. The professors say he should get some, estimating that he'd need at least 5 assistants since things are too hard to do alone. Ludger thanks the professors and goes to his office to think about the assistants. He realizes these helpers get extra points and unlimited private lessons, and even new professors have at least 6 of them. Since some people prefer to research magic with tutors instead of graduating, the academy functions like a 21st century college. Deciding it would be good to have someone to handle minor tasks, he starts checking a list of names until a specific one catches his eye. He goes after a student and reaches the boys' room, but senses someone following him and orders them to step out from behind the door. His assistant in secret business appears and apologizes, explaining she saw him passing by and wanted to talk. Ludger decides to go easy on her, says it is fine, and asks if she has classes on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 10 to 12, which is his teaching schedule. The girl confirms she has free time on those days and asks if he wants to request something. Ludger finds the availability perfect and asks her to be his assistant. She accepts and asks what this means in practice, and he explains the position will let them get closer naturally without looking suspicious, since her name is on a list of good students. He asks her to bring the registration documents in 2 days, thinking that keeping her close will also help him gather information on the Black Dawn bit by bit. Just an hour later, she hands him the completed documents, leaving him uncomfortable with such speed. Ludger praises her good work, surprised he got an assistant so quickly, and heads off to prepare his class. Meanwhile, some female students notice the academy is noisier than usual, due to rumors that the professor is looking for helpers. The news attracts the students, since he had not chosen anyone until now, and many thought he did not even know assistants existed. Besides this topic, the students also talk about a famous rumor regarding the Universal Stone, an artifact that grants wishes, and is supposedly hidden somewhere in the institution. One girl questions if the item exists, but her friend says it obviously does, since the academy is the epicenter of magic, and holds many unsolved mysteries. Nearby, Flora Lumos overhears everything and finds the conversation childish, believing the stone does not exist, and that the nobility would have taken it long ago. Shifting her focus to the assistant positions, Flora considers that someone with her skills would be a great example for the job, and thinks about accepting it if recommended personally by the professor. When Ludger arrives, the room goes quiet, and his new helper enters the classroom. No one recognizes the girl, and everyone, including Flora Lumos, is surprised to see he already chose someone so quickly. Ludger tells Cyanida she did a good job, and dismisses her from the room. He does not understand why everyone has strange expressions on their faces, and tells the class to focus as the lesson is about to start. When he finishes, the professor warns them that today's content will be on the next exam, and that they should study. At that moment, student Julia Plumhart, who ranked first in the entrance exam, and is backed by the Magic Tower, asks a question. Julia is happy that Ludger remembers her name, and asks how he chose his assistant. The professor, who already expected this, replies that he made the choice on his own. He claims he did not use any requirements like top magic skills, asking the students if he would really need to choose someone so famous that everyone would know their name. Ludger notices the student's question is not just out of curiosity. The professor states he only evaluates character when choosing an assistant, explaining that candidates with good morals are welcome for an interview. Next, he declares that Julia will not need to go through this step, as she has already shown she is not fit for the job. After indirectly calling her dishonest and noticing there are no more questions, he warns them the first exam is coming up, tells the class to prepare, and leaves the room. As he walks in thought, something catches his eye. Ludger finds his assistant, and asks if she waited for him this whole time, telling her to stay in the assistant's room next time instead of the hallway. The girl fumbles with her words and changes the subject by wishing him a good day at work, so he hands her a stack of papers. Right after, Flora Lugos approaches the protagonist, who asks what is going on. The student mentions she heard about the choice for assistant, and the professor asks if she is interested in the position. Flora denies it immediately, making him ask why she looked for him. Left speechless for a moment, she explains she wanted to thank him for saving her last time, and admits his advice was not wrong. The hero replies that he only did his duty, and says he is glad she takes the guidance seriously. Flora then asks if he is okay after using so much magic power, and Ludger assures her he is fine. Next, the girl asks how many elements he can control, since she saw him use 5 during class. The professor claims those are the only ones he masters. In reality, he can use all 10 elements, but that makes him similar to a side character who masters none of them completely. Since he would be in a difficult spot if they found out, he prefers to keep the 5-element story. Flora is impressed, and with no more questions, the hero dismisses her, letting her know she is welcome to apply for the assistant position if she changes her mind. The girl tries to say something else but cannot speak, finding it annoying that she has a complex about expressing things openly. Later, in the Great Hall of Soren Academy, Ludger asks the principal if she called for him. The woman asks if the professor heard the recent rumors about a universal stone hidden in the institution. He confirms it, but says he thinks they are just fake rumors spread by the students. The principal clarifies that the item capable of granting wishes is real, and has existed for a long time. The hero concludes it is a relic, and she confirms it, explaining it is an object of unknown origin, hundreds of times stronger than any artifact created by a great mage. She reveals the academy has owned the relic for a long time. Since this was a big secret, the rumors suggest the information leaked, probably during the transport needed for the object's maintenance. Since it is a very specific rumor, the principal asks the professor to investigate the situation. The hero shows interest in the proposal. On the outside, it looks like the principal is trusting him with a task, but she would not trust him so easily. She might be trying to investigate his background with this opportunity. The principal instructs Ludger to report anything suspicious or otherwise, help with the transport of the relic soon. She warns that another professor is also involved, but they will be in different areas and will not meet. The hero understands the situation, guessing she probably did not want him to run into Chris Benheimer. Since there is still time before the transport, Ludger decides to act normally in the face of the information leak in Soren, the Black Order's movements, and the lack of contact from Sanita, unsure if it is a different First Order, or another reason that will cause an incident soon. Thinking about finding a relic at the academy makes him reflect on the identities he took on around the world. Ludger traveled the regions as a mercenary, a crime advisor, and a merchant to find the missing piece of a specific relic. He came to the academy because he heard of such an item in the Empire, but he did not expect it to be right here in Soren. Although it is different from the one he is looking for, he believes that using the Universal Stone to track his own relic is a good idea. Next, Ludger receives a call from Hans on his globe. The informant warns that the other 3 organizations are quiet after the fall of the Red Society, but they want to take its place and are going crazy. The professor says he can help in a week, and when asked if something happened, reveals the existence of the relic at school. Hans comments that the hero goes through a lot and jokes about the principal having a secret dungeon, but Ludger scolds him, making Hans complain about his ally's lack of humor and mention he is going to see a woman the professor should also visit. The hero would go right now if he could, but he decides to maintain his position due to the principal's orders. The Universal Stone could be a great opportunity, since finding relics is not easy, and he only found 3 during his travels. Based on the size and shape, 4 pieces are missing to make the relic complete. Ludger closes the relic in his hands and starts thinking about his final plan for when he gathers all 7 parts. After that, Princess Arenda is asked if she needs anything and dismisses the staff. The noble student is exhausted from having no peace due to her position and wants to live normally until she gets notified about a call. Terina apologizes for calling so late about a serious matter and mentions the recent werewolf incident at the academy. The princess explains that the new teacher, Ludger Chelsea, took care of the situation, and the woman reveals she's investigating a confidential case, planning to meet with the teacher soon. Terina also warns that the first princess is sad about the lack of contact and expects a call, a message Arenda understands right away. The noble goes back to resting, relieved after ending the call, considering that the warning through Terina was her sister's way of showing concern, though she finds the need to meet the new teacher uncomfortable. Elsewhere, Terina asks Enya about the investigation at the factory. The investigator explains that she analyzed partially burned papers, indicating that something was being researched or developed, but the details were impossible to find out. Terina asks if there were any other clues, since they can't continue with so little. Enya reports that the Red Society, a group from the back alleys, vanished from Leather Belk overnight. When asked about the connection to the case, the investigator replies there is none, but they can keep the fact in mind. Terina decides they don't need to worry too much and will focus on their own investigation, asking for more searches in the area before they head to Soren Academy. Meanwhile, at the academy, some rumors about Ludger have spread over the last few days. Since the students can act on their own, the teacher knows he'll still have many headaches. Noticing that the students are slacking off, he slams a book on the desk to wake them up. The teacher announces that, since they are bored, he'll show them something interesting. Ludger explains that mages always manifest magic using themselves as the center, because the power comes from the caster, but he claims the process can be different. Next, he sparks a flame right in front of a sleeping student. He demonstrates that moving magic causes this kind of thing, meaning there is a small empty space in the manifestation. Normally, the limit is 1 meter. However, if they accept that magic power consumption increases a lot, they can go beyond that distance. The teacher reveals that he named this technique the coordinate formula. Flora Lumos and the other students have never heard of this, wondering internally where he learned that kind of magic. Ludger points out that, although interesting, the technique is just a minor modification. He warns that they must focus on the class for their own future and promises merit points to whoever figures out the formula and comes to his office. Right after, his assistant from the underworld appears and speaks with the teacher. Ludger tells the girl to wait outside and touches a barrier, knowing they must get in touch. The headmistress informs him about an emergency, stating that the universal stone has been stolen. She admits she underestimated the enemies, who already knew about the backup room and attacked before they could act, regretting the mistake. The headmistress warns that they are chasing the enemies and that the situation could get worse if they use the stone, estimating they only have until midnight. Ludger declares that it would be better to act instead of asking questions, receiving the mission from the woman. He knew this would happen, but not so fast. The teacher hasn't cleared his suspicions about the headmistress, considering her a possible member of the organization, and wonders who stole the item and how they did it. Ludger calls his assistant into the office, commenting that a subordinate acted on their own. After the girl agrees, the teacher asks her to explain the theft of the stone from the beginning. The assistant reports that a member of the Third Order found a document about the Universal Stone in Soren, spreading rumors. Believing the information, he found the location of the stone and notified the Second Order, who decided to act alone without reporting the case. The person responsible for the operation is Demlis, someone close to the government who handles this kind of thing. Ludger comments that, given its importance, the First Order should have been notified. The assistant theorizes that Demlis is aiming for a position in the First Order, since Order 0 ruled that the 7 seats can change. Since he wasn't talented enough, the young man decided to do something big by stealing the stone. The professor then asks about their current situation, and the girl asks if he plans to move alone. Ludger confirms he'll act alone because the thieves are already being hunted, and any mistake could reveal everyone's identity. The assistant reports that the thieves fled toward the silent forest after the robbery. The professor decides to head there immediately. He praises Sainita for her excellent work with the information, asking her to watch over the academy while he handles the situation. As he leaves the room, Ludger notices that his few words made the girl very proud, showing a strange expression. He wonders if it's just loyalty to the First Order, or if Sainita has her own motives, but he decides to focus on what matters right now. Ludger casts the spell Etern Nocturnus, creating a summoning tree called the Magic Path, and steps into the shadows. This magic consumes a lot of power, but completely erases the caster's presence, preventing him from being detected. As he passes by Flora Lumos, the young girl turns her head, making her friend ask what happened. Flora senses that something invisible just passed by her after feeling a magic aura. She decides to investigate, and looks in the professor's direction. At the same time, 3 guards talk about the silent forest, mentioning they should have brought more people before entering such a dangerous place. Ludger walks right past the 3 guards with his presence hidden. Meanwhile, they comment that the forest always grows rapidly, and drives anyone who enters insane, concluding that blocking the entrance is the best option. The professor enters the area, and finds a group where one man is losing his sanity, and another tells him to pull himself together. A pink-haired member asks Demlis what the plan is, since the pursuers have surrounded them outside, and they won't last long inside. Demlis tells the subordinate to shut up, claiming he has a strategy. However, he quickly panics when he notices the supposed universal stone in his hand, doesn't react to anything, even though it radiates real power. Suddenly, Demlis senses a presence and asks who is there. Ludger appears and notices there are few people in the group, asking if the others were captured or abandoned. Demlis realizes he's facing John Doe and trembles with fear, knowing that the First Order knows everything and has no mercy. Ludger asks if the Second Order knows the reason for his personal visit. Kneeling, Demlis offers the green stone to the First Order, claiming it's the relic, the Universal Stone. The professor takes the object, praises Demlis' work, and says goodbye as he steps into the shadows. But right after, he eliminates the 3 members, piercing their bodies with shadow spikes. Before dying, Demlis asks the First Order why they did this. Coldly, Ludger holds the stone and states that explaining why would be a waste of time. However, as he analyzes the object, he's surprised to find that it has a large amount of magic power, but isn't the real relic, contradicting what the principal said. Suddenly, a light appears above Ludger and a powerful pink beam strikes down from the sky right where he is, causing a massive explosion that scatters petals and creates a huge crater. In the remaining hole, only the green stone is left, until a woman arrives to pick it up. She comments that she shot with a lot of force and didn't think the stone would come out without a single scratch. The principal herself says it's over and picks up the fake gem, hoping to gain a lot from the bait and wishing the professor wasn't hit. Watching from a treetop, the injured hero realizes he almost got in deep trouble. When he saw the attack coming at him, he activated the magic ether nocturnus to escape with the fake stone. Since teleportation magic doesn't exist in this world, he used his coordinate formula to flee the explosion. The protagonist analyzes that Principal Elise Willow, a rank 6, set a trap with the fake stone after finding out his identity. The teleportation magic drains his mana, causing a sharp headache. He desperately takes pills to recover. The professor realizes the woman preferred to handle everything alone for efficiency, hiding the truth from her allies and proving to be an extraordinary person. The hero senses someone approaching and turns around, pointing his cane at Flora Lumos. He demands to know why the student is in the forest, which is off limits. Flora fires back, asking why the professor is there and what that massive magic explosion was. Ludger warns that the area is dangerous for students and tells her to leave, but she argues that she isn't weak. The hero notices the young girl didn't see anything suspicious and just found a way to avoid the people at the entrance. Meanwhile, she wonders how to explain that she simply followed a good feeling and found the professor. Suddenly, the blonde friend shouts Flora's name in fear and the protagonist asks them both to follow him to the exit. Without answering, Flora notices the teacher looking at his own trembling hand near 3 pills in the tree, wondering what medicine he took and if he is sick. Right after the principal shows up, Ludger reports that he found the students wandering around the silent forest and brought them back, at which point Flora takes the blame, saying she went alone and Cheryl just followed her. Elise understands the situation and asks what they should do now, mentioning she dealt with an urgent problem right away. The hero realizes the previous attack was hers and takes responsibility for sending the girls back to the dorms. Later, the principal tells an old man that she cleared Ludger of any suspicion after watching his reaction. The man asks why they are spreading rumors and she explains they must do this to lure the rats into the trap. They walk to a different place and enter the hall to confirm the real relic is safe. Both are glad nothing happened to the stone, remembering that the dangerous object once ruined an entire kingdom in the past and decide to leave the room. Shortly after, the protagonist's shadow appears and Ludger sneaks into the place. He had left a tracker on the fake stone so the principal would check the real one right after, guiding him straight to the relic. The magical power of the royale stone is much greater and sucks Ludger in with its force, but he knows it has a clear limit and doesn't have the power to grant his true wish. The hero places his hand on the relic to find the whereabouts of the remaining pieces of his artifact. Then, a massive amount of energy radiates and tries to crawl inside him. Ludger orders the stone to stay still and decides to force his way in, knowing that regardless of the wish, the object will shatter. Right after, the protagonist's blue energy clashes with the stone's green energy and starts to suppress it. He manages to hold back the power and uses his wish to search for the other parts. Just as the hero suspected, the universal stone can't reveal everything, but he didn't expect to be this close to finding the artifacts. After that, Ludger meets Hans, who asks what happened to Ryung. The protagonist replies that it's over and he will proceed with the plan tomorrow night, which Hans thinks is best due to the time limit. Ludger explains that not everything went perfectly and recovering the relic won't be easy. Hans finds it understandable after so many events and comments that it's just an artifact piece that isn't worth all the trouble. Without giving exact details, the hero reveals there are 2 pieces and the other part is in Letterberg. Based on the vision shown by the stone, Ludger assumes the object is in an auction house. Hans points out it's the Kunst, the only one in the city, and warns that a major event is happening there soon. The protagonist asks Hans to check the item list and his friend guarantees it will be easy. Ludger then says he and Ryung will meet the following night and they say goodbye. The next morning, the teacher asks what Flora Lumos is doing in front of his office. The student didn't know he was inside and listens to Luger ask what she wants. Flora doesn't know whether to ask about the special magic used last time or about the medicine, but she can't bring herself to ask directly. The hero warns that he's going into his office if she has nothing to say and the girl begs him to wait. Suddenly, a drop of water shoots toward Ludger, followed by fire and ice magic taking shape. Flora asks what he thinks of her coordinate formulas since she managed to cast the spells outside her own body. The teacher is surprised as he didn't know there were already students putting this into practice. The girl says she's a genius and wants to be rewarded for being the only one to succeed, refusing the offer of a perfect grade because she wants something bigger to make up for her efforts. Luger becomes thoughtful and asks Flora to step into his office. She realizes it's her first time there and soon hears about a research lab nearby. The hero opens the lab with a student who wonders what he's researching as she spots a pattern that is far from random. The teacher didn't expect Flora to actually use the mathematical formula for mana control and wonders what to give her. Since the girl only copied what she saw and figured out how it works, Ludger decides to show her something new, grabbing a wand and drawing in the air with magic. Flora wonders what he's doing as she sees a strange drawing resembling a wormhole. The student feels a terrible sensation in her head and gets so exhausted that she faints. Flora wakes up on the office couch and asks how much time has passed. Ludger replies it's been about 30 minutes. The young girl asks what magic he showed her before she fainted, and the hero explains it's called a Klein bottle, an experiment created based on something he saw before. The teacher asks if her eyes and nose are okay, and Flora is confused. He explains she has the unique ability to feel all magic sensations differently from normal people, leaving her shocked to see an unprecedented formula. Flora asks if the teacher isn't curious about this unique trait. Ludger says he's not interested but warns that other mages might be, thinking it's best if nobody finds out she is a sensitive in that way. Ludger warns her that it's late and tells Flora to head to class. The student concludes that the teacher figured out her unique trait and notices how calm he is, wondering if he has ever met someone with this same characteristic before. Thinking back on what happened, Flora feels she wasn't properly rewarded. Later, Ludger thinks that no matter how many times he sees it, he just can't get used to Hans looking all dressed up. Hans asks if the protagonist is going to stick with that look, and Ludger confirms he'll always dress in his top hat and monocle. The hero questions where the vehicle they're in came from, and Hans explains he got it from the high society elites, choosing a luxury car since the occasion demanded it. They get into the car and leave for the auction. Arriving at the fancy events entrance, they find crowds of people and music playing in the flashy, noisy environment, which is much better than some filthy place. Ludger asks which floor the meeting is on, and Hans tells him it's on the 4th floor. At the stairs, guards block the duo, demanding to see their authorization, but Hans presents the document, and they manage to pass. The vibe on the 4th floor is different, a place meant for secret organization meetings that follow an unwritten rule. Hans explains that fighting isn't allowed there, which is why there are no guards. The protagonist bets they were called to this exact spot to test if they'll follow that rule. They open the door to the meeting room and find people gathered around a dining table. Those present are sure James Moriarty wouldn't lie in a place like this, knowing he disappeared after failing to start a war in the kingdom of Lyca. Violetta, a woman wearing a veil over her face, asks the reason for the visit and how he plans to achieve what he failed to do before. Ludger answers that it's not nonsense, and he never thought of such a thing, but the woman snaps back, claiming that someone with no bad intentions wouldn't destroy the Red Society right after arriving in the city. The hero justifies that he just had to clean up some trash, and the dwarf Pinion asks what he wants, guessing that the invitation was accepted for his own reasons. James mentions the dwarf is sharp, and reveals he plans to rebuild his power right there. Pinion asks if the goal is to create a second Red Society, while Dion, from the Old Boys, watches everything in silence. Ludger senses the hostile atmosphere and offers to clear up the misunderstanding first. The old man asks what misunderstanding he's talking about, but the protagonist requests a private chat, raising doubts among those present. Mistella, Dion's granddaughter, realizes Moriarty found out about something, and whenever she speaks, people usually underestimate her because she's a child. James says his life has never been easy enough for him to underestimate a child, and clarifies he doesn't want to create a second Red Society, but rather a new business. Obviously, he makes an offer to help the organization leaders make a lot of money by working for him. Hans suddenly questions the hero, thinking he went off script. Violetta argues that the proposal won't be any different from the Red Society, accusing him of planning to attack them to force his will upon them. Ludger denies it, pointing out he would have already forced them if that was his goal, and even if they reject the offer, he'll still hand over a part of the Red Society's business territory. Mistella asks if he'll really share the business in case of a rejection, trying to figure out what the protagonist is up to. James says he's in a difficult position to fake things, highlighting that he has nothing to gain from useless fights and only needs his own power. He mentions that no one is forced to believe him, and there are no losses if they refuse, but he demands an immediate answer from everyone. The dining table falls dead silent at the proposal. Then, the dwarf Pinion comments that James should at least specify the type of business, since anything dangerous would be bad for them. James promises there won't be any life-threatening situations. Asked about the pleasures sought by nobles, the dwarf suggests opera and music. James explains he wants something even more elegant, telling a story through a musical piece. Dion reads the paper, noting that everything is planned, while James shows eagerness to work with leader Pinion. After that, the woman with the veil asks what Moriarty intends in that place. James answers that he wants to change the location, removing the industry and the forges, because only a gray sky and a dark future await them. He argues that people should live looking at the sky and not at the alleys. Next, James provides a business idea suitable for the other organizations, asking them to read it before deciding. The leaders consider the ideas incredible, and James receives the approval of the 3 organizations. Later, James mentions to Hans that he only used other people's ideas as inspiration. He turns to an alley, asking what a person wants with him. It is the woman in the veil, who arrives alone and without security, asking for a private conversation. James then instructs Hans to go ahead while he attends to the request. The woman comments that the suggested business can work, and asks if James thinks the same. She wonders if there would be room for her, since the current clothing market is controlled by nobles and big merchants. James clarifies that their target audience will be different. The idea is to produce comfortable and lightweight clothes for everyday use, making fashion change naturally with demand. The woman argues that even so, they won't be able to avoid conflicts with the other organizations. James replies that she will need to overcome this, not living in the shadows forever. He guarantees that if the offer is accepted, he will take responsibility for protecting her sisters. Also, when the business opens, she will be able to apply her magic to the clothes. James mentions that mages recognize each other, and he had already noticed the use of magic on the garments. He points out that by agreeing to work together, she couldn't hide this forever. In response, the woman removes the veil from her face, revealing an ugly scar under her eye. James notes it is a burn caused by magic, and she explains that the mark was made by a possessive mage who taught her magic. She says she didn't go to the doctor in time, and the Lumen's healer apostles gave up on the case. The woman states she will leave after showing the scar. However, James grabs her hand, stopping her. He declares that since she trusted him by revealing something unwanted, it's only fair to return the favor. Then, James holds the woman's face and passes his hand over the scar. In moments, the mark is removed, and he asks her to look at her own reflection. The woman sees her completely beautiful face in the mirror. James states that is real magic, and that it would be a waste to hide her face because of a scar. He understands that for now, walking around with her face covered still feels more comfortable for her. Violetta says she will take care of the work as ordered, and that the meeting was grand. Suddenly, James tells her to wait and grabs her, avoiding an impact. Violetta realizes that an arrow was shot in her direction, but ended up hitting the wall. James asks if she's okay, and the woman confirms she is thanks to his help. James wonders who set the trap. He has a few suspects, but he is sure it is not just one or two people. Several men approach to speak with him, noting that someone important is walking around without guards. James identifies the group as the remaining members of the Red Society, guessing they did not hear about the organization's downfall. The men claim they do know about the downfall, and that is why they prepared for this confrontation. James smells diffusion and warns Violetta not to use magic, because controlling it will be too difficult. One of the Red Society members realizes from his voice that he will eliminate two important people at once. Violetta finds the situation annoying, since physical fighting is not her style. James asks if Violetta is going to fight, noting they are surrounded with no escape route, and asks if the young lady knows how to dance. Violetta replies she dances well enough not to envy others. Right after, James leaves his back to her and attacks the Red Society members head-on. The grand battle begins in the Netherbell region, and the enemies realize the duo is extremely strong, even without using magic due to the diffusion. As the fight progresses, both the opponents and Violetta get exhausted, and James comments they should build up their stamina when this is over. He cannot find the shooter of the first arrow, and assumes the man is hiding. Evaluating the use of a rare incense, and the ability to hide the intent to kill, James concludes there is a professional among them. He explains the situation to Violetta, picks her up in his arms, and starts running. The Red Society members get angry at the nobles fleeing and chase them. James warns Violetta about the hidden assassin, highlighting the disadvantage of keeping up the fight in the open. Looking back, Violetta spots two masked men with daggers, and explains to James they are the Kasalpa assassins, a group from the southern desert that kills for money. Immediately, James fires a grappling hook from his sleeve and climbs the building with Violetta on his shoulders, with the enemies following them to the rooftop. One of the assassins throws two daggers, which the duo manages to dodge. Violetta opens an umbrella to use as a shield, but the object starts to melt. James realizes the enemy weapons carry a special Kasalpa poison that cannot be blocked, suggesting they either wait for the enemies to run out of daggers or flee. Violetta prefers to flee, so James picks her up in his arms again, and runs at high speed, dropping from the rooftop toward the ground. The two assassins jump from the building in pursuit, but one of them tells his partner to wait. Looking down, they see Violetta calling James a coward, and asking if he left her alone. The assassin considers that the woman was abandoned, but quickly concludes it must be bait for a trap, and that the man is hiding nearby. Even so, he grabs two daggers and throws them at Violetta, shouting that he found her. The daggers hit the wall and the woman vanishes. Right after, James emerges from the shadows and stabs the assassin in the back. As the enemy wonders how he did that, James explains he managed to use magic by taking advantage of the properties of the diffusion incense, which was at a level that did not affect his mana, allowing him to create some sounds. He pulls his dagger-shaped cane out of the man's back, eliminating him. At that moment, Violetta warns that someone is coming from above. James looks up and sees the second assassin rushing down at high speed, throwing a hook that catches his blade. The enemy uses the hook to disarm the protagonist and lunges, preparing a special strike with his dagger, declaring that James' life ends there. James follows the fast movement, thinks about his next move, and draws another weapon from his waist, and the assassin notices the new gear. James and the assassin strike at the same time at high speed. However, only the enemy is hit and falls defeated. The protagonist comments that the opponent did well, but was careless at the worst possible time. Right after, they hear the members of the Red Society approaching and discovering their location. The effect of the diffusion incense is almost over, so James asks if he can leave the rest to Violetta. The woman replies that it'll be easy, and the moment the Red Society members find them alongside an old man in a beret, she uses powerful magic. A massive explosion hits the alley. Violetta announces she defeated them all, and mentions she didn't expect them to gather people for a surprise attack after the group's dissolution. James believes they received orders from the same person who paid the assassins, and that it wasn't Belford Rickson. Violetta finds out James eliminated Rickson, and he explains the man funded atrocities and harmed human integrity, so he couldn't leave him alive. The protagonist plans to give his rookies the chance to do whatever they want with those responsible. In exchange, they must find the person who caused the incident. Violetta thinks things will get busy since she also needs to manage the new business. James asks if she won't be able to handle it, and the woman replies she'll do both tasks without fail and work very hard. The hero considers it a good answer. The two say goodbye, and he tells Violetta to take care. In another place, Sheridan, the dwarf developer, calls her assistant rudely, demanding he come immediately. The protagonist hears the racket while the assistant, Hans, begs for help. James tells the dwarf to stop playing around with Hans and take a look at an object. After the two yell at each other, she takes the item and says, "It'll take about 10 minutes to get ready." Hans complains about the girl's attitude, and Ludger says it's because the assistant is weak. Hans comments that he thought the developer was a child at first. The protagonist asks if he saw her in the mines of the Delica Kingdom, and Hans confirms, remembering the girl was a slave there. They had found Sheridan digging in the middle of several detonators, and they would have died if the bombs exploded. The hero adds that in the underground, even a knight captain would die from those explosions. Hans then remembers seeing strange men approaching, and the protagonist says he took care of it, since they were from the Red Society. Ludger says there must be someone behind this, and asks Hans to take a look, while the assistant observes the auction items. Since the 10-minute wait will probably turn into half an hour, the protagonist decides to rest. After that, he notices fast and light movements, barely hearing the footsteps of a group moving in perfect sync. He turns around quickly. The captain of the group looks toward the window where the protagonist is, but he manages to hide in time. He realizes he wasn't seen and notices the woman's silver hair. Ludger identifies her as the protector of the Nightcrawler Night Order, Terina Lionhall. He figures she was assigned to the Belford Rickson murder case, and might be connecting the incidents. Having rid himself of all evidence to avoid getting involved with her again, he wonders why Terina is in leather belt. The dwarf builder arrives with the repaired item, explaining it took a while to ensure all parts were in perfect condition. Ludger notices the device got a bit smaller and thinner. At her request, he puts the hook on his wrist and tests it in the room, breaking the wall as he notices the equipment is twice as strong. A new function was added, allowing a dagger to come out of the wrist when closing the hand and flexing the joint. The builder explains she did this remembering a comment of his, and points to a hole on the left side where it's possible to shoot paralyzing objects. She praises Ludger's taste, commenting that a coward would find the weapon dangerous, but he replies that it's the bare minimum for a Soren professor. Next, the woman praises his clothes, noting that he looks like a knight or an aristocrat. Ludger thanks her, promises to take good care of the device, and gets ready to leave the room. Before that, he asks about a recent mess with people injured by magic, questioning if there was some gang fight in the area. Elsewhere, Terina recognizes the body of a member of the Red Society. The trio of knights soon spots two more corpses at the scene, and the captain pulls an arrow out of one of them. She notices a sour smell, noting the absence of the special poison used by the Casalpa assassins. Terina's assistant asks if the attack is linked to the assassin organization of the Fatima dynasty, or if it is an internal dispute. Terina explains they weren't killed by poison. They were probably on the same side and got wiped out with a single blow. The assistant notes that one of the men was stabbed from behind in the same way. They deduce that the assassins engaged in close combat, believing they faced a mage who couldn't use a dagger. The conclusion is that the one responsible is a mage who also knows how to use blades, and who damaged the Red Society. They realize the situation is huge, because the Red Society, even though disbanded, hired the Casalpa. Terina connects the Belford funds directed to the organization, the elimination of the members, the burned factory, and the Soren professor who killed a werewolf. With this, she announces she finished analyzing the crime scene and got what she needed. When asked if the investigation is over, she denies it, stating she knows where to find a new clue. The next day, a female professor goes to Ludger's house and mentions that he didn't go to work. He explains he had no classes and asks the reason for her visit. The woman warns him that a knight from the National Security Association is looking for him, and soon a young man with glasses approaches, confirming Ludger's identity. Ludger invites the man to sit down and offers tea, but Lloyd declines because he is on duty. Asked about the reason for the visit, the knight asks to hear the details about the werewolves that appeared on campus in a casual manner. Ludger, who expected to meet Terina, concludes that the situation won't be hard to handle since it is someone else. After telling the story in detail, the man thanks him for his time, and Ludger replies that it was an honor to speak with an agent of the nation. Lloyd says goodbye, and the two end the conversation in a friendly way. After the agent leaves, Ludger stares at the hand he used to shake his. Later, Lloyd meets with Terina. The captain asks if he found any clues, and the agent says no, because they couldn't get a search warrant and there was nothing useful. He claims he followed her orders correctly. Terina then asks if the professor was someone properly trained, and Lloyd reports that, the moment their hands met during the handshake, he felt something even though he was wearing gloves. Lloyd takes off his gloves and places them on the table. He says the professor's hand belongs to some ordinary mage who has never held a knife, and guarantees he isn't mistaken. Terina didn't expect this result, since she thought she had found a lead. Since the case remains a mystery, she says the investigation won't stop and asks Anya to stay alert for anything suspicious. Then, she points out that before that, they must find Prim, since that was the condition they established. The director and chancellor, Elisa Willow, appears to speak with Terina, making the assistants wonder if they know each other. Alyssa suggests her friend could greet her and be a bit less formal. Terina fires back, saying the director is being considerate after blocking the meeting with Ludger. The chancellor asks her not to intimidate the academy's rookie, since she started to like him and knows the captain usually breaks people. Offended, Terina says she doesn't need to be shown the way out and leaves. The chancellor acted as a protector by stopping Terina from talking properly with Ludger. The professor isn't sure about the relationship between them, but he managed to escape the confrontation thanks to the director. He reflects that Lloyd was someone he couldn't lower his guard around, and the agent's actions gave him good clues. Noticing the man checked for dust and had an extremely clean appearance, he deduced he was a germaphobe. If someone afraid of dirt asks for a bare handshake, it means they want to check something. Requesting Sheridan's artificial skin as a precaution wasn't useless. Ludger takes off the fake skin, concluding the agent made a good attempt, but he was better prepared. After that, he decides to relax and prepare the test. A week passes with people acting cautiously, avoiding contact as much as possible, and holding private meetings outside Soren, likely because of the recent visit. Ludger asks if there's any other news, and his assistant reports that 3 people from the Third Order were captured 2 days ago. She explains she didn't report it earlier because she didn't think it was important, but the criminals were caught with the involvement of 2 boys and a girl from the professor's class. Ludger immediately thinks of Aiden, Leo, and Tacy, and the assistant confirms it. The students went to pick someone up outside the city and got involved in the capture during a commission, which is used by students from poor families to pay their tuition. Ludger reflects that the students captured the members of the Third Order, something that escaped his watch. The assistant asks how to handle the students, and the professor tells her to drop the matter, since he doesn't need subordinates who lose to mere students. She agrees and informs him that the only order right now is to act calmly. Next, Ludger gets dressed for the day, marking the start of the first exam period, and hopes his assistant has studied. In the classroom, Ludger announces he'll teach the source code formula to the top 5 students, dividing it into 4 parts, 1 per test. He warns that any cheating will face equivalent punishment and starts the exam. When the clock rings, the professor ends the test, expecting a good overall performance. Even though it was an open book exam, the difficulty was so high that students didn't even have a reason to look at their books. Renee walks down the stairs and calls out to Ludger, wanting to return the book he lent her. The professor refuses the return, explaining she'll need the work in the future and that this edition is very relevant to her. He asks the girl to keep the item out of respect for the previous owner, believing it'll be in good hands. A blonde friend approaches, asking why Renee ran so fast. The student changes the subject and says the exam wasn't that hard, contradicting her classmate, who found the test extremely difficult. Analyzing the questions made by Ludger, the director notes that the exam requires great basic knowledge and has a considerable difficulty scaling, working like a trap. An older man asks how the test compares to Professor Chris Benamore's, since both teach manifestation. The director considers the comparison rude, stating that Benamore only uses complicated terms to show off and imagines his reaction when he sees Ludger's exam. Chris Benamore crumples and throws some sheets of paper at the wall. He thinks about the chancellor showing up to show him Ludger's test, suggesting it would be useful for creating his next manifestation tests. Annoyed by being compared to a fallen noble, Ben-Amour wants to make Ludger Chelsea pay for this. The next day, a girl finishes preparations for her other exams and tries to eat, remembering that Elendire fainted during the previous test. A group of noble students blocks her way, interrupting her. The student asks them to move and refuses to back down, saying that nobles are stupid. One of them grabs the girl's wrist, orders her to follow him, and throws her to the ground, spilling her snack and warning that they will teach the commoners a lesson. Freud and Wolfsburg approaches and asks what is going on there. The girl does not understand why the boy appeared, since he is famous for hating commoners and never showing mercy. The attacker justifies that, as a noble, he was just teaching the student a lesson. Freudian points out that they were bullying her, and when the noble tries to defend himself, Wolfsburg tells him to shut up. The attacker slams to the ground hard, as if hit by magic. Wolfsburg states that the boy is trash who stains the honor of the nobility, and that he will have to tolerate these actions until the world changes. Another noble student asks if the boy is angry because he got caught and beaten up, while Freudian orders the group to get lost and say nothing to anyone. Next, the commoner student thanks Freudian Wolfsburg for his help, and he seems to recognize her. The boy says nothing else and changes the subject, asking if the fallen food was the girl's lunch. The student replies that she will clean up the mess and eat it anyway, but Freudian hands his own lunch to her. They start talking, and the noble explains that this is his personal space, allowing her to keep coming there as long as she keeps it a secret. The student promises not to tell anyone. Freudian's lunch looks like a feast, and the girl eats happily, which also makes the boy satisfied. The commoner realizes that Wolfsburg's reputation for hating commoners and showing no mercy is nothing but false rumors, noting that he is a very kind boy. In a garden near a house, Professor Selina finds Luger and asks if he finished giving his test. The professor replies that he is going to grade the exams right now and asks if she is going to conduct her evaluation next. Selina confirms this, highlighting the importance of spirit magic, and invites her colleague to watch. Luger initially refuses, but ends up agreeing when he notices that the professor is nervous, since it is her first test. The professor presents the test, which consists of using magic powers to make contact and build relationships with spirits. She offers a demonstration to the students, radiating spiritual energy around her and trying to communicate through an orb. The students recognize the skill of a spirit master. Next, Selina states that it won't be difficult if everyone copies her steps and hands over the turn to the class, making the students start trying to replicate the teaching. Selina suggests that Luger should also try the exercise. The professor warns that he does not have the talent of a shaman and is not usually well received by these entities. The professor assures him that spirits are kind and shows a glowing creature in her hands, but the entity starts trembling and avoids getting close to Luger. The spirits truly reject him because the spirit gods do not look after him. Selina finds the reaction strange. She notes that indifference is common, but this kind of fear is different. Luger explains he's a special case. He says only low-level spirits avoid him, while mid-level ones remain calm. Selina apologizes, feeling bad that he can't get along with spirits. Luger simply replies that there are many kinds of people in the world. The teacher goes back to focusing on the test, leaving the students unsupervised for a moment. Luger estimates he has enough energy to keep the mid-ranking spirits from reacting, which would make Selina suspicious. The professor knows the spirits don't fear him, but rather what stands behind him. He finds it ironic that the weakest entities can sense this strange power. Suddenly, Luger notices someone hiding in the trees, along with the energy of a high-level flame spirit. He realizes neither the teacher nor the sensitive students detected the presence. Since the aura went completely unnoticed, the professor deduces the entity might be artificial. He concludes there's a first order in Soren, and he's the clear target. The man wonders why they appeared after so much inactivity, questioning if his true identity as a fake was discovered. Believing this is a sign, Luger uses the excuse that the area is too hot to leave, noticing the heat really did rise in response to his words. He then walks away from the class and enters the forest. In the isolated spot, the professor tries to understand the spirit's intentions and analyze what he's dealing with to not miss the opportunity. Suddenly, a flame appears in front of him, forming a fire message on the ground. The message demands that Luger return to the spot that same night, after class hours. During the night, back in the forest, the professor looks for the entity. The flame spirit appears and asks why he arrived so early. Luger notices the summoner's original body isn't present, which he already expected. The man gets straight to the point and asks about the entity's intentions. The spirit replies it called him because it needs Luger's help. The entity plans to cause chaos in Soren and its role is destruction, but the mages have been putting out the fires. Luger asks if the spirit wants help with that fire, noting the scenario looks like a terrorist attack. The entity clarifies it doesn't just want to play with fire. It explains the second-order subordinates disappeared. Unlike the others in the first order, the spirit works alone. It claims that with Luger's skills, helping secretly wouldn't be The entity describes the proposal as a contract and a promise, leading the professor to ask who'd be part of this agreement. The spirit replies it'd be a contract between nobody and Esmeralda, suggesting to Ludger that this is a code name similar to his. The flame then asks if the offer is accepted, but the protagonist refuses, claiming he can't do anything in his current situation. The spirit asks if he's really going to back down after hearing everything. Ludger explains the principal still suspects him, preventing any risky decisions, and ends the conversation to leave. The spirit tells Ludger to wait, and the professor stops. The entity mentions hearing interesting info about the protagonist having a second-order subordinate, finding the situation very suspicious. The flames start to grow until they touch Ludger, and the spirit asks if he's working behind the organization's back. The professor fires back, stating the entity is jumping to conclusions. He warns it shouldn't underestimate him just because he infiltrated Soren without making big moves. The entity comments that he was acting strange. Ludger justifies that he couldn't be the only professor without an assistant, so he chose to hide someone from the organization. Right after, the professor realizes there's no reason to keep explaining himself. The spirit's tentacles touch his shoulder before backing away. The entity says it was just a joke. Ludger warns he'll let the suspicion slide this time, demanding his loyalty to the Zero Order never be questioned again. Intimidated, the spirit apologizes, says it has nothing left to say, and vanishes into the air. The night goes on, and Ludger realizes he almost ruined everything. He's glad he researched John Doe's behavior beforehand to avoid dying right then and there. The professor concludes that the voice behind the flames belonged to a young woman. Since she's an elementalist, the teachers from that department are his first suspects. Since students also handle fire spirits, he can narrow down the suspect list. Ludger remembers the welcoming event for new teachers, where Soren's contributors will gather, seeing this as his chance before noticing someone watching him. From a high window, a woman watches Ludger. Since he was focused on his work, she wonders if something happened, realizing she worried for nothing. The observer notes that he showed no fear in front of her flames, suggesting the man might be much stronger than she thought. Walking down the hallway with a candle that starts to go out, the woman thinks all her effort was in vain. She remembers there is still an important event ahead, and knows she won't be on the front lines. At another time, the commoner girl who had lunch with the noble realizes she didn't expect to be invited again. Since childhood, she has been able to tell if someone has bad or hostile intentions. The only people around her free of those intentions are Elendire Sambai and Freuden Sambai. Besides them, she recognizes that Professor Ludger also has no bad intentions toward her. Renee reflects that Professor Ludger doesn't act out of kindness toward her, but out of pain or guilt, and she wants to understand why. Just then, someone asks if she's a first-year student. Henry Presto introduces himself as Freuden's friend and asks if he was around. The boy explains he has ways of finding that place and was wondering about Freuden's recent activities. The girl realizes Henry has no bad intentions toward her, yet she feels he is dangerous. Henry asks if he did something wrong and tells Renee not to be on guard. To calm things down, he offers a safe, high-paying, part-time job, pointing out that most Soren students are broke commoners. She asks why he's offering this since they just met. Henry explains he was curious and shocked to see Freuden spending time with a commoner. The girl replies she just thought Freuden was a good person. The young man starts laughing hard at the claim that Freuden Wolfsburg is a good person. He agrees his friend has his good qualities, but asks if she still felt that way after spending time with him. Either way, Henry reaffirms his curiosity at seeing them together and says she can hear the details before deciding on the job. After that, the day ends and night falls, starting the social event Ludger planned to slip into. The guests gossip about the skills of the new teachers at the party. Ludger Chelsea arrives looking very sharp and is quickly recognized by the teachers as the man behind the rumors. While Count Chris Benemer talks to Professor Marilda and Congressman Charles, Ludger notices everyone is busy with their patrons. He decides to check the situation and head out to find Esmeralda. Just then, Count Deckers introduces himself, but Ludger says he's not in the mood for friendly chatter. Intimidated, the Count apologizes for the trouble. Ludger figures rejecting the man will keep others from bothering him for a while, taking the chance to look for Esmeralda. Elsewhere, Professor Selina apologizes to a green-haired man, explaining she isn't good with strangers. The man keeps backing her up. Ludger steps in, telling him to stop and stating that Selina already has plans with him. The stranger asks who Ludger is, and someone whispers the answer in his ear. Not caring about the new professor's rank, he demands respect and introduces himself as Evan Luke, director of the Luke Company. Ludger notices the girl is afraid of the director. The professor repeats that he has plans with her, and Evan starts picking a fight claiming he won't back down from a Soren teacher. When the director raises his hand, Ludger grabs his wrist with force. The professor declares he has also decided to be rude, warning that he won't back down and will get even angrier if Evan keeps bragging about his company position. Director Evan Luke orders Ludger to let him go if he doesn't want to get fired. The professor dares Evan to try it. Then, a man in a suit asks both of them to stop to prevent others from getting hurt. Evan calls his opponent a fallen noble, while the suited man tries to calm the young master down. Even with many people watching, the involved parties don't care about the commotion. Evan screams, demanding to be called director, and slaps the suited man across the face, claiming he won't hold back after being treated like trash. Ludger realizes the situation has gotten out of hand, as he planned to leave quietly, using Professor Selena as an excuse. Suddenly, Principal Elisa arrives after noticing the commotion. Evan claims she is training the teachers poorly at Soren, since a fallen noble tried to use force against him, demanding Ludger's dismissal to keep the loot company's sponsorship. The principal questions the young man's authority, pointing out that the owner of the company is Theodore, and a director shouldn't make empty threats without consulting his father. Evan retorts that Theodore would say the same thing. At that moment, the principal directly asks President Theodore, who had just arrived, if he agrees with his son. The man apologizes to Elisa for his son's ridiculous actions, thanking the principal for her understanding while scolding Evan. Elisa adds that the situation is hard to ignore, and proposes that the two settle everything in a fair duel in front of everyone. Ludger doesn't understand the reason for the sudden suggestion, but considers it a good idea to avoid future trouble, deciding to accept the proposal. The young master's butler asks the mage Wade to fight in Evan's place, justifying that the director doesn't know how to use magic. Wade is skilled, but Ludger believes the attempt is useless. In a matter of seconds, Ludger defeats his opponent. Evan realizes the rumors about the professor's magic formulas are true. President Theodore finds the strength of Soren's teacher surprising, and the principal confirms that Ludger is unique. Elisa asks if there are any complaints, and Theodore accepts the result of the fair duel, promising to fix his son's attitude. Next, Theodore tries to make a request, but the principal refuses before even hearing it, knowing he wants to be introduced to Ludger. With the conflict over, the professor decides to focus on his goal. After that, Professor Selena calls him over to thank him, mentioning that the president of the loot company apologized to her, and asks if Ludger wants to join her for a meeting with the animism professors. The professor sees this as a good opportunity and goes with her. When they arrive, the professors notice that Selena is accompanied by the rookie in charge of the second-year classes. Ludger comments that someone like him doesn't deserve the position, which is seen as a humble comment, causing no unusual reactions from the other women. Without gaining any useful information from observing the group closely, the professor concludes that the harsh Esmeralda isn't among them, deciding to consider other possibilities. Feeling thirsty, Ludger goes to get a drink. He recognizes the blue-haired waitress as Renee and asks why she's working there. The girl replies that a noble senior recommended the part-time job to her and her classmates. Ludger drinks, thinks about it, and tells Renee to go home early. Selena approaches, notices the girl's presence, and the professor asks how the two know each other. Selena explains she met her before because her assistant also works in the lounge. The professor points to the assistant, identifying her as Joanna Lovett, a new student who is highly skilled in animism. Ludger thinks that, as a high-level animist, she should be a teacher, feeling surprised that she is actually a student. As soon as he looks at Joanna, the girl with glasses turns around. Ludger watches her place a tray on the table and wonders where she is going and if she did anything other than leave the object there. He reflects that he is becoming too alert, which might make him miss details he would normally notice. Next, he assesses that the men in the lounge didn't want to start a business, but the purchase of fabric in large quantities indicates an entry into the fashion industry. Ludger realizes Violet is moving faster than expected and deduces she must be desperate now that she has some hope. He finds it ridiculous that anyone dares to sell items to commoners in the Imperial Fief, considering them all idiots as he watches them drink wine. His actions will eventually become a great wave capable of changing the flow of the future, something the nobles will soon realize. Suddenly, as he sips his drink, the professor feels something strange and drops his glass on the floor due to a headache. The floor gets slippery and Selena comes to help him. Ludger asks for a moment to breathe outside and goes to the balcony. Professor Chris Benemer approaches while Ludger begins to hear multiple voices weighing on his mind. He tells the voices to shut up, almost giving into the pain and pressure. He notes that he used too much mana to end the duel quickly and was careless for not noticing it sooner. The envious Chris Benemer watches him and hears Ludger talking about medicine. After that, a cry for help echoes and people begin to scream and run as a bizarre beast of flames appears at the scene. Ludger realizes this is Esmeralda's work. The terrible flame monster charges at the crowd, wanting to destroy everything with pure hatred. The professor jumps toward the creature, joining others who start attacking it. He orders everyone to evacuate the people as their top priority and wonders where the monster came from. The nobles help each other flee the hall. Right after, the animism professors Angela and Viagrinoy summon water spirits and attack at the same time to defeat the fierce fire entity. The attacks don't work and everyone has to watch out for the melting ceiling. An animist tries to attack despite the risk of a collapse, but the fire wraps around his sword and climbs up his body, setting him completely ablaze. Ludger tells everyone not to touch the falling flames and warns that anyone hit by the black fire must get rid of it immediately. He knows this isn't normal fire, but magma magic with high destructive power, rivaling 6th-ranking spirits. The professor notices the creature has a humanoid shape, while spirits usually take the form of nature. Ludger finds the situation strange, seeing that the monster is missing its bottom right section and manifested using a medium. The biggest benefit of this method is hiding the summoner's identity. Considering where the spirit appeared, he deduces the suspicious medium is the silver tray left on the table. Ludger concludes that Joanna Lovett is Esmeralda. Since going after her right now is impossible, he decides to handle the creature because he already figured out a way to end this. Then, Ludger spots someone trapped under the debris of the ceiling. He tries to help and asks what's going on. The victim wonders what this creature is and tries to run, but she can't feel her legs anymore as the monster releases a massive wave of fire. The flames rush toward the white-haired girl, Renee, who fears for her life. Ludger saves her using his shadows and holds her in his arms, telling her she hurt her leg, but the wound isn't deep and he'll apply some medicine. Renee recognizes that sight and asks if they've met before. The professor freezes because he knows it's true. However, he asks what she's talking about and claims she's mistaken. The girl feels a sense of déjà vu while Ludger finishes treating her injury. He says he's going to do his job as an instructor and tells Renee to run, receiving her thanks. After that, Ludger merges into the shadows using ADR Nocturnos to face the rank 6 flame spirit. He appears above the monster and then moves behind it, stating the ceremony ends here. At that moment, someone summons the spirit Ventus Vulf, which bites the fire spirit's face hard. Another animist conjures a water spirit to try and suppress the enemy, but the target keeps growling in anger. Water destroys one of the creature's arms. However, the blow doesn't do much damage, the spirit Unsea Lane loses its form, and the severed limb starts to regenerate. Someone asks Professor Angela to pull Ventus Vulf back. The spirits retreat as the demonic enemy lets out a roar, showing off its strength. The people there feel they won't be able to defeat this threat with brute force alone while the principal is away. Suddenly, Ludger attacks from behind with his blade cane and dark magic. He also fires water spells to disrupt the creature, which is vulnerable to that element. The animist notices the spirits are moving strangely to protect something and realizes the thing was summoned through a medium. Exhausted, Ludger can't use massive spells right now. He prepares a water spell on his blade, which crystallizes into ice, striking the enemy as it tries to slash him with its claws. The creature lets out a high-pitched scream. The flame spirit calls Ludger hateful trash and promises everyone will burn and perish one day. The professor replies that the monster can try, and the enemy quickly turns to ash. Afterward, people comment on how the creature's lower body wasn't formed properly and was connected to a medium. They ask how Ludger figured that out, and he replies that anyone would have noticed. The animism professor, despite her experience, hadn't noticed. Since contracts and animism are fair for both sides, force summons are almost never used. She had never heard of a spirit that hated humans before. Luger asks if spirits don't usually act that way, and the animist explains they represent nature and don't really have opinions about humans. Even with the existence of such a spirit and a weak enemy defense, the teachers managed to reduce the damage mostly because of the magic Ludger used at the end. When asked if the technique was a space jump, the elf comments that he doesn't need to be surprised since she has already seen many things. Ludger confirms he did exactly that, using magic power on a specific coordinate. He adds that the feat is possible through coordinate calculations, and although it's hard at first, he got used to it. However, the magic can't be used correctly without a natural blessing of spatial perception. Next, the animist asks if the teacher is okay, since using spells in bad conditions can cause strange symptoms, like hearing voices in your head. She explains that the world usually classifies people with highly developed minds as geniuses, but the reality is different. While geniuses break part of a frame to show talent, these people don't have a frame at all. Ludger doesn't think that's a good thing, and the teacher points out that the frame acts as a reliable barrier to protect the mind from the outside. Because of this, she asks directly if Ludger heard strange sounds in specific situations. The teacher answers that the theory is interesting, but it has nothing to do with him. The animist suspects the teacher is lying, while he asks if she knows more about the matter. The elf replies that's all she heard in her youth, calling it a legend for humans. Noting that Ludger maintains a sane mind in a way that's incompatible with an ordinary human dealing with this situation, she forms a theory. Asked if there is any more information, the animist explains that normal people can't even handle the voices. She theorizes that the next stage of the symptoms would involve starting to see things. The elf points out these are just possibilities, but at this rate, he would be able to make personal contact with the voices and even with gods. After that, Ludger reads news in the newspaper about Evan Luke and the leader of the Kunst auction house. The increased security at the venue due to the previous day's incident makes the situation more annoying. A woman approaches, asking if he usually calls people this early, and says she came there to show him the changes in the alleys. She asks Ludger to look at the renovated streets. The teacher notes that the place is much cleaner, with the street full of artisans and the road expanded according to his instructions. The woman informs him that the other groups are cooperating with the proposals, with Quiriko's working on a musical to replace the circus. The old boys are preparing a magazine with fables from unknown writers. She mentions that the kids aren't managing to spread the rumors, but Ludger replies that it's fine to fail, as long as they do their best with the promotion. Next, they arrive at a new workshop that will start by selling cheaper clothes before investing in luxury lines. Ludger notices Violetta's confidence, and she claims she dreamed of this moment her whole life. Ludger says everything is working out, and they decide to talk to the people they'll be working with. Next, they find a man asking a lady out for the evening. The teacher interrupts him, apologizes to the lady, and warns that he'll take the man with him to discuss important business. He comments they shouldn't have met there, but he feared a delay if he left him alone. The man is Alex, a member of the Owen group, who claims he isn't a bad person and quickly asks who Violetta is. Annoyed by his attitude, Violetta questions if he will really work with them, and Ludger assures her the young man is very skilled despite his appearances. Alex continues flirting, and asks if there will be treasures or women, making the girl suspicious of his intentions. After that, he apologizes, formally introduces himself as a nobleman from the Fatima kingdom, and wishes them both good luck, though the teacher warns that he is a freeloader who once tried to forge a fake identity. Alex asks why he was called, and Ludger says he'll explain the details when they get to the hideout. The noble comments on the ordinary appearance of the place the people came from, and the professor realizes he doesn't need to worry about anything. They go to a house where Hans greets them, looking exhausted. Ludger asks about the investigation, and the informant replies that he can't deal with a certain person. Right after, Bella Luna Fitana appears and annoys Hans, making him shout, and Violetta notices that the newcomer is an elf. Bella Luna is responsible for producing medicine and gunpowder, which draws attention, since elves are supposed to hate things made by humans. Ludger explains that this is just a stereotype, and that not all races judge people that way. With everyone gathered, the professor notes that two new members of the Owen group, Fantas and Arfa, arrived at the same time. After Alex introduces himself, they go inside to talk, and Ludger asks the others to speak. Arfa thanks Fantas, who remains quiet, and the boy asks for understanding, introducing himself only as Arfa, with no family name. Hans notes that they don't look special, and asks how they met the leader. Arfa explains he isn't Ludger's biological son, but considers him a father because the professor taught him a lot about the world since he was born. Next, they ask Fantas to take off his hat, revealing that he's a beast man. Hans finds out that the new member hunts whales, which is unusual, since beastmen usually fear water, but Arfa guarantees that Fantas is very strong and experienced in this work. Ludger adds that Fantas' strength once led his people, though the beastmen lost to him in the past. Either way, Fantas will act as the team's main battle agent, likely being the second strongest member. Finally, it's time for Violetta to introduce herself. Ludger hopes she'll continue working with them, arguing that the planned business is already set up. Violetta admits she's interested in joining the team, but points out that everyone there is extremely skilled. The professor replies that he wouldn't have brought her if he didn't think she was good enough, stating that she's the person who would help the group the most. He reaches out his hand and asks directly if she'll work with the Owen team. Violetta shakes his hand, accepts the invitation, and wishes everyone good luck. Ludger realizes that the necessary members have been gathered, forming a much better team than he imagined as he looks at the beast men, the boy, Violetta, and Hans. Before starting the meeting, Ludger presents the group's goal, informing them that in the coming days they'll attack the Kunst auction house. Upon learning of the target, the members find out that the leader wants to obtain something from the place and plans to collect some gifts on the way back. Soon, the boy raises his hand and questions Ludger about the difficulty of the attack, remembering that hundreds of attempts failed over the last 20 years. In addition, security at the location increased due to recent events, and there are rumors of an artifact that constantly monitors the storage area. Then, one of the team members states that the leader must have a plan in mind to be so confident. Ludger confirms this and asks Hans to bring the blueprint of the place to be raided, telling them to pay attention. He opens the map and indicates that the target is in a specific room. Day breaks in the city, which is now renovated. Ludger walks down the street and notices Professor Selina and Joanna Lovett talking to a blonde man. As he approaches, Selina calls him over to talk and mentions they haven't seen each other since the banquet, while the blonde man excuses himself and leaves. The protagonist asks if the matter was important, finding out they were talking about worries over what happened at the banquet. Ludger apologizes for taking so long to ask how Selina has been, and she replies she's doing well. Selina's assistant also shows gratitude for saving the students. Looking at Esmeralda, the protagonist decides that the right choice is to pretend he doesn't know her identity yet. Selena apologizes, regretting she didn't help sooner, and praises Ludger for evacuating the people and doing his best. She claims she didn't do everything she could because she lacked the necessary skills, which makes the protagonist notice her worry. He then points out that, unlike her, he doesn't know how to smile and be kind to others. The professor emphasizes that her attitude calmed the people during the evacuation, proving she did her best in her role. Hearing this, Selena says she doesn't know if she has the right to hear such things. Ludger finds this strange, but she changes the subject, warning him that class is about to start. She thanks him for listening to her worries, promises to buy him lunch next time, and leaves with her assistant. Right after, Violetta shows her annoyance that the woman dared to expose her worries to the First Order. Ludger says his subordinate must learn to handle these situations more naturally. He asks Violetta to investigate someone immediately, and she accepts, suggesting they investigate even the target's grandchildren and nephews. But the leader warns her she's exaggerating and orders her to investigate Joanna Lovett. At the Kunst auction house, Evan Luke arrives questioning about the guests and enters the venue. This is a good chance for the Luke company to ruin the Los Hans, grow their business, and regain his father's trust after the past incident. Upon entering, he notices a car outside, and a person steps out. Evan introduces himself as the manager of the auction house and the newcomer says it's a pleasure to meet him. The man introduces himself as Lord R. Guaramusla, thanking him that someone abandoned by his family is welcome at the venue. Evan welcomes R and his big companion, but the disguised man asks him not to be so formal, suggesting they become friends since they're the same age. Next, the man disguised as an Egyptian says he remembers something and asks for a favor, explaining he received a precious object on the way and couldn't find a proper place to store it. R hands over a heavy briefcase, informing him that his family is using magic fluids to produce high-quality magic stones. Evan gets interested in the business, and the visitor warns him that the object is a company prototype. Asked if there's a safe place to store the item, the manager claims he has a perfect spot in the warehouse and asks the two to follow him. The boy from Ludger's organization hears everything through a wiretap, impressed because he never thought the leader could mimic Southern noble clothes so well. Ludger reflects that Evan Luke is a very influential young noble, even without having much power, due to his father's company dominating the magic stone market. He instructs Fantas to do his part, staying quiet and acting only as a bodyguard. Since the Luke company recently tried to expand its business into magic tools and artifacts, magic fluids became an essential ingredient. For this reason, Ludger chose this fake identity to get closer, intending to use the opportunity to create a connection with Evan Luke. As they approach the target, Ludger asks to put an earpiece in his ear. It's a mobile communicator made by Sheridan, which he and Melvin will use to locate each other. Ludger whispers instructions, but Evan Luke notices the mumbling. To cover it up, the leader pretends he was just talking to himself. Evan then comments that he has a great eye for items and informs him that they'll keep the briefcase in the lower part of the warehouse. Access is made through an elevator that requires a golden key, and, just as Hans warned, the place is guarded by armed knights. Ludger knows that breaking into the auction house warehouse won't be easy, since the items are 30 meters underground, monitored by an artifact that tracks every movement. Still, Ludger doesn't consider the heist impossible and asks Alex and Fantas to watch the warehouse. After a successful inspection, Alex informs the leader, feeling more confident in the success of the plan. He asks if Ludger will proceed with the operation, and the leader confirms, remembering past conversations and trusting Alex's skill. Next, Ludger orders him to grab the gear and return. Before leaving, Alex questions why he needs to stay there, but suddenly hears a familiar voice. Shocked, the member of the Owen warns the leader that there's a problem. Enya Joiners, his ex-girlfriend and an authority figure, is present at the scene. Ludger gets alarmed by her presence and tells Alex to sneak away as soon as he gets a chance, since being seen would be dangerous. Alex notes that Enya keeps acting the same way as always. Later, he approaches Evan and says he has to leave. After they wrap up business, they question if the Lunar Beauty has returned yet, knowing she's analyzing the item delivered by Proto. Ludger then asks Alex to detail the auction. Alex explains that the layout of the place matches the map, but points out that the warehouse is divided into 3 rooms. The most valuable items are in the furthest areas. The auction will last 3 days, and the contents of each room will be auctioned in order. According to Evan's investigation, the item they want is in the 3rd room, and the team decides to stick to the original plan. Far from the auction house, a woman steps out of a building shouting with excitement about finally arriving in Letterbell. She warns her assistant that it's going to rain and tells her to pay attention. The assistant, Detective Betty, runs after the woman carrying lots of luggage and questions why they brought so many useless things. The woman fires back that the objects give her infinite inspiration. At that moment, a gust of wind makes some papers fly away. Betty falls to the ground, annoyed, asking who carries documents from 5 years of incidents. The blue-haired woman scolds her assistant, saying she should be faster before the rain soaks everything. Betty questions when the rain will start, considering factors like humidity and precipitation. The woman replies that it'll be in 5 minutes, but quickly counts down from 5 to 1. It immediately starts raining, and Betty yells at Casey, saying they need to cover up to protect the pages. The assistant tries to gather the papers quickly, being very careful to avoid any damage. Casey, her master and holder of the Celadon Green Water title, Private Detective Casey Selmoy, uses magic to stop the raindrops around the documents. Betty complains that she should have done that from the start, and asks why they came to Letterbell. Casey explains that strange things are happening in the city, including the movement of suspicious organizations and bizarre attacks by unusual lycanthropes. She reveals that the latest trail of these incidents led them to James Moriarty. Betty argues there was a rumor that he died in a fight against Casey, falling from a waterfall near a cliff. The detective confirms the fall is true, but guarantees his death is just a stupid rumor. Her intuition strongly tells her that Moriarty is alive. When Betty questions her logic, Casey claims she has proof in the newspapers and documents they carry, mentioning a case from 5 years ago in the Duraman Kingdom, where peaceful lycanthropes suddenly attacked civilians on the Night of Blood, led by the monster known as the Beast of Cuvalden. Casey explains that the man who eliminated the beast was Abraham Van Helsing, who left his reputation behind and was never seen again. Next, she mentions Arsène Lupin, a thief who appeared in the Fatal Kingdom, stole treasures for a year, and disappeared. After that, she mentions James Moriarty, who tried to start a war in the Delica Kingdom before vanishing, and Machiavelli, the victor of the recent civil war in the Utah Kingdom, who also disappeared at the end of the conflict. Betty claims there's no way all these people are the same man. The detective states that his last possible destination was the city of Letterbell. The assistant questions why someone so skilled would hide their identity while traveling the world. Casey argues that he already brought chaos to the Empire, and if he's alive, they can't let him continue. They need to find a place to stay, and the detective decides that the Kunst auction house is the perfect location. At the auction house, Princess Irender von Exilium appears and receives a bow from Evan Luke, the person in charge of the event. She thanks him, mentions she's tired, and asks to go to the room where she'll stay. He takes her to the VIP suite to rest, and she wonders how much all of that costs, and if selling just one of those rooms could help many commoner families. Meanwhile, the protagonist speaks through the earpiece about the start of Owen's plan. The blonde man, pretending to be rich after waiting since yesterday, wants to meet Violet in the lower warehouse, but soon sees Ine and questions why she's there. Violet uses the excuse of untying her shoelaces to go down to the desired location, knowing the process will take some time. Now, she has to do everything on her own, being the first to get the elevator key so Alex can meet her later. Pretending to have had too much to drink, Violet asks someone to take her to a room, aiming to get the master key and bring it to the protagonist. A man in a suit takes her to the location and lets her stay in his room, claiming she forgot her own room number because of the alcohol. He closes the door and starts taking off his suit, saying she needs to sober up and suggesting they can have some fun in the meantime. Violet agrees to play along, grabs his hand, and pulls him suddenly. She slams him down hard, making the man crash his back onto the floor and scream. Asking if he's having fun, Violet shows she's not fragile, since she learned to strengthen her body with magic alongside the leader, though she didn't think the opponent would be defeated in a single blow. Next, she looks for the key in a cabinet full of other keys. At the auction, the guests watch the presentation of the first item of the second day, a jewel supposedly formed by a mermaid's tear. The bids rise from 1 million to 200 million denarii, and Princess Irender questions the authenticity of the jewel. Casey, sitting nearby, replies that the item is fake and notices the girl's boredom with the event. The detective starts a conversation, stating she noticed her lack of energy, along with her messy hair and the smell of the air cooler from a lack of perfume, characteristics unsuitable for a noble who needs to worry about other people's opinions. The detective figures out that the girl is royalty because she pays no attention to local customs, along with the strong rumors of her presence at the event. Princess Irender realizes the woman is no ordinary person since she is in a VIP seat. The detective hands over a card and introduces herself as Casey Selmoy, a famous private detective and water mage with the title of Celadon Green Water. Irender recognizes her and asks what she is doing there, and Kazi says she was invited and that her intuition warns her of major incidents at the auction. Ludger notices things got chaotic right from the start and that Violetta is doing a great job while he tries to meet up with his team members. However, Evan Luke recognizes him from the banquet and asks if he is enjoying the auction. To avoid trouble, Ludger says the visit was worth it and tries to leave. Evan notices he is alone, asks to accompany him, and orders the guards to treat him with respect. Ludger suspects the man is watching him to show off his power, so he alerts Hans through the communicator that he cannot move freely and must wait for backup. Outside, Hans waits for the communication device to work and asks the little boy with him to use only a nickname. The device blinks red, signaling a delay, which makes Hans relieved he does not have to enter the auction yet. Just then, security guards point flashlights at them in the alley and demand they step forward, forcing Hans to ask the boy to do something. The guard hesitates when he realizes it is just a kid. Instantly, the boy delivers a brutal punch to the huge man's stomach, knocking him out cold on the spot. Hans asks if he is a knight, and the boy explains he is a superhuman military academy graduate with strength far superior to an average person. After that, they tie up the unconscious man and hide him in the trash. Another guard approaches, calling for Deckard, the knocked-out guard. The boy mimics the fallen man's voice perfectly, claiming he is just taking care of business and that there is nothing strange in the alley. The guard believes it and leaves, leaving the boy happy with his imitation, and Hans quite surprised. Then, they decide to turn on the device according to the signal and move forward. Inside the building, Hugo manages to access the room. Surprised by the difficulties on the way and by Anne's presence there, he rushes to find Violetta, who bumps into him and falls crying on top of him as she opens the door. She claims she just tripped and thanks him for catching her. The exact moment Hugo stealthily steals her key. After they separate in the hall, Hugo sends word through the communicator that he got the key and heads to the elevator where Melvin is waiting for him. At the meeting point, Melvin starts manifesting a strange energy. Hugo passes by Melvin and notices the energy he is giving off. When Hugo announces his presence, Melvin deactivates his invisibility magic, explaining that he uses a beastman's spirit to hide his aura. Next, Hugo confirms he has the key and both decide to head to the elevator. As expected, the number of guards increase because of the auction and the two inform the protagonist that they reached the entrance. Wells, the little white-haired girl, announces she is going to start. She walks down the hallway, speeds up her pace, and begins spreading smoke around. People question where the vapor is coming from and get confused by the effects of Bella Luna's special tear gas, which works even better than the girl expected. Without enough staff to handle the situation, the crowd decides to seek shelter in an orderly way and call the guards for help. A man instructs a security guard to check the chemical attack while two guards stay behind to defend the elevator. Soon, the rest of the guards run to the hall, leaving Hugo and Melvin with the pair at the post. Hugo asks if his partner can handle the two guards, and the beast man confirms. As Melvin shows up, the heavy armored guards demand his identification since he is in a restricted area. Melvin raises his hands and claims there's a misunderstanding, and he's just looking for shelter. The guards are suspicious, but the beast man claims to be a friend of Evan Luke. They question Evan's whereabouts and order the two to back off. At that moment, Melvin charges forward and slams the guards into the ground with a tackle, pointing out afterward that he avoided their pressure points and didn't kill anyone. Hugo notices the armor dented by a single punch and wonders how leader Ludger found this subordinate. The duo reports over the communicator that they defeated the entrance guards and that Kafka and Duma should be on their way. After that, Hans and the child press a red button and decide to enter the hall disguised as waiters. The auction proceeds to the next item with an initial bid of 500,000 dinar, which quickly rises to 5 and 10 million. The protagonist notices someone is behind him, and it will be hard to move, even though the operation seems to be going well. He turns slightly and identifies Detective Case Selmoy. He remembers a fight at a waterfall where he called her crazy because she was screaming that she'd give her life to bring down and eliminate James Moriarty once and for all. The leader wonders if the detective is looking for him and quickly turns his face away. He wonders what the woman is doing at the auction since he was disguised when they met and she shouldn't recognize him now. Knowing the detective holds the title of Celadon Green, he concludes all planning will be in vain if she interferes. However, he deduces that Case doesn't know the plan at this point since she wouldn't be chatting so calmly. Since the woman doesn't know what's happening, he decides to just wait for his subordinates to finish the job quickly. Meanwhile, a mustachioed noble appears looking sleepy. The guards in charge of the cameras barely look at the screen since they think it's stupid for anyone to try to rob the canst. One of them tells his colleague not to worry since the rooms have a live feed through an artifact that's too good to be used just for security. Next, they notice some instability in the video of room 2. The sleepy guard thinks it's normal and figures his eyes might be playing tricks on him. One of the men sees an intruder come out of the wall through a hole dug in the underground. He reports to Evan Luke about the presence of invaders in the second warehouse with no guards at the entrance. Since the place was excavated, the situation doesn't seem to make sense and all guards are called there. With the team gathered, they're informed the invader got in by digging and some must check the local sewer entrances. The rest of the team splits into a transfer group and an attack group heading to the warehouse with Evan Luke. Luke sees the guards going down the elevator on the cameras and realizes he can't let the valuable artifacts get stolen. He explains the procedure to transfer the items from Warehouse 3 to a safe place while the attack group must capture the invaders in Warehouse 2. After notifying his lord, the guards start moving toward Warehouse 3. In Warehouse 2, Evan Luke orders the guards to go in and capture the invaders. When the door opens, there's no one inside and no sign of an invasion. On the cameras, they can still see 4 people stealing the artifacts, but nothing is happening in the actual room. They wonder if the image switched to a fake screen, and Evan Luke orders the items from Warehouse 3 to keep being moved to the safe location. It becomes clear they fell into a trap with a recording broadcast by the artifact, and Warehouse 2 was just bait. The real target was always Warehouse 3, with the plan to intercept the transfer of items during the security procedure. Command is warned about the attack group's action. Suddenly, the elevator that was going up crashes down, and Evan Luke realizes they have no way out and need help. Someone asks if they should call the police since the team is trapped without the elevator and there is no one left to help. Thinking about what to do to prevent the incident from completely ruining the auction, Evan Luke panics. The head of security suggests they go out and gather the remaining guards to try to stop the robbery. As he tries to open the door, he discovers it is locked because the white-haired girl blocked the passage with pieces of iron. Upon hearing about the artifact, Ludger planned to swap the transmission with a recording and asked if Sheridan could help. She had to use a hacking device to complete the task. Next, Wells tells the protagonist that the mission was a success, with all the auction guards locked up. 30 minutes earlier, 2 people feel sick. Inside one of the very tight suits of armor is Hans. It is explained that Fantas dented the suit, and despite their attempts, they could not fully fix it. They stand ready, pretending to be Black Knights, while Fantas and Hugo go up. The group waits to find out the location of the security guards, glad they did not run into them right away. Fantas understands that it is possible to use spirits for this kind of task. The Beastman counts 8 guards scattered around the place with 2 isolated nearby. They easily capture and knock out the 2 lookouts around the warehouse. Then, they take their armor to disguise themselves, having to endure the discomfort since the Beastman does not fit well in the suit. They prepare for the start of the fake camera plan. To gain trust, they lie to the guards, telling them that the transfer team must move the items to Warehouse 3, while another group heads to Warehouse 2 to take down the intruders, and they start to argue among themselves. Meanwhile, Hans and the child keep their distance, disguising themselves well as royal guards to do their jobs. The transfer team enters the elevator with the items and the relic box. The Beastman and the blonde boy lock eyes with Hans and the child, and the 4 of them decide to start the action. Suddenly, smoke and tear gas spread, making all the black armored guards collapse on the floor, leaving only the 4 of them. As a final step, they shoot an arrow. Hans asks what happened, and the blonde boy explains that he tampered with the elevator to stop the enemies from going up. The elevator begins to plummet, but the group manages to get out while the machine still works, grabbing everything and fleeing the room. Hans decides to go back alone, since the plan changed and he needs to show something to the boss. Wells asks if it is the item Nari was looking for, and she confirms that the real artifact was in the auction hall, as they could not tell its authenticity apart. After taking all the items, Violetta returns. Hans notes that the others are great fighters, while he can only gather information. The fear of losing his place in the Owen group makes him anxious. However, he reflects that the boss would have abandoned him already if that were the case, deciding to focus on delivering the relic fragment to end this insecurity. Hans tells the boss he cannot talk much, only informing him that the others escaped and are bringing the item to him. With the communicator battery running low, he decides to go wait for his friend in the main hall. When he gets there, he notices no one is around due to the sleeping powder in the air. He then spots 2 men standing in the corner and feels something is wrong. A mustached man points a staff, firing purple magic that shoots right at Hans before he has time to react. Meanwhile, the hero hears an explosion in the distance that interrupts the auctions. Hooded and masked people appear, ordering everyone to stay still or face elimination. The nobles question the invasion, but one of the men attacks the first person who stands up. The guests start fleeing and screaming for security. The masked intruders begin eliminating those present using wands and magic, stealing all their valuables. The hero realizes they're thieves and notes they only managed to get in because of his own group. One of the invaders runs by cursing the nobles, showing bombs strapped to his chest and threatening to eliminate everyone. The hero quickly recognizes that the explosive belongs to the Liberation Army. The hero confirms it's the exact same method of the Liberation Army. They aren't just thieves and they are after them in this place. He uses his magic, launching several lightning bolts toward the man with explosives on his chest. The attack causes the bombs to detonate immediately. The hero struggles with the impact of the flames, noting that he almost lost his life. On top of that, the entire building is under fire silence. He wonders how they activated the bomb, if it's a special gunpowder, and reflects that he burned everything down back when he was Moriarty. Next, a young noblewoman screams that this is a curse and that it's dark magic. The hero connects the dots between the thieves, the Liberation Army, and the Black Mages, wondering if Hans is okay. Elsewhere, the princess tries to escape, confused by the presence of the invaders in Kunst. She thinks about looking for KS, but the criminals try to kidnap her to show the strength of the Liberation Army to the nobles. The princess admits she shouldn't have gone out alone and that it would have been better to stay in Soren. The thieves threaten to eliminate her and charge forward. Bubbles appear in the air as a voice warns them that they're talking too loud. The invaders get trapped inside water spheres, unable to escape or use the bombs, whose special gunpowder was supposed to bypass the fire silence. Detective Case orders them to stay still. She explains that the special gunpowder just needed to get wet to lose its effect. Keeping the thieves trapped, Case praises Beth for her work, eliminates the 3 invaders, and asks if the princess is alright. After that, Torina appears to help, introducing herself as Ein from the Nightcrawler Order of Knights and saying she's honored to be remembered. Case thanks her for the backup, and they decide to team up to get out of there. They discuss how the thieves bypassed Kunst's security without being seen. The guards are missing, and many different people showed up during the auction. Case knows the danger and prefers to discuss the rest after escaping, but something catches her attention. She turns around and shouts a warning that the building is being invaded. In another moment, Hans asks why Ludger hired someone as useless as him, claiming to be a coward who avoids fights despite having unique powers. The hero replies that he chose him precisely because he's a coward, leaving Hans confused. Ludger explains that he knows the risks and the responsibility of Hans' power, knowing that the fear isn't just about hurting others. Hans confirms this and shares that he spent his childhood in an orphanage, not getting along well with the other kids. There was only one girl he was close to, described as a bright and unique sister. One day, she brought a dog that ended up biting Hans during a game, and Ludger asks him to stop the story there. Hans recalls that this was his first transformation and his first murder. He reflects that if he hadn't been bitten, he might have discovered his condition sooner and avoided accepting the girl's kindness. Ludger tries to comfort Hans regarding the trauma, warning him that the moment to face the unwanted reality will come. Hans asks his boss what beast something is made of. The protagonist warns him that, when the time comes, Hans will probably run away and leave everything behind, and he won't blame him for that. However, if he decides to fight instead of running, he can use a dagger given by Ludger as a resource, and he will respect that decision. Hans wakes up injured and disoriented, realizing he has been robbed. One of the intruders comments that today is their lucky day, since Kansas security is weakened. The men quickly grab the artifacts, noticing the tremors in the building, and deducing that others have already noticed the movement. They claim it is impossible to hide the mana of a relic in a simple bag. In a final effort, Hans grabs the foot of one of the thieves, begging them to return the object because he needs to deliver it to his boss. In response, a mustached man kicks him in the stomach to see if he dies quickly, annoyed that he is still alive. Realizing that Hans keeps begging for the relic even though he cannot move, the man says he will not live long and decides to leave him there to die naturally. Hans starts to scream and thrash around. With his body feeling heavy, he reflects that the thieves do not deserve the artifact, and that anyone else in his place would not lose it so easily. He considers himself a weak coward who only tries to suppress the monster inside him and thinks he would be nothing without his boss's help. At that moment, he remembers the item Ludger gave him. Believing it is his end, Hans draws the wooden dagger from its sheath and drives it into his own hand, determined to use everything he has for the last time. The act unleashes his transformation. He begins to scream intensely as his clothes tear and fur sprouts. His eyes turn red and he completely transforms into a werewolf. The mustached man is terrified when he faces the bizarre creature, and he is quickly struck when Hans grabs his face with a giant hand. The beast's roar alerts the blue-haired detective and the beast man from Owen's group. Ludger turns around in shock, recognizing the sound of Hans' transformation. As they flee the scene in a carriage, the beast man tells the blonde guy that he senses the presence of a dangerous and extraordinary prey, comparable to few beasts of this level he has faced before. The blonde guy quickly deduces that it is Hans. He remembers when he asked the leader about the group's strength rankings. On that occasion, he found out he was only the third strongest, and the hero did not hesitate to reveal that the first place belonged to Hans. Far from there, Evan Luke is furious about the mess in his auction products. Despite being informed about the evacuation of the guests, he worries about the princess's whereabouts, which has not yet been confirmed. Suddenly, a large explosion hits the auction house, leaving everyone in shock. Several wolf heads, a giant claw, and a hairy arm emerge from the rubble. The demonic creature, resembling a werewolf with a skull and horns, stands firmly on the ground and watches from above. The nobles panic, screaming that the monster that destroyed Duramenge 5 years ago has returned, recognizing it as the Beast of Gvalden. The giant monster descends from the castle and lunges at the citizens, making Evan Luke run. The creature's hand tries to grab one of the guards, but a slash cuts it off. The Clockwork Order arrives to defend the area and orders the evacuation of the nobles. The leader of the order, who only knew about a thief attack at the auction house, does not understand where the creature came from and tells his knights to stay alert to guarantee the safety of civilians and bring down the threat. From atop his horse, the leader sees the giant hand coming toward him and tells everyone to fall back before the monster stomps down hard. He dodges with his mount, uses his sword to cast fire magic, and speeds up as he sees something flying toward the group. The creature attacks quickly with its tails, almost hitting the knights, while the leader orders them to wait for a clear opening. The beast's insane speed, combined with its absurd size, makes the leader question where this monster came from, realizing that the city and its surroundings are going to collapse. Elsewhere, the detective points to a safe path and takes responsibility for the landing. The group jumps from a great height, hitting the ground safely thanks to the water bubble magic she created. Then, they observe the giant-bodied monster with a skull head, recognizing the beast of Gvalden that attacked Duramenge 5 years ago. People believed the beast had already been eliminated and its body kept in the Royal Museum of Duramang. Despite the similarities, this creature's arms do not look like a human's, and they decide not to ignore the possibility of others having these traits. The detective notes that the reappearance of the beast killed by Abraham Van Helsing coincides with the last trace of James Moriarty in Lerder Belka. She believes it is no coincidence, indicating they are the same person, and wonders what Moriarty is planning in this city. Putting her thoughts aside to focus on stopping the monster, she unleashes powerful water spells that wrap around the beast's horns and body. The men of the Clockwork Order notice the restricted movements, wonder if the magic is from an ally, and see a clear chance to strike. The water chains bind the creature's main arm, and it fights back, straining against them. The beast's eye glows red, and the demon lets out an absurd roar. The detective realizes the enemy's strength as she sees her magic collapse, and the monsters start to break free. The roars interfere with her mana, making it hard to concentrate. Determined not to be knocked down so she can keep her color title, she raises her umbrella, gathering magic around it to create an order of winged knights made of water. The Clockwork Knights announce that this is their chance to win, and the detective orders the Water Knights to charge at the creature, which opens its mouth and lets out another roar. Ludger Chelsea arrives at the destroyed site and notices a dangerous dark mage mana, as well as an animal bite mark. He's sure Hans didn't use the tool because he had no reason to. Next, Ludger uses the Turn Nocturna spell, stating he'll return when he's ready and asking Hans to hold on until then. Ludger watches the two orders of knights trying to stop the creature Hans turned into. The knights say the attacks are working and they can't stop. Meanwhile, the creature's skulls start to emit more red glow. The detective notices the skulls on its shoulder glowing, indicating the same magic interception as before, as the monster screams and raises its arm. Case's water magic doesn't collapse like last time, but she starts to feel very powerful vibrations in the ground. Princess Irender tells the group to look ahead, because something is coming their way. Case recognizes a horde of rats and thinks it's impossible for the beast to control other monsters. Terrified of the situation, she uses her water magic to push the animals away, and a slash is delivered. The rats ignore the magic and climb up the water wall. Case freezes, so her assistant, Beth, punches the rats. Irender grabs her wand and uses her magic, saying she will help. Case thanks the three who are supporting her. They realize something is coming and warn each other not to split up, noticing the rats are going toward a wolf head on the ground. The rats form a kind of body for the head. The group warns everyone to watch out for the monster's control, and the Clockwork Order wonders where they came from. Suddenly, a humanoid figure stands up in front of them, revealing that the head and the rats turned into a werewolf. The Clockwork leader notices the beast can split and theorizes this creature is the reason why cryptids appear out of nowhere during the Blood Night. He asks his men to focus on eliminating the enemies before more creatures appear, to prevent the nightmare of Gvalden from happening again with the city overrun by werewolves. Then, a werewolf attacks with a fast, fierce strike. Case notices they are recreating themselves too fast, which keeps her from focusing on the main beast. The rats quickly get through the barrier, and Beth hits them to wipe them out, warning that they need to back away. Case says there are still civilians who haven't retreated. Meanwhile, the Order of Water Knights attacks the creature non-stop. Looking the other way, the detective realizes she'll have to recreate the barrier as rats start biting her foot. Knowing civilian safety is her priority, she needs to buy time before they escape. Amy says they won't make it without a strategy, but Case tells them to go now, no matter what happens to her. Suddenly, the creature stops moving, and the wolves also start looking toward the horizon, watching the moon and a black smoke that just appeared. Ludger returns through the shadows, wearing a top hat, a cloak, and a mask. All the cryptids look in his direction, and Case recognizes James Moriarty. When he starts flying in front of the beast, it stops moving. Beth asks if it's really Moriarty, and Case confirms it because of the mask covering his face, his calmness in front of the monster, and his intimidating aura. The man is the most dangerous thing there, which the monsters also realize. Ludger hoped the beast would recognize him, but he understands the attempt was in vain since it's hard to withstand the monster's madness. He feels that Hans is alive inside there. Ludger decides that saving a subordinate in danger is a leader's duty, and grabs his steel blade. The creature reacts by screaming when it sees the weapon. The hero leaps and flies toward it in a brutal charge, landing right on top of its skull. Then, he makes a swift move, driving the blade deep into the monster and hitting it head-on. Case notices he disappeared and reappeared in the blink of an eye, wondering if the man teleported to get onto the beast's head. Right after, the hero makes a thrusting motion with his blade, and tears off the demon's horns. Case figures that keeping up a constant slaughter makes no sense, since the severed heads just create new cryptids. Then, she sees the wolf's heads falling to the ground and vanishing. She wonders to herself if the sword James uses is made of a special material, or has some magic imbued in it. An attack comes toward Case, and she blocks it with her umbrella and water magic. The creature keeps attacking with its black tails. The woman wonders if the citizens are okay, knowing they'll get slaughtered at this rate and need to get away. She says they have to trust the man, since he seems to have the same goal of eliminating the monster, though she finds it annoying to admit that James is skilled. The hero disappears into the shadows and pops up again on top of the creature through teleportation. He throws 5 vials at the beast, which shatter on it and make it scream. The lobosomans start to evaporate, proving it's their weakness. Case's group thinks it's tear gas and didn't know James could do that. The monster weakens significantly at this moment. The hero notices the beast discards its severed head for a new one using the gas, being smarter than the original. He's sure the creature knows it gets weak after dividing. The monster screams and charges at the protagonist. The leader lands on the ground with his cane, while the beast thrashes around telling it that it shouldn't get distracted. He creates a magic circle on the ground, and 2 giant stakes shoot up, skewering the opponent's hands. Realizing the creature multiplied by creating other cryptids, he grips his cane tight and then pulls out 2 pistols, calling the lobosomans to come at him. The hero blasts all the creatures with his gunshots and charges the weapon with energy when he notices the number of enemies. He leaps backward while firing non-stop and declares it's over after hitting another one in the chest. Heavy smoke pours from his gun due to the number of shots. Knowing there's no one left to protect the beast, he aims his gun at it. The monster swings its giant hand and shatters the 2 magic stakes to free itself. The protagonist realizes the creature plans to fight to the end. Gripping his weapon tight, he orders the beast to stop making a mess and get out, reminding it that the body doesn't belong to it, but to his friend Hans. He fires at the opponent, who screams and charges with heavy steps. The hero keeps pointing his weapon and aims inside the creature's massive mouth as it opens. He leaps onto the demon while a hooded person arrives with a crossbow and shoots a green liquid. The monster's eyes grow redder and brighter. A giant shadow begins to fade away. The hero claims that the 3 people with Plague Doctor masks arrived just in time and says it's time to head back. The beast's body crumbles, leaving only Han's body on the ground. The screams stop, showing that the monster is dead. The Clockwork Knights feel they should confirm the death, but they must first secure the civilians who haven't evacuated yet. One of the masked people asks James if Hans is okay, since he has a giant harpoon through his throat. The leader explains that Hans' regeneration during transformation is incredible. He says they already rescued Kafka and will leave before the knights arrive. Case tells the man to freeze, holding her umbrella and recognizing James Moriarty, saying they met before. He comments that it's been a long time since he last saw Casey Selmoy and asks if she was looking for him the whole time. She confirms she was because she knew he wasn't dead. James says Case doesn't value the life she barely kept and should pretend not to recognize him, which would be better for both of them. Case replies she won't give up and accuses him of underestimating her. She calls him Abraham Van Helsing, Arsène Lupin, and Machiavelli, knowing these identities belong to a single person. Since she discovered this constant switching, she warns him that running is useless because she'll hunt him to the ends of the earth. The protagonist admits he underestimated her, since he knew she was smart, but had no idea she was also digging into his past. He concludes that the chase will continue either way, and with his face exposed, he can't hide anymore. He acknowledges it won't be easy, but decides he has to eliminate her right there. Case then declares that all the trouble caused in the Exilium Empire is the fault of James and the Black Dawn. The protagonist wonders about the reason for this revelation, and theorizes that Case Selmoy found out everything about the organization. He states he won't stop her from trying to capture him, but warns that there are still terrorists and civilians in the auction house. Case asks if he's threatening the civilians' lives. The man doesn't confirm or deny it, only pointing out that he doesn't plan to be caught easily, and those people's lives aren't guaranteed. Realizing the girl's skills, the protagonist plans to use her as a hound to wipe out the Black Dawn in his place. He calls Hugo, Melville, and Dumas, ordering them to leave with Han's body. Case points her umbrella and casts water spells, determined not to let him escape. The protagonist defends himself with his shadow magic. Right after, Case creates another magic circle and fires multiple water blasts at the group. The man says she improved a lot, but not enough, and with a swing of his arm, he cancels all her magic. Betty decides to help and delivers a brutal overhead punch, but the protagonist blocks the attack with just his arm. Then, he hurls Betty away. As Betty lands, Innie charges with her sword, starting a direct clash. The man's defense matches that of an elite knight, making Innie wonder who he is. During the fight, the female knight pulls a hidden blade from her sleeve and throws it at him. However, another Black Dawn member blocks and swats the dagger away, acting as if he predicted the move. Innie wonders who the blonde boy is, and the Black Knight is the only one who can see the Black Knight. Innie wonders who the blonde boy with the crow mask is. Suddenly, green smoke envelopes the group. The protagonist and his organization flee, warning that the Clockwork Knight's order is coming and they can't waste any more time. Case tries to run toward James Moriarty as they begin to fly. She warns that this isn't the end and that she'll get rid of him and his organization, to which the man replies he's looking forward to it and they'll see each other soon. In the past, the protagonist questioned why Case acted against him, as he thought she'd understand. He says that Case wasn't like the normal people around them and they couldn't compare themselves to low standards. The man said the world was boring, people were insignificant, and the frustration was driving him crazy, which was why he targeted a child. Seeing the detective's discomfort, he asked if that was so wrong, claiming she heard the same voice he did. Case hoped he wasn't a bad person and wished everything would be resolved as a misunderstanding. But once she realized this was the path James chose, she screamed and tried to attack him, declaring she'd arrest him right there. In the present, they inform the detective that the urgent investigation of the scene is finished and she replies they did a good job. The Clockwork Knights thank Casey, acknowledging that the situation would have been much worse without her, and collect the terrorist's bomb. The detective decides to analyze the explosive while the knight returns to the crime scene, noting that the gunpowder works and is a very dangerous material supplied to the liberals. Knowing she doesn't have the skills to produce something like that, a likely candidate comes to her mind. Since James Moriarty is associated with the Black Dawn, she concludes the incident was caused by an experiment of that organization after the beast disappeared and the subordinates fled. First, the detective needs to analyze the collected gunpowder to capture them, which will require several preparations. Meanwhile, Hans wakes up after turning into the bizarre beast and asks where he is. James Moriarty enters the room. Happy, the young man woke up and asks if he feels any pain or discomfort. Hans calls him brother, asking what just happened, and James asks if he doesn't remember turning into a monster. The young man remembers and mentions he didn't die, which James agrees is a relief, then asks Hans to hand over the recovered object. Hans explains he lost the item the moment he was holding it, but James tells him to stop joking and hand over what's in his right hand. Without understanding why the object is there, Hans listens as the protagonist explains he'd been holding it since the transfiguration undid itself, refusing to let go, which made him wait for him to wake up. Hans laughs, satisfied that he managed to grab the item and hands it to James, who congratulates him on the job. The leader tells Hans to get dressed and come down for a meeting, stating the mission was a success despite the unexpected incidents. At the meeting, the members believe they'll get rich and won't be exposed, since Kansas is ruined. After working together, the team recognizes the strength of its members. Wells comments he never thought a human could turn into such a large beast, as it was the first time he'd seen anything like it. The Beast Man asks about Wells' swordsmanship, questioning if he was a knight. He replies he was an aspirant and fought on equal terms against a knight. The blonde man asks who the young woman who controlled water was, and James replies it was Casey Selmoy, a mage from a noble family who recently won the color title. The protagonist then explains he met her in the kingdom of Delica. Meanwhile, Princess Irender screams for help, and arrives to help. The princess warns that Beth, the detective's assistant, isn't breathing, and checks her pulse, notices the body is cold and doesn't understand how the girl died so suddenly. Casey Selmoy looks at Beth, claims she just fell asleep again, something that already happened before, and starts stripping the assistant's clothes off. Since the princess finds the scene excessive, the detective shows a hole in Beth's back, and then asks if the assistant isn't human. Casey confirms Beth is a machine capable of fitting into society and feeling emotions, then grabs a gold key, and comments that rumors would have spread fast if an automaton so similar to a human existed. The detective explains that didn't happen because Beth was secretly created as a soldier in the kingdom of Delica years ago. Upon inserting the key, the girl wakes up, making Casey happy. Beth asks why she's naked, argues with the detective, and soon gets up to grab her things, asking them not to forget her materials. Casey mentions she first met Beth in Delica, back when she was looking for James Moriarty, and asks if Moriarty knew who he was from the start, and the detective answers she only knew he was a competent mathematician she spoke with a few times. Casey says she hates him for his constant arrogance shown since their first meeting. On the day she confronted him in a secret automaton factory, an explosion happened and caused the basement floor to collapse. James Moriarty used the collapse to escape the scene, and despite trying to chase him, she lost him. Casey thought about escaping and looked for a way out until she found Beth inside a capsule in a hidden space between fallen walls. It was the first time the detective found a finished product of the secret illegal project codenamed Beta. Alpha is also an automaton, and the conversation ended with him. After the discussion, the detective realizes she initially believed other exotic species like him existed. Hans wonders why everyone in the meeting is watching him. He deduces the boy he fought was an automaton. Knowing this since their meeting, even though he didn't know about another surviving child, James thought the other automatons had been destroyed and didn't expect to find one accompanying the detective. Violetta asks why the kingdom of Dalika created them. The hero states the obvious reason for mass production was disposable steel soldiers for war. Violetta asks if the goal was to start a conflict. Then, the hero and Casey share what they experienced in Dalika. The detective details how she found Beth, who woke up some time later, leaving Anne and Aranda surprised by the story. Beth appears and asks how long the investigator will keep telling stories, warning that it's time to leave. Princess Aranda asks where they're going, and Casey explains she'll look for another lodging due to the collapse of the place. Aranda thanks her, promises a personal reward, and invites her for a visit sometime, an invitation the detective accepts. Casey asks Anne to send her regards to Torina during her stay in Letterbelk, which is confirmed, and both say goodbye with the promise of meeting again. Meanwhile, dawn breaks at Soren Academy. The protagonist already expected the newspaper information about the monster and the auction house to be vague. He didn't expect to be found by Casey in Letterbelk, nor that she'd find out all his fake names. Because of this, he decides to issue a silence order for those with the name Moriarty. The positive side of the misfortunes is realizing his mistake about the Dark Dawn, though he wished he was right. At that moment, his assistant arrives after sorting the material. The hero comments on the general commotion after the previous events. The assistant reports that the knights captured the monster, surprised by their strength. He decides to reevaluate his estimates, since James Moriarty has no connection to the knights and notes that the movement happened because of the incident. The protagonist knows the Holy Knights of Bretthose are on their way after the creature's appearance, which leaves him thoughtful. The Holy Nation is an isolated island and base of the Lumensis Order, dedicated to the god of radiance, responsible for hunting pagans and cryptids in purification ceremonies. The organization lost popularity due to corruption and changing doctrines, besides being inactive for 20 years, but now they'll take advantage of the new lead. The assistant finds it suspicious that they're acting suddenly, since they didn't intervene in the Blood Night 5 years ago. The hero guesses the end of the nation's succession forced them to act, though it's just a hunch. Next, he speaks with the assistant, who finished the investigation on Diana Lovick. She is a student admitted to the Second Order with a fake name to hide her identity. The assistant also discovered that the girl is from the Duramon Kingdom and a survivor of the Great Fire of Lothan. The Great Fire of Lothan happened more than 10 years ago, and surviving that accident is bizarre due to its unknown cause. Perhaps the origin was the giant flame spirit that the girl summoned. Including Joanna, the assistant counts 3 survivors, with one of them being the artist, Pierre, but there's no information on the third. Before the class starts, the hero announces that the students can check their rankings on the bulletin board later, but he decides to reveal the top 5 from the first test. He mentions that everyone already expected Flora Lumos in first place with a perfect score, tied with Julia Plumhart. Julia notes that the tie was expected, since the magic tower supports her because she is a very efficient mage. Third place goes to Tacy Pryad, and after being congratulated by Aiden, she offers to teach him to be as good as her, but the boy declines so he won't interrupt his classmates' studies. Renee takes 4th place, and Leo gets 5th, making the class notice that the top of the ranking is made of fallen nobles and commoners. Next, the professor asks the top 5 to stay after class to pick up their boards and moves on to the documents distributed in the previous class. The class begins to learn about mana circles that use energy release. This technique lasts longer than common spells and is ideal for use in talismans and artifacts. Most magic circles kept their original format because of the belief that this protects the user from strange forces, but the current versions are a bit different. The professor starts drawing a table on the blackboard, points to the board, and claims that it is a magic circle. The students get confused by the strange shape and turn their eyes to Flora Lumos, treating her as their leader after the events of the first semester. She wonders about the reason for the attention and gets curious about the drawing, believing the professor isn't lying since she would have been disappointed in him a long time ago if that was the case. To prove the validity of the technique, the hero touches the table and summons a fire magic, making everyone wonder how he managed to do that. He explains that non-circular shapes normally don't circulate mana easily since curved lines conduct energy smoothly while angles let the flow escape. When he asks why his circle worked perfectly, Renee tries to answer, but Flora Lumos cuts in and claims that the answer is in the text. Flora explains that the text in each square helps the flow of mana, and the professor confirms that a square formation works if there is a meter to help the energy. He reveals that he used a satyr magic square, a palindrome that reads the same way in any direction. When asked about the benefit of using a square instead of a circle, the hero answers that the shape is easier to draw. He explains that magic circles require perfect lines and justify the existence of professionals in the field, while the square only requires 4 equidistant points, making the drawing fast. In the text, he distributes extra documents showing that the square is just an example and that magic can take on several other shapes. The professor ends the subject by warning that the students must take the content into account to create their own magic formations in the second part of the test. After class, in the teacher's lounge, the hero attends to Leo right after Renee and asks to see the boy's hands. The teacher notices one of the 4 divided ways to calculate source code on the student's hand. He calls the technique a data structure, which is just a useless part on its own. After the teacher claims Leo will stay in the top 5 for the rest of the semester and tells him to work hard, the student gets annoyed. He thinks to himself that things don't leak easily without using reverse calculation. He finds it very strange to teach this kind of magic to a mere student and wonders what kind of teacher Lugger really is. Outside, Leo sees some aristocrats surrounding Iona Uvley, a beast girl from his class. One of the nobles demands that she acknowledge her lower status and act like a parasite, but Iona asks what they would do if she just did whatever she wanted. Realizing his classmate's unusual attitude, Leo walks over and says it's ridiculous for several nobles to gang up on a single student. He warns them that the teachers have been keeping a close eye on the aristocrats since Jevon Falio left. He adds that he's on his way to Professor Lugger's office, daring them to keep going if they don't care about the consequences. Angry about being crossed by a smart commoner, the aristocrat backs down when Leo calls him a worm and tells him to do better. The noble walks away intimidated, thinking the commoner has a massive ego for someone who relies on a gang. Then, Iona asks why Leo helped her, and he quickly notices that the girl was about to wipe out the bullies with her beastly strength. She confirms she planned to teach them a lesson, making her thirst for battle very obvious. Iona asks if he isn't afraid of her, and Leo replies that only idiots would fear her for no reason. He figures that since she joined the academy despite the tension between humans and beasts, she must want to expand her knowledge. Impressed, the girl calls him an ancient term from her tribe for small, brave warriors, saying his mental strength was proven in that situation. The boy introduces himself as Leo and downplays the compliment right before Aiden and Taze show up. Aiden and Taze arrive after receiving a data structure and invite the beast girl to grab a snack. She accepts immediately, which makes Taze and Leo a bit uncomfortable. Elsewhere, Renee feels disappointed because her evaluation went too fast, preventing her from asking Lodger any questions. The princess from yesterday invites her to have lunch, but Renee declines since she already has plans, promising to hang out the next day. The princess, named Irina, ends up following her classmate to find out who she's eating with, outraged that someone might try to seduce the innocent Renee. While hiding behind a tree, the princess gets startled when Freud and Wolfsburg approaches her. The boy explains that he cultivates that flower field and planned to eat there with Renee, advising the princess to get a hobby. The two start trading insults until Renee arrives and asks what Irina is doing there. The princess makes up a story about being worried when she saw her friend walk into the forest, but Freud says that's a pathetic excuse from someone obsessive and friendless. Renee notes that she really has never seen Princess Irender with anyone, and Freud confirms her lack of friends. The student figures her social status makes it hard for people to get close, but Freud then clarifies that the real reason involves the first princess, Alien von Exelion. He explains that children usually fight for the position of head of the family in the Kingdom of Utah. However, the first princess is so perfect as a ruler that she became the absolute successor, making any dispute impossible. The third princess is still tempting for the aristocrats, but everyone avoids her because the first princess decided to spare and accept the siblings who should have been eliminated. Irender knows that in reality, her older sister just wanted to use them as playthings. Freud then points out that regardless of the reason, this attitude removes any motive for people to get close to Irender. Freud then mentions that the first princess didn't know anyone and volunteered for the club, unable to imagine how the person who dealt with that felt. Renee asks if the heiress was always this amazing. The boy replies that she used to isolate herself with a few helpers, until the people who planned to overthrow her suddenly vanished without a trace. Irender didn't know the details of those disappearances, but she recalls a rumor among the aristocrats warning everyone to watch out for the shadow of the first princess. In the end, everyone eats the lunchboxes Freuden prepared. Irender reflects on making it out alive, and Renee shows her happiness that her friend is okay. The princess feels she finally has the academy life she always wanted, being able to talk and worry about friends. After that, the group discusses the monster from the day before, which they believe is dead. Irender remembers the detective and wonders if she solved the case, knowing that the truth of the incident can't be revealed to prevent public panic. Referring a comfortable lie, the princess deceives Renee by claiming that the Clockwork Knights of Letterbelk took care of the threat. During the conversation, they mention seeing Professor Ludger that day, which leaves Renee frustrated. Irender explains she only saw him in a flash, while Freuden feels he has seen Ludger Chelsea's face somewhere before. In another room, a mustached man shouts that it's absurd to change the magic festival's planning without a prior discussion. He argues that the historic event is an opportunity to show off their status, and accuses the principal of abusing her authority. The principal simply apologizes for the lack of notice, explaining she didn't have time to debate with everyone. She justifies that the bad mood caused by recent events and the approach of the second test motivated her to bring the festival forward. Since Professor Hugo can't think of any alternative, he's forced to accept the decision, looking annoyed alongside Chris Benhammer. Chris approaches the vice-chancellor about the situation, who confirms they can't do anything against the principal's will. Next, the vice-chancellor asks the principal for permission to suggest additions to could include a brand new event in the opening ceremony. Meanwhile, Ludger Chelsea remains isolated in his office. Ludger considers that bringing the magic festival's opening forward isn't a bad idea to improve the chaotic atmosphere. He deduced since the banquet hall incident that Esmeralda will attack the event due to the large crowd. The professor plans to force her to reveal herself so Soren can deal with her. But what really dominates his thoughts is the fire of Lawton. The fact that there are 2 other survivors of the great incident besides Esmeralda worries, making him decide to visit the place as soon as possible. Right then, Flora Lumos knocks on the door. Ludger asks if she came for the data structure and comments on the delay, congratulating her next for passing in first place. The student laments the tie and takes out a magic fragment split into 4 parts, questioning the professor about the magic of Clem's bottle she saw in his personal lab. Flora also mentions she peeked at the blackboard and noticed the drawing of a cube, something she couldn't ignore, though Ludger states it would be polite to pretend she saw nothing. Facing the young girl's question, he reveals that the blue magic cube is called a tesseract, a supercube. Since he isn't sure of all the details, he explains vaguely that research discovered mana can interfere with spacetime, making it a magic to explore unknown areas that he can't teach students. Realizing he won't reveal everything, Flora decides to just grab what she came for. Before leaving, she suddenly asks if the professor's body is doing okay, but quickly backs down, telling him to forget the foolish question, leaving Ludger quite intrigued. Later, in the kingdom of Duramang, Ludger and Hans arrive at the Lawton village station by bus. Hans complains that the professor could have gone alone to investigate the rumor about the survivor, but Ludger replies that it would be lonely and tells his friend to stop complaining so they can move on before nightfall. The assistant questions if the person hasn't moved away since they only see burned buildings around them. However, Ludger claims he's wrong as he spots a man painting a picture on top of a hill, certain that they found the right place. As they get closer, Ludger notices the man is painting blindfolded. The painter notices the guests, and explains that, despite not being able to see, he can feel things around him. The professor notices the presence of magic in the paintings, and the survivor clarifies he isn't exactly a mage, having learned the skill naturally by painting for a long time. Next, the blind man claims he can feel through the wind's energy that Ludger is the hero who saved that land from the terrible incident of the past. Surprised by the man's spiritual affinity, Ludger gets straight to the point and asks him to speak about the other survivors of the Lawton fire. The blind man pauses, realizes he hasn't introduced himself yet, and says his name is Pierre. Ludger introduces himself too. Then, the painter shares that before the fire, Lawton was a beautiful place, and the hero remembers the village was exactly like that during his first visit. Pierre reveals he was very talented with magic and got accepted by a teacher, but faced judgment for preferring art. His master questioned the value of painting and broke his brushes, pushing Pierre to his limit. He ran away because his desire to paint was stronger than his desire to learn magic. After wandering for a while, he found Lawton, but struggled to adapt until someone helped him. To show who he's talking about, Pierre takes a brush and draws a landscape in the air with magic. Suddenly, the world around them transforms into a painting. Using this ability, the blind man leads the visitors to the center of the village, passing by several people made of ink and revealing the past of the area, which was full of travelers and open to the wind. The pride of the village was a girl with a fruit basket, whose face they can't see. She was always happy, treated everyone with kindness, and had a natural affinity with spirits. One was Esmeralda, the other survivor of the Great Fire, who was responsible for helping Pierre adapt and keeping the village peaceful and smiling. However, this peace was shattered by a noble family who visited the region. A man claimed he fell in love with Esmeralda at first sight and proposed they live together. Being innocent, the girl didn't doubt him and accepted the proposal, falling for the lies of the noble who actually just wanted to exploit her power and spiritual affinity. The villagers worried about the marriage news, not wanting to see her unhappy, but they hesitated to act. There are comments that going against the nobility in the kingdom of Duramang resulted in persecution for treason. Despite this, Pierre says that instead of just watching, one person showed courage, and soon everyone began to oppose the union. The noble expressed his anger, insulting the villagers for daring to cross him. Then he ordered his knights to eliminate everyone, leaving Esmeralda in shock as she watched her people being attacked. Right after, they ordered the destruction of everything, and the village began to burn in front of everyone. Ludger finds the situation absurd. Pierre explains that this is the hidden truth about the Great Fire of Lawton, which didn't happen as a natural incident. The villagers scream and try everything to stop the attack, but the noble tells Esmeralda that any attempt is foolish and that it's too late now. He forces the girl to watch the result of crossing the nobility and claims it'll be easier to handle her in her state of despair. Next, complaining of dizziness from the smell of burning trash, he orders them to bring Esmeralda as soon as they finish the destruction. Esmeralda blames herself for the ruin of the village, which was a joyful place just yesterday and was now turning to ashes. When the guards approach to take her, the girl's tears start to burn the ground and turn into fire. The soldiers initially think they're being attacked by a low-level spirit. However, the flames unite into a higher-level entity and surround the young girl, making the guard ask what she's doing. Declaring her hatred for the noble and all the invaders, Esmeralda launches the flames at the group, knocking the men out one by one. She warns that she'll burn everything they own, and a massive fire spirit materializes behind her. To entrust the task to this monster named Quasimodo, a flame demon, asking the creature to destroy everything she hates, Pierre says that all the soldiers were killed this way and that Esmeralda left the village right after. It was at this moment that the villager lost his sight. Despite his blindness, he managed to reach a riverbank and survive, which was only possible thanks to a child's help. Pierre thanks the little girl for her help, and she replies she only did what was necessary, majorly regretting that he was the only person she managed to save from the fire. The young girl recognizes him as the artist who arrived at the village long ago and admits she remembers him for being pretty stupid. Despite severe burns and losing his sight, Pierre felt happy to be alive, an optimism the girl couldn't share because she refused to forgive the noble who wiped out the villagers out of pure annoyance. Right after, she left before he could ask her name. Even with nothing left but nightmares, Pierre couldn't abandon the village, holding onto it because it was the first place to accept him, and over time he learned to put magic into his brushes to paint properly, ending his story. In the art world, the blind painter can feel people's emotions, sensing sympathy, compassion, and anger in Ludger. Knowing that such feelings are hard to find in an evil person, he trusted the protagonist to share his past in great detail. Ludger notices the artist's pain and thanks him for his trust, while Pierre feels a bit better for finally letting out the heavy burden of his blindness. He then asks Ludger to help the young survivor, figuring she must be fighting desperately somewhere in the world. Reflecting on the situation, Ludger concludes that the fall of the Duremenge kingdom was after they tried to stop the truth about the Lawton fire from spreading, knowing they couldn't hide it from the citizens because of class conflict, incompetence, and the Night of Blood. He understands why several nobles fled. Although Hans thinks the trip was in vain because they found nothing significant, Ludger discovers that the one responsible for the fire is a blonde noble from Duremenge, around 30 years old. Since they all fled to the Auxilian Empire, the hero feels the enemies might be closer than they thought. The day of the second test at Soren Academy arrives, where students must go to the front as soon as their numbers are called, creating an intense atmosphere. During the evaluation, Ludger fails a student with AD after she writes the formula as a square and only considers the number inside the magic circle, choosing her comfort zone instead of challenging herself. The next one called is Aiden, who pairs an existing magic circle with a new shape, securing stability so he doesn't lose power. However, the magic doesn't flow properly due to an annoying correction in the flow, leading Ludger to say that although the student did a good job, using a circle decreases the importance of learning magic formulas. Ludger notices that something is missing and gives Aiden a B+. The next to be evaluated is Flora Lumos, who presents a paper with several hexagons. The professor didn't expect to see a hexagonal turtle theorem with flawless calculations, so he grants her an A+, highlighting the multiple shapes and perfect technique. After evaluating several tests, it's the turn of the last student, Renee, who warns that she didn't bring the scroll with the magic circle. Ludger asks what she plans to do, and Renee explains that she found the formula too vague for paper, preferring to demonstrate it in person. She says she initially struggled with the concept, but managed to understand it thanks to the attributeless mana book, and decides to show how much she has evolved by creating a three-dimensional magic shape in front of the professor. Ludger also gives Renee an A+, regretful that he can't give a higher grade because he considers the formula perfect. He asks how she got the idea, and interrupts her when she starts explaining the details of the magic circle at length. The professor notices that the magic power moved instinctively with the help of the book, realizing that attributeless magic is specialized and of a high dimension in space. Ludger concludes that he really needs the student's power if it's indeed related to this. Flora Lumos, Renee, Julia Plumhart, Iona Ovali, and Aiden receive the best grades and are invited to meet the professor at the Magic Festival. Some students complain about the commoner's performance and the fact that Ludger praised Renee in a way he never did with Flora. Annoyed that her classmate's formula was more highly regarded than hers, Flora glares intensely at Renee before turning her back and walking away. Then Flora's friend apologizes for the girl's unusual behavior. Flora warns Cheryl that she should have prepared better because Professor Mary threatened to transfer her to another class if she wasn't ready for the exam. Cheryl begs for help so she won't get a low grade, and Flora reassures her that she'll pass if she memorizes the content on her paper. Soon, the professor arrives to administer the test, and Cheryl realizes she won't get a good result because she didn't read her friend's notes in time, finding out in the end that she didn't answer all the questions. The professor announces they will discuss a new topic and asks Cheryl's friend to stand up. She explains that transferring mana between two people can be dangerous if the transferer is inexperienced in control, potentially causing memory loss in a phenomenon called a memory storm. The professor shows talismans that manifest this effect and offers the product for the students to try. Asked about the dangers, she confirms that the side effects include consciousness rupture and buried memories. The teacher warns that the product is weak to maintain stability, but she asks for caution because memory storms must be done in pairs, which can reveal well-guarded secrets. Irina gets curious and decides to try it with Renee, claiming there is no problem in exposing memories since any dirty secret would have been revealed because of Freud in any way. Then they take the talisman from the teacher. By diffusing mana into the paper, students can lose their memories. Flora Lumos finds it all fascinating but thinks it is a waste to use the item now, which makes her friend ask if she wants to activate the talisman. The girl admits she is not mentally prepared, and Flora replies it would be easier if she just said she did not want to. Nearby, a couple fights over a betrayal discovered after using the seal, making people understand why they avoid the experiment. So, Irina and Renee fuse their magic at the ends of the paper and activate the seal with mana. Through the infusion, they can see the memories, feeling like a lot of time passed and almost nothing. Renee then comments that it is strange for the princess to invite random students to her birthday party. This event happened in Irina's first year and was a secret past she did not want to remember, but Renee says she understands her. Next, the princess reports seeing a very old memory of her friend. She saw Renee at around 10 years old, from the perspective of an outsider, possibly the girl's mother. The memory took place in a cabin on an isolated plain, where Irina reports the two lived happily and that she could feel the mother's love. However, Renee questions what the princess is talking about, stating she grew up without knowing her parents. The princess claims the memory storm is based on the principle of magic power, and she is sure she saw the girl's past through her mother's perspective. Renee argues that the situation is questionable and the phenomenon is not well known, suggesting they might be an exception. Asked about her oldest memory, Renee replies she only remembers growing up alongside her teacher, whom she met at age 10. The princess notes her friend has no memories before age 10 and thinks the teacher is connected to this. She argues that despite the good treatment, Renee cannot blindly trust him since she does not know her mother's past. Irina promises they will recover those memories and that Renee's parents might be alive somewhere. Irina is still helping in this search since the girl is her first friend in Soren. After that, Freuden arrives, sees the princess on the tree, and mentions he did not invite her to the place. He asks what happened to Renee, but the princess covers it up. Henry Presto also appears, finds the girl's combination strange, and reveals he spread the rumors about the birthday invites in the first year. Irina questions how her friend knows Henry and hugs Renee, deducing he was bothering her. The nobleman mentions he almost died in a terrorist attack and does not want to trust anyone else after that. Then, Freuden argues that Henry has no bad intentions and offers Renee a better part-time job than the one he gave before as an apology. Freuden says he will pay 3 times more for the job, and Renee accepts on the spot. He warns he will share the details later because he remembered he has something to do, and the princess comments her friend should not have accepted a shady offer. Renee explains the aristocratic faction controls the scholarships, preventing commoners from benefiting and making them fight for money. Then, Freuden states the current board improved thanks to recent efforts, but there is still a lot to enhance. The girls find it unexpected that he knows these details and ask if he had an interest in commoners. Freuden replies that things cannot be confused and says he will rest for a bit. Although the girls say there is still plenty of time for lunch, he leaves in a hurry, calling them annoying. At another time, a marriage proposal with the young lady of the Wagner family is discussed, while the vassals of the Lumos family wait. Henry says he heard both families will visit Soren during the festival to create a marriage partnership. He adds that Freuden can just refuse the proposal like he did before, even though he hypocritically claims that getting married is the path to fulfillment. Henry then mentions it's his duty as a vassal of Wolfsburg to be by his side, and Freuden understands. After that, Freuden notices the presence of Flora Lumos, who rarely shows her face, and she claims she was tricked. Since he's been hearing Ludger Chelsea's name a lot lately, Freuden asks if Flora's in his class thinking she might know something. Flora denies it, asking why he wants to know, and Freuden just says he's curious about the teacher. Next, Flora changes the subject and asks what excuse they'll use to cancel the marriage proposal. Freuden decides he'll refuse by saying the food was bad, and he gets up to run away from his commitment with her. However, Flora wants to ask where she can get dried mandrake since she heard it's good for the body, leaving him confused. Meanwhile, Ludger reflects on the Magic Festival event, which will feature a battle between the teachers proposed by Hugo Buratag, whose plan is to make the aristocratic faction win and strengthen their position. The hero thinks it's foolish to waste time on this when he already has so much to worry about. Because of this, he decides he'll fight and lose quickly, since he has no reason to win. More importantly, after the banquet accident, the Black Dawn hasn't made any moves and Sanita reported 0 incidents. He wonders what Esmeralda is planning. Suddenly, his communication globe glows, and Hans informs him that he finally found a family that meets their conditions. 2 hours later, in front of the indicated property, the hero knocks on the door, asking if anyone is home. Seeing there is no answer, and the area is well kept, he's sure someone lives there and decides to open the door to confirm it himself. Right then, a blond young man throws the door open, slamming Ludger's back against. The young man desperately starts channeling magic. Ludger creates a defensive shield, analyzes his opponent and charges, punching him right in the face, ending the fight in an instant. He holds the man down, telling him not to make a scene, so they don't attract everyone's attention. The young man asks who he is, mentioning he saw him loitering around earlier and thinking he was a demon sent to eliminate him. The hero replies that if he wanted to eliminate him, he would have done it already, regardless of who sent him. After that, he states he wants to talk to Professor Crollo Fabius, calling him the killer who caused the Great Fire of Lawton. The gathered information was about the family of Cal Fabius, who was no longer known in the kingdom of Duramangs because they had already left. Hans had reported that this happened after the bloody night of the exiled nobles, suggesting the family departed before the incident. Hans investigated deeply when he noticed members of the family started disappearing until rumors of a curse spread. Recently, a person had caught fire with no heat source nearby, and a former head of the family also burned to death. Due to the circumstances, it was assumed the other missing people suffered the same fate, a fact the family hid to suppress the rumors. Because of this, instead of running away, the family ended up exiled and the hero asks how many survivors are left. Hans reports that only one survivor of the family remains. The hero concludes that Esmeralda's revenge didn't end after their exile and asks for this person's identity. Hans reveals it's Crollo Fabius and finds it strange that the protagonist doesn't know the man currently lives in Soren. Back in the present, the hero talks to Crollo, certain that he knows something, and shows a military secret squad identification tag. Crollo questions the reason behind those questions and asks if the man wants to help him, finding his face familiar. Realizing the protagonist was the one who subdued the monster at the banquet, the hero asks the man to answer his questions honestly. The young man used the tag from his time in secret operations and is pleased that Crollo recognizes it. Next, the hero explains he is investigating a case and chasing a dangerous person, at which point Crollo recognizes him. The survivor realizes the fire demon wants to eliminate him and regrets his miscalculation, as he thought he'd be safe in Soren, but now fears burning to ashes. The protagonist concludes that Esmeralda's attack on the banquet happened because of Crollo and that she plans to eliminate him slowly. When questioned about the demon's appearance or name, the man claims he doesn't remember anything. The hero gets angry at the lack of answers and thinks the guy might just deserve to die. Noticing the hero's outrage, Crollo remembers that the person is a beautiful woman who must be around 20 years old. The protagonist wonders if it could be Joanna, considering that mages usually look younger than they actually are. Next, Crollo hands over a letter sent by the demon, informing that the meeting will take place on the last day of the festival and trusts that the young man can handle the threat. However, the hero points out that this information is not enough to identify and fight the enemy in less than 10 days. Crollo suggests asking Soren for help, but the hero reminds him that the place has already been invaded before and that they can't count on the full protection of the capital. Faced with the situation, the protagonist decides to use a person as bait to capture Esmeralda, feeling relieved to know the exact date of the attack, which guarantees they'll be safe until then and demands patience. The first day of the Soren Magic Festival arrives with radiant weather and excited people. Renee and her friend enjoy the event, watching children play at a spiritual farm and, on the other side, workers disguised as zombies scaring the public in a necromancy-haunted house. The disguised workers are actually college students who thought university only lasted until their 5th year. At another point of the festival, Professor Ludger appears accompanied by Professor Selina. Since the professors are patrolling the event in pairs, today is their turn to carry out the task. Selina quickly shows a shop selling love potions to the protagonist while he reflects that there is still time until the last day and plans to take some countermeasures, not knowing how Esmeralda will show up. The hero knows he must be discreet and careful, even if the man is used as bait. Selina touches Ludger and asks what he's thinking about so much, since he didn't answer when called. The professor apologizes and explains he has been thinking about many things lately. The professor assumes the worry is linked to the training demonstration taking place the next day, and the protagonist pretends to agree, even though he had completely forgotten about the matter. Selina deduces he is worried because of the presence of outside guests. The professor says she wanted to participate, but a senior professor stopped her, arguing that fighting doesn't suit her and would be dangerous. The protagonist questions why nobody stops him, assuming they don't worry about him as much. Selina asks if he will be okay and warns about the risks, but Ludger guarantees it will be safe since it's an academic event. Then Aiden finds an activity very difficult, after thinking it would be easy. The protagonist watches the group playing and is glad that Aiden got the Beast Man as a companion. Someone asks if the hero knows how to shoot, thinking he is just another challenger of the game. Aiden steps in, telling the man to take back what he said, since Professor Ludger was in the army and has great aim. With no desire to participate, the hero takes the weapon for the challenge. He shoots and pops a balloon, hitting all targets without missing and finishing the advanced stage in one go. After getting the maximum score, the person in charge recognizes this skill and hands over a toy of the Hanks creature as a prize. The hero passes the doll to Aiden's group, who thanks him. Selina comments that the doll was cute and suggests he could have given it to the professor instead of the students. However, she quickly states he made the right choice, since she loves seeing children smile. After that, the protagonist ignores the situation and continues the rounds. In another part of the festival, the protagonist's assistant is upset about having to go to the event to have fun instead of working. She questions why she received such a difficult order, thinking it's a test to teach her a lesson about doing things she hates. Believing that the first order planned everything, she starts overthinking the situation. Meanwhile, Selina eats a lollipop and enjoys the event. The hero asks if she had fun, and the teacher talks shyly, showing interest in him. The people around them keep what they see between the two a secret. The teacher comments that the day went by quickly, but Ludger reminds her that there are still 4 days of the festival left and she suggests they finish their patrol. The professor agrees it is a good time to wrap up, but soon sees someone running in desperation. He notices Crollo Fabius and questions why he is there at this hour. The protagonist runs after the man and tells Selina he has to leave. He questions the man's actions when he sees him on top of a person, choking her to death while calling her a demon. The hero casts a spell and hits Crollo Fabius' arm with a stone. The protagonist warns him that he should not be there, reminding him of his claim that he would do nothing. Crollo replies that he did not plan to act at first, but claims the choked person is a monster who put his life in danger by staring at him. Crollo starts shouting that he captured the demon, and the hero wonders if he actually did. The hero sees the girl with glasses, has choke marks, and knows Fabius should not be able to beat her. He decides to leave the details for later, finding it strange that the man won against someone so strong. Next, Selina goes after Ludwig and asks what is happening when she sees the scene. The protagonist tries to explain, but the teacher faints. Ludwig catches Selina before she falls and asks Crollo to take her to a safe place, relieved she passed out before seeing something too shocking. Then, Crollo starts pointing in despair, and the hero wonders why he is reacting like that. Right after, teacher Selina begins to emit an evil aura, saying she would do nothing until the festival and questioning the professor's attitude. The woman's eyes change color and her voice turns demonic, claiming it is foolish to keep a promise. She stands up, takes the form of another person, and charges at Crollo. The flames around them grow strong, making the man scream. She turns into a black-haired woman, revealing herself as Esmeralda of the First Order, and notices Fabius fainted just from seeing her, which she finds boring. Ludwig asks if she has a split personality and what her plan is now that she showed her true face. Esmeralda replies that figuring that out quickly is expected from someone extraordinary, noting this is the first time they meet without hiding their identities. She explains she will eliminate Fabius to complete her final revenge, revealing that the personalities do not share memories, which allows Selina to hide her identity like an innocent child. The hero grips his weapon tightly, realizing Esmeralda is careless and an attack could finish her, but that would make teacher Selina disappear too. He notices a strange fire energy, similar to the flame spirit from the banquet. Esmeralda decides to leave so she does not eliminate anyone in vain, running her hand over the protagonist's face and asking him to take care of Selina. She turns back into the pink-haired girl, and the teacher's original energy returns. Ludwig sends his location to Hans, asking him to come over. He regrets his mistake of not recognizing Joanna Lovitz, the girl who saved Pierre and joined the Black Dawn for revenge as Esmeralda. The protagonist had watched Selina closely and excluded her from suspicion because he found no traces, and now he wonders if he can eliminate teacher Selina even if she does not know she shares a body with a demon. After calling his assistant, who is enjoying the festival, the pink-haired teacher wakes up in the infirmary and asks where she is. Ludwig says she overdid it and fainted during the rounds, realizing the woman remembers nothing. The teacher says he is leaving, and Selina thanks him for accompanying her during the event, fearing she was a nuisance. Ludwig replies that he would have told her if she were annoying him and says he had fun at the festival because of her. He tells her not to worry and leaves. Before he goes, the teacher asks if Ludwig will enjoy next year's festival with her. Knowing the woman could die at any moment, he says yes, since the event is annual. She says that is a promise, and Ludwig accepts the deal with a dark expression. Next, someone enters Ludger Chelsea's room, noticing the lack of magic on the lock and thinking the security is weak. The intruder finds the professor's medicine and takes the vial, having no idea he suffers from mana dementia. On the second day of the festival, the Soren Magic Arena opens. Director Elisa greets Hyber Katatukin, the head of one of the three ducal families, saying he is the most important guest of the event. Duke Caden Lumos steps in, asking if they are friends, and the director greets him, asking if he came to see his daughter. Katatukin points out there was no need for rudeness, and Elisa sarcastically comments that the relationship between the two remains good. After that, she notices the absence of Duke Wolfberg, hoping all three were on their way. Soon, a man with a mustache and elegant clothes approaches, mentioning it is a pleasant surprise to see the pillars of the empire gathered and promising the events will exceed expectations. An older man asks if he proposed the event, and the newcomer confirms it, thanking them for waiting and highlighting his strong support for the festival this year. In the arena, student Jesse Luna and Professor Carter Loa narrate the magic combats. The first highly anticipated match is between first-year Professor Maytil Sumrick and Ludger Chelsea. The protagonist notices Maytil staring at him before they even start, making it obvious his opponent is a noble from Hugo Boratag's faction. The rival professor thinks to himself that he can't lose in such an important event, and the fight begins as he grabs his wand. Luger lets his enemy attack, planning to lose the match on purpose, naturally and quickly. 5 minutes pass, and neither of them makes a move. Maytil believes Ludger is waiting for a chance to counterattack, but the protagonist is just leaving an obvious opening to end the fight. Determined to show off his skills, Maytil conjures an ice spell. Luger blocks the strike with a small shield of flames, realizing his opponent's attack is just a source code with no visible magic formation. He notices his rival used up all his power on that first attempt, and losing to that would look way too obvious. The protagonist also sees his opponent is in bad shape and can't use any more magic. To avoid dragging things out and hurting someone who's already struggling, Ludger raises his wand and conjures a fire spell. The rival professor sees the attack coming his way and is defeated instantly. Ludger decides to lose his next fight to a more worthy opponent, but he wins again and advances to the finals. He realizes all the contestants are too busy defending themselves with weak attacks. He can't even lose on purpose. There's a 15-minute break before the finals start. Luger drains his mana just by breathing, and though he thought he'd be fine for a bit, he realizes he miscalculated. He feels a headache and knows that if he'd made a mistake, his energy would have run out completely. When he opens his drawer, he finds no medicine left, even though he's sure he left a bottle there. He then spots footprints and concludes a thief broke in, but nothing else was taken. With no time to get or make another dose, he heads back to the arena. The highly anticipated duel is announced, introducing Devon Boratag, a second-year practical magic professor, and the undefeated Ludger Chelsea. The protagonist knows his opponent belongs to Hugo Boratag's family. As the fight starts, Ludger has no intention of winning, but he decides to end this as fast as possible. Devon mentions the rumors about Chelsea's strength and says he wants to talk, revealing he knows his secret as he holds up the mana medicine bottle. Ludger sees the bottle in his rival's hand and realizes he broke into his office, wondering how he found out about his condition. Ludger understands he was caught taking the medicine and suspects someone set a trap for him, finally realizing why his previous opponents were just wasting time. Boratag claims Chelsea was fooled and should have kept his medicine in a safer place. The protagonist tells his opponent to lose the match and hand over the bottle so they can forget about this. Devon says his rival doesn't understand the situation and starts threatening him. Ludger warns him that this is his last chance to think things through while he can still use magic. Believing it's just a bluff and showing no fear, Boratag starts casting and creates a shield to show off his skills. Devon chooses the Tier 4 spell, Mana Protection, while Ludger prepares Memory Echo in advance. The shield blocks most attacks and stops the caster from attacking, making Ludger realize his rival is trying to buy time to drain his mana. Suddenly, a magic attack is launched while the defense is still active. Boratag has a snake wrapped around his neck and notes Ludger's great reflexes as he dodges, thinking it makes sense since he's a former military man. Ludger notices Devon's magical beast, the Grunslanger, which casts magic instead of its master. The snake gathers green energy in its head and shoots multiple lightning bolts, forcing the protagonist to prepare Ether Nocturnus as a counter. Realizing this would use too much mana, he changes his mind and sends a redirected spell behind Boratag's back. The beast twists around its master's neck and blocks the blow. Devon claims he knows and is ready for all of Ludger's spells, warning him that his pet has more than just one attack. Professor Chelsea has done nothing but defend himself since the start and his energy is running low, which makes Devon ask him how it feels to watch his magic become useless. The headmaster notices the protagonist's strange behavior and considers stopping the duel, but Hugo Boratag insists on letting the finals continue. The principal notices that Ludger is having a severe headache and cannot attack, while Devon keeps taunting him. Hugo Boratag tells Ludger to attack already and laughs, thinking he is out of mana. The protagonist tells his opponent to shut up and the magic shield starts to crack. Devon says he cannot hear him until a hole appears behind Ludger, who screams about the noise and releases a strange magic that distorts reality. A loud crash echoes and a bright light fills the arena, blinding the commentators and the audience. Since it is a light magic that was not on the professor's element list, a black hole appears in front of Devon. Spiral noises start coming from inside the rift. Ludger tells his opponent to stop and surrender while he can still use magic, as strange dark energies begin to pour out of the black hole. Devon begs for it to go away, getting attacked by what look like evil spirits. Ludger threatens his opponent, asking if he prefers it this way and stating that the choice is his. The light fades and a commentator realizes the magic is over, announcing the victory for Ludger Chelsea, the only one left standing. Nobody understands what happened during the flash of light, and Devon does not look good after his defeat. Right after, the hero recovers his bottle of mana dementia medicine. Hugo Boratag orders someone to call a doctor immediately, and everyone rushes to help his relative. At the hospital, they ask why Devon is drooling and completely unresponsive to his surroundings. Someone replies that it is the doctor's job to find out, since there is nothing physically wrong with him. After someone mentions that the patient might have suffered extreme mental shock in an instant, Ludger says it will pass with time. Hugo claims the protagonist should not have had the nerve to enter that room, accusing him of going too far and being responsible for the damage. Paris Benamour tells the vice principal that they have a special recovery medicine in his family's infirmary. Ludger defends himself, saying he cannot do anything about what happens during combat. The principal and the Duke agree, pointing out that Hugo was the one who said that earlier, which leaves him speechless. Then, Duke Rybeck congratulates Ludger on the great fight and finds it strange that he has never heard of someone so talented. The hero notices that many people have gathered outside, including Lumo's father. The principal understands the situation with the nobles who came to meet the professor. Ludger thanks the Duke for blocking the crowd along with the principal, leaving the man surprised by his perception. The noble suggests a quieter place, but then apologizes for taking up Ludger's time and says he can look him up if he needs help in the future. The professor replies that he looks forward to their next meeting, realizing that the Duke approached him for his own benefit but backed off after judging that he could not take advantage of him so easily. The noble is not only one of the three great pillars of the Auxilium Empire, but he also acts in a calculated way to read other people. After that, Ludger finishes his duties at the academy and goes to join Sheridan and Hans. On the way, he runs into Flora Lumos and asks why she is there. The student says she is just passing by, but the professor notices she is also lying. Ludger asks if the girl, who is wearing elegant clothes, is there to see her father. Since Duke Lumos is talking to the principal right now, it would be better to look for him later. Flora shows difficulty in seeing her own father and decides to leave to prepare for her next fight. The professor says she does not need to worry about her skills, and the young girl replies that she just wants her opponent to lose. Flora invites Ludger to watch her fight, noting that he does not have to go if he is busy. The professor knows he will have time later and wonders if he should attend. Later in front of the fountain, Hans and Wells comment that Ludger arrived early. The hero finds it strange that they are standing around talking and suggests a place they can go. Meanwhile, Brino, the first-year golem professor at Soren, thanks the crowd for coming to his demonstration. He presents the new golem developed at the institution, the DT-3000. Ludger and Hans watch the presentation, but Hans thinks it's a joke, calling the invention a mere pile of scrap metal. The protagonist tells him to pay attention because the golem's real form hasn't been shown yet. Right after, the professor activates the stone, and the machine begins to grow. Wells points out that the machine doesn't have a specific ability. It's meant for moving and destroying heavy items in places like mines. The crowd's reaction improves as they see the creature grow giant, and Brino warns that the presentation isn't over yet. Wells asks Ludger if they can see a few more things, and the professor agrees. Hans comments that people will think she's just there to play because she has a child's face, but the hero tells him to be less harsh. Next, the blue-haired detective, Casey Salmoys, appears and asks Ludger for directions to the magic duel arena. The hero realizes who she is but stays calm because she hasn't recognized him yet. He changes his appearance with light magic and points the way while keeping his back turned. Casey says she understands the route. Ludger knows people usually don't recognize others if their features change just a bit, but he wonders if this will work on her. The detective asks if they've met somewhere before, saying he looks familiar. Ludger replies that it's their first time meeting and tries to leave. However, Casey tells him to wait and asks if he's a professor at the school, claiming she already knew who he was. The hero wants to ignore her and walk away, but he decides to react normally to avoid raising suspicions. He asks why she thinks that. Casey explains that he wears high-quality clothes, which is unusual for a common citizen, since he doesn't carry merchandise or a coin purse. He isn't a rich merchant. The absence of a family crest suggests he's from a fallen noble family. Since such an elegant fallen noble is at a festival, she concluded he's associated with the school and asks if he is Ludger Chelsea. The detective mentions that his presence is intense and the professor realizes she deduced everything just from his clothes. Ludger starts to walk away from the area and Casey tells him to wait. She asks if that's how he's going to react while the people around them watch in fascination. Ludger asks if her deduction was supposed to be surprising and says he's leaving, hurting Casey's pride. The detective asks what's wrong with the professor and how he can be so indifferent. She then remembers that James Moriarty once treated her the same way, which makes her wonder if the two are the same person. Just then, Bet calls out to the detective to warn her that the match is about to start. Casey snaps her fingers, making water magic swirl around and hands a card to Ludger, asking him to contact her if he needs her in the future. Hans comments that he thought the professor was going to get caught and notes that the card looks interesting. Ludger explains that if she had recognized him, she wouldn't have handed him the card. He concludes that Casey just wants to be his friend so she can ask for a favor later. He feels mana radiating from the card and knows the detective will notice if he throws it away. Because of this, the professor decides they must be careful for a while and tells Hans to discard the clothes he's currently wearing. He warns his assistant never to underestimate the detective as she can find the truth with just a single clue. Noticing that a certain kid is still talking and that other students are gathering there, Hans asks if they should go pick her up. Ludger replies, they will do that the next time Sheridan talks about her interests. Hans comments that becoming a professor out of nowhere seems to be his calling. Ludger admits the academy is an uncomfortable environment, feeling envious because he didn't grow up in such a blessed place, which is the exact opposite of his own reality. He says the students seem to grow up in a flower garden and it makes no sense for them to smile with such innocence. Hans replies that he doesn't have much to say about that since the age gap between him and the students is small. Ludger is surprised to learn that his assistant is turning 24, finally understanding his age and apologizes, which annoys Hans. Changing the subject, Ludger asks about the drug analysis results from the wolf incident. Hans reveals the substance has hallucinogenic properties derived from paluma, a plant that only grows in Voltanum. Next, the assistant asks if Ludger is ready to deal with the First Order since the target is a teacher close to him. Hans warns that if things go sideways, Ludger can't blame himself because there will always be innocent sacrifices no matter how hard they try to avoid them. The professor then remembers when he took on the identity of Moriarty and ended up getting his hands dirty with blood by hurting people. Hans reinforces that they can't hesitate because if they don't eliminate the enemy, they'll end up dead. Ludger agrees they live in a violent world, always close to the end. Hans adds that this is the unspoken rule of their line of work, accepting it's a bitter reality. On the third day of the magic festival, during a banquet, the guests start drinking alcohol even though it's daytime. Ludger pretends to fit in, but he wants Duke Hayback far away from him. The professor gets straight to the point and asks about the noble's intentions, who fakes sympathy and replies he's just looking for entertainment. Ludger notices the man finds him interesting, while Hayback claims that since he's getting old, he won't overdo the drinking or the flexing of his superiority. Right after, the professor notices Flora Lumos arriving and wonders why the student is there in such elegant clothes. The Duke recognizes Flora and comments that, despite being born with great talent, the young girl is sadly ignored by her family because she's an illegitimate daughter. Meanwhile, the student feels scared, but she decides to go greet her father once and for all to show him she grew up well and that her current self is different from the past. Watching her father's back, Flora keeps telling herself she can't be afraid of him now. Suddenly, she hears her half-siblings, Kamal and Katrina, making insulting remarks about her being the family's dirty half-blood, reminding her that she didn't even dare look them in the eyes before. The siblings then call their father, who turns around but shows zero interest upon seeing his daughter. Flora's voice fails, leaving her frozen before the man, while she thinks she needs to tell him how much she changed and that she's different now. Flora questions why she even came there, when the protagonist places his hand on her shoulder. He reflects on the Lumensis Church, which oppresses non-humans with its pro-human doctrine, splitting everything in two. The old Duke mentions the girl was born into a family that follows these beliefs and is treated this way because of it. Ludger understands Flora is obsessed with grades just to be recognized by her relatives, wondering if that wish will ever come true. Even though he knows getting involved won't bring anything good and wants to pretend he didn't see a thing, he can't ignore the situation. The professor approaches and sharply asks the father if there's any problem with his student. The Duke thinks the man is brave for confronting him directly, claiming it's a family matter and telling him not to interfere. However, the hero replies that the situation looks very serious, and as a teacher, he can't just stand by and watch, stepping right next to Flora. Katrina recognizes the professor, praises his past battles, and finds it strange that her sister, treated as a half-blood in the family, is an honor student at the academy. She introduces herself, says she's preparing to enter Soren next year, and shows her magic, asking for an evaluation. Lugger points out that her casting speed is slow and she lacks magic development and understanding. He claims the young girl didn't bother to grasp the basics and just followed what she was taught, emphasizing that Flora has superior skills. Realizing her mediocrity compared to her sister, Katrina cries. Some nobles around find the statements ridiculous and start arguing with the professor until the Duke raises his hand to break up the fight. The father excuses the incident, saying his daughter was rude out of ignorance. Lugger fires back, stating an adult should forgive with an open heart since the child is not to blame, making the Duke turn around and leave. Then, the teacher asks if his student is doing okay. Flora feels she needs to thank him, but Lugger notices her friend nearby and tells her to go over, which makes her overthink and miss her chance to speak. Cheryl arrives to hug her and see if everything is fine, and the two return to the event. Meanwhile, the Duke's children complain to their father about him doing nothing against the teacher's attitude. The children ask the Duke to make an official complaint to Soren and call Flora for a talk. The father replies they'd gained nothing from that other than weak satisfaction. He mentions that Katatushin is a clever old man who sided with Lugger, and that Soren's principal was also watching the situation. The Duke decides to accept what happened for now, stating that the Lumos family doesn't forget grudges, and this isn't the end. Next, the Duke comments that, despite his appearance, Lugger cares about the students. The teacher didn't know Duke Caden was a follower of the Lumensis Church, but the nobleman explains that the man's belief borders on insanity. The Duke states that when a rejected child is born from this church, they receive a mark and can't avoid a tragic fate, making it a relief that Flora doesn't have it. Lugger asks if Caden used his fatherly compassion to prevent this, but gets the answer that it was the girl's mother who desperately protected her before leaving this world. Lugger had never heard about this, and the Duke explains that the existence of the illegitimate child isn't known to outsiders. The nobleman adds that he needs to know the teacher's weaknesses because you never know when your opponent will strike. Then, the Duke states that Lugger doesn't seem like the type to spread rumors, so there's no problem in sharing the story. Caden's motive would be to preserve his daughter to use her for his own benefit, which makes Lugger think the man is so bad he can't even be called a father. The teacher thinks about staying there a bit longer until he spots a synod of magic paper flying by and catches it quickly. The message indicates that Joanna's second order and another order are showing suspicious activities, while Lovett has started to move. Lugger is sure the letter is about the final move on the day of the festival, and remembering her reaction when she discovered Esmeralda's identity concludes that the information is true. He deduces that Joanna must be acting on her own, and decides to keep an eye on the general situation before going to the experimental pharmaceutical lab, planning to use his teacher benefits to grab what he needs and just sign the log. At the location, Chris Benamor comments that he didn't expect to see Lugger there and asks what he's doing. The teacher replies he came to make some medicine, and Chris suggests he go to the rookie area to learn from the assistant. Lugger teases his colleague, who defends the Benamor family's great contribution to pharmacy, and realizes the provocation was intentional. Noticing the chosen ingredients like patricia leaves and cocoon flower buds, Chris questions if Lugger plans to eliminate someone due to the high toxin level, warning about the strong side effects, but the teacher just claims he knows how to use the materials and tells Chris not to worry. Chris Benamor thinks Lugger was bluffing and decides to stop caring about it. However, he remains worried and watches the teacher make the medicine. Even watching the whole process, Chris can't believe his colleague made the recovery pills in one go without making any mistakes. He asks what Lugger will do with the pills, and the answer is that they'll be used. Benamor questions what kind of chronic illness requires such a high dosage, quite different from regular mana pills. Lugger notices his secret was discovered, without imagining that Chris would ask questions about using the items in combat. Chris admits he didn't expect the situation to escalate to the point of leaving people injured. He only wanted Lugger to be humiliated without hurting anyone, but recognizes these are just excuses. Stating he did something improper and pathetic for a nobleman, he apologizes. Benamor warns that Lugger is using a dangerous drug that doesn't work for mana recovery and can collapse his nervous system. Being a Benamor who creates medicine, he hands over a mana sedative, stating he can't ignore a patient despite his personal feelings. Lugger finds the goodwill unexpected and intends to use the item carefully, then explains that he kept the magic plant powder that absorbed the poison just because it would be a waste to throw it away. Later, Lugger asks Hans about Crollo Fabius's condition, getting the answer that he's behaving in his room. The teacher has already prepared the medicine with poison as a precaution, and now he needs to take care of Joanna Lovett. He concludes that if her actions were of her own free will, the enemies are splitting into two groups. Since Sunita needs a clear reason to go against a member of the Black Dawn, Lugger deduces there's only one student capable of facing Joanna. 30 minutes later, at the Soren student dorms, a small note is left under the door of one of the students. Aiden receives the message sent by the teacher. Lugger doesn't like involving students, but he knows following Joanna won't be easily noticed, and trusts Aiden won't take the letter lightly. As a precaution against reckless solo actions, he figures the student will involve his friends. Lugger doesn't care if Aiden asks a teacher for help or deals with Joanna directly, so he simply asks Hans to scout another area. The preparations against the rebels hiding in Soren, who are planning something for the last day of the festival, are almost complete. Leo reads a letter asking him to deal with Joanna Lovett and finds the highly specific information strange, concluding that his identity as a Liberation Army informant has been exposed. To keep his secret safe, he decides to obey the sender's threat. Analyzing the paper, Leo remembers he never wanted to join the army and questions the true goals behind the message. He gets dressed to meet the demands, but Aiden suddenly shows up, claiming something bad has happened. Aiden explains he got a note warning that a suspect will do something terrible on the last day, and they get confused when they realize everyone else received the exact same warning. Elsewhere, a woman from the past begs for her life and asks to spare a child. A strange figure blames her for the lack of protection, claiming none of this would have happened if they had left the village, while a nun blames Esmeralda for the incident. Esmeralda, who currently occupies the teacher's body, wakes up from this nightmare, refusing to be judged by the nun who raised her. She states everything will end once she eliminates Krollo the next day, knowing that any action beyond that will destroy her soul and keep her from ever returning to normal. Selena is another identity created from that painful past, and Esmeralda wishes to keep living happily and innocently just like her, questioning if she should stop her revenge now. However, the fire demon spirit warns Esmeralda that she can't leave the man who wiped out everyone in peace. The fire spirit oppresses her, demanding revenge and calling her a good girl. The teacher then changes her attitude and agrees to finish the attack, just as the entity wants. On the final night during the 5th day of the festival, Selena stands in the middle of the crowd with the monster's flames visible in her eyes. In an instant, Selena transforms into Esmeralda, the absurdly powerful mage. When the day finally arrives, people question the whereabouts of Krollo Fabius. In a dark room, he is on his bed shaking, refusing all contact because he thinks he will be tricked. Then, his door opens and he realizes it's Esmeralda. The mage threatens him, asking if anyone is home, but soon notices the man is gone, leaving only an open window with cold wind rushing in. Krollo is sure he felt a presence and wonders if the rats opened the door. He believes the person who sent the rats will guide him to safety, and knowing the little creatures wouldn't abandon him, he runs after them. Meanwhile, Esmeralda notices that the man, who barely even left his room, finally decided to run. She concludes it will be much more fun if he tries to fight and run to the end, starting a true game of cat and mouse. The protagonist gets word that Fabius is following the rats he sent, a very useful trick in this situation. Watching the scene from above, the hero tells Hans they must act now. Meanwhile, Aiden's group considers the situation dangerous and thinks about going back to warn the teacher. Tacy asks Leo to talk to Aiden, since he always takes the lead. However, they debate whether the teacher would believe them without knowing the sender of the message, concluding it's already too late to back down. They figure the meticulous person behind the messages wants to resolve everything quietly and expects the recipient to act alone, using the friend's involvement to keep him in line. After asking if everyone is ready, the students take their positions. In another spot, 3 hooded figures ask a 4th person if they can start moving or if they should wait for higher orders. Joanna Lovett replies that causing a riot in Soren will please the First Order, and it's the perfect time since everyone is focused on the festival. Aiden recognizes her by her glasses and hair, making the group wonder if the letter's claim about Joanna belonging to the Black Dawn was actually true. Meanwhile, Krollo keeps running after the rats. Suddenly, Esmeralda appears behind him and asks why he stopped running, reminding him he is the only one left after his entire family burned. Krollo feels he should run for his life and wonders why this is happening. He demands she stop, claiming the Fabio's family was defeated long ago and asking how much further he must fall to satisfy her. The noble declares he doesn't care about burning the villagers. He considers the punishment fair because they went against him and shouts that the village only ended up like that because the mage was there. Esmeralda is offended by the accusation. She questions Krollo's arrogance and, filled with hatred, shouts that the people would be living in peace if they hadn't died because of him. Several spirits of the villagers appear and start blaming Esmeralda, who snaps back that it's all because of the man's arrogance. The spirits oppress her even more, holding her responsible for their deaths and showing deep contempt. Even when Crollo admits that he was the one who burned and killed everyone in the village, the mage reflects that they should be furious with the arrogant noble, not with her. Consumed by flames of anger, she enters a state of fury and a massive pillar of fire shoots up toward the warehouse. Far away, Hans warns the protagonist that something bad happened. He reports that he managed to lure Fabius to the witch and they were arguing, until Esmeralda lost control and set the warehouse on fire. Hans explains that the fire didn't spread thanks to the extinguishing equipment, but the rats were burned, suggesting the hero go to the location since they can't make sense of the situation. The protagonist runs to the fire scene and asks Sheridan about the festival. She replies that she didn't see anything strange, but notes that he needs help and accepts his request to distract the public. The girl presses a button, making several fireworks explode in the sky and distracting the people ahead of schedule. Sheridan concludes that the fireworks aren't bad compared to explosions and plans to do something similar when she returns to the hideout. Satisfied with the distraction, the hero increases his running speed. He conserves mana by avoiding the use of Aether Nocturnus, until he suddenly breaks when he sees Professor Bruno's golems in a house. Far away, Hans notices that the fire will spread to the festival and wonders when his friend will arrive. Then, he turns around and sees the protagonist approaching on a robotic horse, which charges at high speed, takes a huge leap to dodge the flames, and lands smoothly. The hero realizes the severity of the situation as he faces the terrifying demon Quasimodo once again. He doesn't plan to fight Esmeralda, since his classmate went there to help, and notices that she and Phoebus are on the ground clutching their stomachs, indicating that something went terribly wrong. Since the summoner brought the spirit herself, the only chance to resolve the situation now is by capturing the girl. He pulls a tranquilizer from his sleeve and approaches Esmeralda for a clean shot, but Quasimodo starts attacking him. The hero suspects an ambush and quickly concludes that the flame demon didn't believe him from the very beginning. Meanwhile, the blue-haired detective explores the silent forest and wonders if Beth is having fun at the festival. Soon after, she notices 4 hooded people saying that everything is for the dark dawn. The detective recognizes Joanna by her glasses and black hair, notices Aiden and his friends acting nearby, and considers whether she should follow the group in silence. At the fire scene, the flames keep spreading while Quasimodo delivers a powerful punch, claiming that the hero is a disgrace. The protagonist jumps to dodge and notices that the monster blocked his line of sight to Esmeralda, preventing homing magic. The creature acts without the summoner's orders, demonstrating the strength of a member of the Dark Dawn's First Order. Powerful flames burst from Quasimodo's mouth toward the protagonist, who tries to activate Aether Nocturnus to escape through the shadows. With no time to use the magic, he watches everything from above while the spirit shoots more fire and calls him an annoying fly. The hero leaps backward to dodge and lands right after. He realizes the confrontation is at a disadvantage, and he would need to ask the gods for power again, but concludes the risk isn't worth it when he sees another punch from the monster coming his way. The protagonist orders the DT-3000 robot to enter defensive mode. The golem blocks the flames with a shield created by the horse and warns him about high-risk temperature detection. The flame demon notices the blocking attempt and asks how long his opponent will hold out. The hero knows this measure is temporary and that he won't have another way to fight head-on once the golem's defense shatters. He then decides to use the poisonous byproduct of the medicine he brought along. Since the item's mana exceeds normal levels, his circuits will be damaged if he doesn't spend the energy gained after consumption. Previously, a girl warned him about the danger of the strong poison, but the hero claims he's already developed resistance. He asks if the enemy wants a test of strength and smokes a pipe with the mana property. Next, a large magic circle appears during the activation of a level 5 skill. Quasimodo notices the change in the air around him the moment the hero uses Ocean's Fury. A powerful water whirlwind forms and charges straight at the monster. In another location, Aiden and his allies ask the cloaked figures who they are, but they just deflect the question. The boy grabs his sword, demanding to know everything they know and why they're hurting people on a festival day. Joanna Lovett replies that it's not a happy day and claims people use others as tools for their own happiness. Aiden disagrees because he believes in human goodness, but Joanna says he doesn't know anything. She decides to eliminate the group anyway and summons a green eagle spirit. The projectile shoots toward Aiden, who realizes it's way too fast for him to react. Just then, the blue-haired detective creates a barrier to save the student. She only planned to watch things play out, but she decides to step in so she doesn't leave people in danger. Kay's Selmoy suddenly appears and asks if the cloaked figures are members of the Black Dawn, since he also has business with them. Meanwhile, the hero's rank 5 magic tears off one of the creature's arms. The protagonist concludes he'll need higher-ranking magic to finish it, but the monster regenerates its limb in an instant and counters with a brutal charged punch. Quasimodo starts throwing multiple punches with his flame-imbued arm, shouting that he'll eliminate the insolent human. The hero notes he can only use high-rank magic 2 more times with the mana gained from the byproduct. Since the golem's condition won't last long, he knows he has to act. Apologizing to the professor, the protagonist grabs a red flask and places it on the robot's back. The DT-3000's eyes glow red, and it blocks the flame demon's charged punch with both arms. The golem pushes the monster back with sheer strength, making the creature wonder what trick was used to block its attacks. Quasimodo delivers another punch and shatters the robot, but he notices the human has vanished and asks where he went. The protagonist uses the magic ether Nocturnus to pop up right behind the enemy. He creates a giant pirate ship in the sky with his magic, and tells the monster to brace itself for the powerful attack. At the same time, Tacy points out the giant ship magic in the sky to Aiden's group. Joanna sees the ship heading in a dangerous direction and runs toward the impact zone, ignoring the shouts telling her to stop. She suspects the remaining members of the Black Dawn might be the target of the attack. The detective deduces that the dangerous magic heading toward Soren was invented by Lexler, a rank 6 adventurer mage. Summoned by the protagonist, the icebreaker ship plows into the flame demon to neutralize it. The creature wonders how Ludwig managed to pull this off. The ship slams into the fire monster, and soon the night sky clears up with no more explosions. The protagonist picks up Esmeralda's body since he used a tranquilizer that will put her into a deep sleep, meaning Quasimodo and the spirits connected to the summoner's mind will soon be unsummoned. However, as soon as Esmeralda wakes up, the demon will regain its power and reappear. So to get rid of it completely, they must seal it with the soul of a living being. The hero wonders if that's the only way. Ludwig thinks he'll need Esmeralda for the ritual, but he sees the young woman place her hand on his suit jacket and squirm as the tranquilizer didn't work completely. She begs the protagonist to run because she won't be able to control the monster if she loses consciousness. Behind the hero, the creature raises its arm, roars, and slams the ground with all its might. Ludwig creates a barrier to protect himself and notices the monster has already recovered from a rank 6 magic. The summoner has lost consciousness, and the demon is still moving freely. Then, the hero sees a red thread connecting Esmeralda to Quasimodo and wonders what's happening. Memories flow through the red thread. Ludwig sees the memory of a spirit that absorbed magic and fueled its contractor's hatred and vengeance. A cloaked person asked if the creature wanted to join the Black Dawn in exchange for help, not caring about what Esmeralda was. The protagonist realizes the summoner was just a vessel to have her power and mind drained, and that the monster was controlling her. Quasimodo confirms the young woman was a puppet and reveals he is a First Order of the Black Dawn. The demon claims his cover is blown, but says he can now use all of his suppressed power because the summoner was knocked out, declaring, this will be the end of the copycat. In another location, the investigator watches the fire head-on and can feel the magic of the icebreaker boat behind the flames. The fire starts to grow gradually, so Joanna backs away and counters with water magic. The detective tells the students to stay back and hurry to call for help because the flames won't stop growing and she can't hold them off for long. Meanwhile, the hero keeps strengthening his barrier against the growing fire. He knows he can't hold out much longer and the sealing ritual is his only way out. The protagonist realizes he's hesitating because of Selena and wonders if he'll fail to protect anything once again. Esmeralda wakes up, says she's fine, and tells the hero to keep attacking since she realized everything she did while she was passed out. She wants to believe this is just a nightmare since she had so much fun at the festival. The protagonist notices the young girl is back to her senses, tells her everything will be fine, and casts a spell to put her back to sleep. He claims that, nightmare or not, she needs to wake up and go back to being Esmeralda. Right then, an attack flies toward them. The hero teleports with Nocturnus and appears behind the creature, who can't see him and asks where the human went. Several elemental spirits, like horses, elks, and a water butterfly, appear on the spot to protect the summoner. Quasimodo asks who these weaklings are and says his opponent is running out of cards. After that, the spirits start attacking the fire creature non-stop. A bright light shines on the monster's face, and he sees that the protagonist created a giant tree-shaped spell. The ninth path is pure devotion, a balanced and elevated ground, a release of purification. The ninth Sephiroth of the Sephirotic tree, Yesod. Quasimodo gets trapped, can't escape, and screams at them to stop getting in his way. A powerful beam of light shoots from the tree and completely consumes the demon, leaving a massive trail on the ground. The extreme and exhausting magic leaves the hero feeling sick. He wonders if the creature is dead. Esmeralda regains consciousness and asks why John Doe saved her. Ludger replies that he doesn't care about her fate, he just didn't like how he was underestimated from the start. The girl fires back that he's a terrible liar, because for the powerful John Doe to bother saving her there must be a reason. Just then, a fiery arm from the demon rises and grabs Esmeralda, putting Ludger on high alert. The creature roars in anger at the human and takes on a monstrous form of magma. Ludger notices the enemy still has the strength to regenerate, even after taking a divine hit. The monster threatens to drag his opponent down with him if he's defeated, and tries to drain more power from Esmeralda through the red thread. In response, Ludger orders the demon to let her go and begins casting a spell. The water magic hits the creature's face, causing some discomfort. However, the monster mocks him, saying the attack was weak and that the human can no longer use powerful magic like before. The demon declares it's time to eliminate Ludger and prepares a heavy strike with his claws. Not knowing what to do, the protagonist hears a voice and notices that Crollo, Phoebus, is also at the scene, which makes the sealing ritual possible. Ludger dodges while the monster claims he can't miss and keeps attacking with his giant arms. Suddenly, a green bolt of lightning slices the monster's arm off. It's Joanna Levitt using a spirit summoning, demanding that Esmeralda be released immediately. The demon recognizes Joanna, and Ludger notices the enemy can't regenerate his severed limb right away, meaning he has very little strength left. Quasimodo questions the interference, claiming he carries vengeance and can't be stopped, while also stating that Joanna failed to save anyone, not even her own family. Esmeralda objects, saying it's wrong for the monster to claim he saved them. Next, the blind artist arrives, greeting Ludger and Joanna. He says he arrived at the perfect time to help, as he finally figured out the name of the person who rescued him. After talking about the past with Ludger, the painter decided to face the situation head-on. Thanks to the spirit, he found the way without getting lost on his path. Annoyed by all the talking, the monster charges a massive fireball. Seeing the immense sphere of flames, Joanna warns that she won't allow the attack and creates a defensive shield. The painter also forms a barrier with his magic ink, and warns that, even though he's disabled, he can still blind the creature. He admits his boldness and leaves the rest of the fight to the duo. The creature calls everyone insects and keeps attacking with its giant body, claiming he'll burn them all and those spells won't work. When trying to charge another attack with his arm, the monster is pinned down by iron chains. Ludger thanks Pierre for the time bought, while mana chains rise from Crollo's body and slam the enemy to the ground. Determined, the hero says he'll end this fight. The demon asks how he was forced to connect with someone else, since that should be impossible. Ludger explains that a standard contract is overwritten by a better one, and there's no way to resist a weakened bond. The creature questions this and claims they should save Esmeralda, who's connected to him by a red thread. The monster says she needs him to stay stable and pulls the thread to hurt her. Ludger and Joanna Levitt run toward Esmeralda to help. Then, Esmeralda says if the creature wants her body so badly he can have it, pulling her own soul out of Selina's body. Selina's body falls to the ground with pink hair. Quasimodo is dragged back and asks what they're doing. Joanna says they'll die together to end this senseless slaughter and tries to get close to Esmeralda. However, Pierre holds her back, warning that she'll be dragged in two if she gets any closer. The creature starts casting more fire magic, saying the flames that burn the soul are a fitting end for Esmeralda to pay for her sins against the villagers. The girl apologizes for everything she did and prepares to go to where the souls are. Ludger asks why she's smiling and uses the spell Eterni Nocturnus to cut the red thread. After cutting the bonds, the hero asks if she thinks she'll feel better dying like that and tells her to stop kidding herself. Trapped by the chains, the creature screams while shining a bright light. This energy is revealed to be the souls of the Lothan villagers leaving the monster's body, who feels his power weaken as he wishes to burn the whole world until his energy completely vanishes. Esmeralda notices that the souls were freed safely. Ludger explains that her body is turning into a spirit, which is expected since she was bonded to Quasimodo for so long. The hero gets the girl's attention, as a nun in spirit form is also calling her. Esmeralda apologizes to the woman for being weak and killing everyone. The nun hugs her, saying it wasn't her fault and they went through a hard time, promising they'll go to the same place together now. Esmeralda cries during the hug and both disappear, with the corrupted soul returning to normal. Ludger notes that salvation is the end for a wandering soul and reflects that, though it's far away, the end of his own journey will be like this one day. Pierre notices everyone is gone and the situation is theoretically over. However, Ludger tells Joanna it's not over yet and orders her to leave Soren immediately. He explains that the story to be told will be that Joanna died right here, according to the Black Dawn's order, as long as she leaves. The hero asks if Pierre can escape with Joanna using magic and the painter confirms it. Since Ludger still has things to do, the duo decides to move on. Joanna asks where they're going back to and Pierre takes her to the house where they lived in the past. Ludger notes that Selina is breathing, realizing they shared not only the body but also the soul. The girl wakes up confused and the hero tells her help will arrive soon, asking her to wait a bit longer. Selina asks why she was saved by Ludger, saying she did bad things under the other personality. The hero notices she remembers everything and explains he saved her to keep his promise of enjoying the festival together next year. The teacher says she really wants to enjoy the next event with him. Right after, people are heard shouting in the middle of the fire and the guards arrive to rescue the teacher, who assures them she's fine. Selina warns Ludger that he shouldn't overdo it and just walk away like that. When the professor leaves with a medical team, the detective recognizes him as another teacher who was at the scene. She wonders if the missing member of the Black Dawn, the rank 6 magic she felt during the fire, and the Soren professor who left a strong impression are just a coincidence. The investigator reflects on this until the firefighters arrive, while she uses rats to clear the evidence from the area. Hans and Sheridan manage to evacuate the people, and after handing the principal a completely made-up report, Luger finishes his duties. With the urgent matters done, Luger sits near a tree, and a person in a hat congratulates him on his work, calling him John Doe. The professor didn't notice the approach and recognizes the voice as the man who spoke to Quasimodo during the memory storm. By the way the individual refers to him, Luger deduces that this is Order Zero of the Black Dawn. The man says he came to watch the festival and found something interesting, then asks what happened. Luger wonders if the leader came because he knows about Quasimodo's elimination, but concludes that, if so, he would have been questioned directly about it already. Knowing that Order Zero doesn't have all the information, Luger decides to answer calmly and apologizes for his lack of words before the sudden meeting. The leader understands the situation since he arrived without warning, and tells him not to worry. Zero reports that Esmeralda, the First Order, and Quasimodo have died, mentioning that the creature was of a different species and needed a secret host. Unable to tell the truth, the professor mixes lies into his report and claims that the monster was sealed by Krolophobos. Zero finds Esmeralda's inaction during the attack on Quasimodo strange, and points out that Krolo didn't seem to have that much skill. Predicting this doubt, and without knowing the precise details, Luger reports that he was patrolling the outskirts of Soren when he saw Krolophobos being chased. He details that the pursuers were Esmeralda and the First Order spirit, remembering that, before the banquet incident, the woman had asked for his help personally, and he had seen Quasimodo. Since Zero already knows about Esmeralda's revenge, he asks how things ended. Luger says he followed the group to prevent the Black Dawn from being exposed by her recklessness. He claims that Phoebus, cornered, used his own soul in a sealing spell as a last resort. In the made-up story, Quasimodo was caught off guard and attacked, while Esmeralda ended up sucked into the ritual because of her soul connected to the monster. The professor points out that if Krolo had failed, his own identity would be at risk of when Zero questions how Luger escaped the place when he went to take care of Esmeralda's body. The hero explains that she woke up as Selena, allowing him to leave under the excuse of having rescued her from the fire. Zero notes that the soul was split, highlighting that it's not the first time, as they possessed Esmeralda's memories upon waking up. Luger explains that he checked the situation, and the woman didn't know why she was in the warehouse, offering to eliminate her if he receives the order. Zero then says that even if she gets her memories back, she won't be able dismissing any worries since they've already used enough power. Since there's a vacancy in the First Order, he announces an executive meeting soon. Luger considers the meeting a chance to see the other members of the First Order, although he doesn't know the meeting place. Zero asks if he still has the object that John Doe received in the past. Deducing that the piece is the key to the event and not wanting to risk using it, Luger apologizes, saying he lost some of his luggage during a terrorist attack on the train to Soren. After a moment of silence from both, Zero hands over a new item, stating they'll see each other at the meeting. Luger gets through the situation quickly, though he remains tense. Principal Elisa appears and asks why someone from the emergency room is in the forest. Luger fakes weakness, and she offers help, but suddenly he actually gets dizzy and falls powerless to the ground. Elisa checks if the professor is okay, and, upon confirmation, comments that it's unbelievable that Krolo planned everything involving students. She adds that the banquet incident was also caused by Phoebus and Joanna Lovett, asking if Luger remembers the Universal Stone case. The principal reports that the duo was linked to the attempted theft of the stone and that by setting Soren on fire, Krolo claimed to act for the Black Dawn. Elisa concludes that the thieves belong to this hidden organization in the academy. Luger suggests capturing them for interrogation, but she considers the situation enough for now and leaves, telling him to be careful. He notes his relief at not being exposed in the stone incident. Although he thinks the principal didn't fully trust him, Luger concludes that the only two clues prevent her from seeking more details. The item delivered by Zero is the red jewel created when Quasimodo died. Luger decides to check his pocket. He opens the small box and finds a ring with an internal magic seal that activates when worn on a finger. The spell transports his consciousness to the dream realm, the meeting place. With the monster gone, there are 5 First Order members left besides him, including Victor Dreadpool. Luger hopes to find out more about them at this meeting. Meanwhile, the principal speaks with Casey Salmoys to thank her for helping contain the area and locating the suspects. Elisa asks to check the detective's information. Casey promises to cooperate and mentions she has a request. Casey reports she didn't know about the fire because a wall of flame surrounded the area and stopped her from understanding what was happening inside. The principal considers that the testimony raises no suspicions. Casey reports she chased a secret organization member disguised as one of Professor Luger's students. After the firewall died down, she found 2 professors at the scene. Elisa realizes that Casey's and Luger's testimonies no inconsistencies. The principal feels she's missing something when the detective asks about the professor's identity. Elisa answers that Luger is one of Soren's most outstanding faculty members. The detective already expected an answer like that and decides not to mention her suspicion about Luger, only stating she has an interest in him, with no choice but to trust the professor's account. Since he was the only one at the scene, the principal thanks her for cooperating and asks about Casey's request. Salmois answers that she wants to personally interrogate those involved with the organization infiltrated in the school and she's after a specific person. In the infirmary, Luger opens the curtain and sees he has visitors. He finds Professor Selena accompanied by 2 people and she apologizes for disturbing him. The professor answers that he's there by his own choice and tells her not to worry about it. Flora Lumos finds out about Luger's injuries and Aiden soon enters the room making a scene because he thinks the professor is in really bad shape. After that, the other students enter quietly, including Renee and Princess Arender. Seeing the crowd, Selena allows everyone to come closer. Luger reflects that a chaotic place isn't a problem and that he didn't waste his time being a teacher. Luger's attention is drawn by the arrival of Freud and Wolfsburg, who stands out in the room. Freud claims it's been a long time since he last saw Luger, leaving everyone in the room confused. The professor had no idea what he was talking about since it was the first time they ever spoke. After a brief conversation, the students leave the infirmary. Renee asks about Freud and whereabouts and finds out he left alone. Soon after, Freud claims he made a mistake, making the situation awkward. The princess considers that he disrespects other people's curiosity by claiming it was a mistake, remembering he already did the same thing to her before. Aiden approaches Princess Arender, who recognizes him from magic class. She calls him senior and says she really wanted to talk to him, asking several questions right after. Noticing Aiden's discomfort, his friends tell the girl to calm down. Because of the crowd of students, Flora Lumos couldn't say anything before everyone rushed into the room at the same time. The princess thinks about Freud's recent behavior. She wonders why he asked about Professor Luger, and mentioned it had been a long time since they last saw each other, especially since the 2 of them had never spoken. After all, Freud is the type of person who doesn't even visit his closest acquaintances. Outside, Luger and Freud start talking. The professor asks if the young man has some business to discuss, while Freud recalls thinking it was just his imagination when he first saw him. The young man remembers Renee mentioning the non-attribute monobook given to her. Since only one person kept the book after the original owner's death, Freud concludes the professor must have planned his appearance at the place. Luger comments he should have hidden his face in the past, as he didn't think anyone would remember it. He mentions it has been a long time since he last saw the member of the Wolfsburgs, who was just a child and is now pretending to be a noble 20 years later. Freud tells him to get straight to the point and asks why he is here, but the professor fires back, asking if there's any reason why he can't be in Soren. Freud accuses Luger of being the killer who eliminated Renee's mother and asks if he's going to play dumb. The professor replies that the accusation is absurd, since he had no reason to commit the crime, stating that what happened is already in the past. Luger adds that Freuden is getting things wrong since his arrival at the academy has nothing to do with the event from 20 years ago. The young man insists on knowing the real reason, but Luger refuses to answer. The professor asks if Freuden has the right to question him, since he remains silent even though he knows what happened that day. Freuden claims he is different from Luger, but hears that this is just an excuse and that they aren't that different. Luger dares him to reveal the truth if he wants to, knowing the boy won't be able to do it, leaving Freuden feeling powerless. Freuden walks away until Renee approaches him and asks if he's okay. The young man replies he was already leaving, but the girl says she forgot to mention something. Freuden states he also has something to discuss, surprising her by bringing up an incident from when they were children, when they found a man wearing a coat just like Luger's. However, he can't get the words out and just apologizes for wasting her time. He gives up on speaking because the professor Renee trusts was the one who eliminated her mother and erased her memories. Without evidence against Luger, Freuden realizes that telling the truth would only hurt the girl. Remembering the professor's words about them not being different, he realizes his inability to reveal the facts prevents him from destroying him right now. Still, he decides not to lower his guard and plans to strike in the future because a wolf of Wolfsburg never misses a chance to eliminate his prey. Meanwhile, Luger gets a headache from the conversation and calls Hans, who answers and asks what happened to the professor's voice. Luger asks about the requested information and Hans reports that the fire incident is being covered up as a fireworks malfunction. Hans also confirms that some members of the Black Dawn were captured at the scene, stating they are held in Soren and will be interrogated by Casey Selmoy. Luger mentions that informants saw them together and says he won't be able to hide from her forever, deciding to think about it when he has to face her. Hans comments that the incident is being resolved internally and that eliminating a First Order was a very positive thing. Luger replies he can't lower his guard, even at this favorable moment. Hans then asks if the professor can come out for a bit. Meanwhile, a person falls to the ground in the middle of a hall. One of the men present comments that Silverson scares them because they couldn't even handle one of the alley bums. The boss of Silverson, Carlon, gets angry at Temilon for not knowing who he's dealing with. Temilon replies that he knows, but they didn't come to talk about that. Carlon mentions he knows the man who destroyed the enemy organization and asks if they're asking him to take care of the target. The threatened man explains that everyone calls him the owner and he doesn't know anything else, except that on the day they parted ways, he heard someone shout the name James Moriarty. At that moment, Carlon fires his gun at Temilon and thanks a young man, stating he'll replace the deceased. The boss asks the boy's name and he replies it's Kelton. Carlon warns that he'll start moving soon, asking for everyone's help, and orders Kelton to take Temilon's body away. The boss deduces that the target isn't the real James Moriarty, since he died in the kingdom of Delica in the past. He realizes someone is using the name for underground business and has enough skill to make them ask for help. Carlon plans to get rid of the enemies, eliminate some as an example, and let business run, wanting to see how long they'll survive in the alleys. Later, Hans meets Ludger, who arrived early at the meeting spot. The professor asks if there's any problem with the business, and Hans replies that everything is going well, though the merchants are acting suspiciously. He details that during their business growth, the merchants always snitched and complained. Ludger deduces that the complaints suddenly stopped, and Hans confirms it. Knowing they're planning something, the professor asks if the informant found anything out. Hans asks if Ludger has heard of Silver Sun, explaining that the gang started with shady business and established themselves as a mafia. They make money by interfering in the union and doing illegal activities. Since they do dirty work for money and some merchants were seen going to the Silver Sun building, Ludger finds the situation too suspicious to ignore, and Hans promises to investigate further. Then Hans notices that Ludger is breaking out in a cold sweat, and his legs are shaking. The professor explains he's been very busy since yesterday and forgot about the chance that his master found his whereabouts. In a distant castle, a girl senses the scent of her own life fluids and her disciple. She thinks her pupil would have no reason to use what she taught him without need, deducing he used the syringe on the golem even knowing it would reveal his location. The girl hopes her disciple is entertaining himself and wonders if he's being a crybaby, since people might think she's a grim reaper. Far away, Ludger claims his master is exactly that kind of person, and that, because of her, he learned all his magic and techniques. He explains that the reason he doesn't reveal his inventions is because most didn't satisfy his mentor. Hearing this, Hans reflects that many people desire Ludger's magic and wonders how amazing this master must be. Ludger states his master is a monster and that he almost died several times. Hans comments that the woman must be a horrible person and tries to insult her, too. However, Ludger asks the young man not to speak ill of his mentor, making Hans fail in his social skills once again. A few days later, Ludger walks down Royal Street, remembering it's been a while since they were there for the Emerald incident. Since he still has time before meeting Hans, he looks around and recognizes the priests of the holy action of Britos by their clothes. He assumes the succession struggle ended and notices things progressed faster than he expected. Concluding the situation isn't good, Ludger decides to move and goes to Violetta's clothing store. In the greenhouse, Violetta comments that Ludger arrived early and Hans isn't there yet. The professor explains he came early to check the changes in the streets, noticing the place is busy and overflowing with energy. Violetta mentions she was surprised when he called to say he was visiting. Luger says he heard the Inquisitors are more active recently. Violetta realizes the owner is already aware of the matter, confessing she planned to solve everything on her own. She explains that the Silver Sun Group and the Merchant Association are planning something, which she noticed after suspicious people snooped around the store. Then, Ludger asks for more details and all the information she has. The conversation is cut short by an emergency alert about an attack on the print shop. People start screaming for firefighters to throw water on the blaze, while Ludger and Violetta wonder what happened. Putting out the fire becomes their top priority. Just as Ludger is about to use his magic, he gets a strange feeling and notices the spirit stone left by Quasimodo is reacting to the flames. He uses the stone to check something and manages to absorb all the fire into his ring, which Violetta notices. The people inside are saved, but nobody can find Dion and Mastila. Ludger has a bad feeling about their disappearance, suspecting the attack's main goal was to target the duo in the first place. He asks if Violetta has any idea where they might be. She decides to check a residential building nearby and leaves with him. When they arrive, they find several injured people. Mastila, who survived, explains that a strange man attacked the place and that she tried to protect her grandfather, Dion. Ludger realizes the old man is on the brink of death. The girl cries over the situation, since she finally had hope of living a normal life. Ludger places his hands on Mastila's shoulders to comfort her and tells her to wait outside, ordering her not to enter the building under any circumstances until he comes out. The girl obeys. Ludger releases his seal, letting a shadow emerge from his body. He asks this spirit for help to save Dion and warns that if this entity refuses, he'll just call another one. The professor promises a small reward if the spirits cooperate. Outside, Hans and Mastila wait in despair until the girl sees her grandfather walking out of the building alive. Dion hugs his granddaughter and reassures her he's fine. Ludger announces that everything is taken care of, and Hans apologizes for being late. Ludger finds a strange object at the scene of the attack and asks Violetta if she knows what it is. She recognizes the item as the Silver Sun emblem, used by the people who were snooping around her shop. Hearing this, Ludger decides he's not going to play nice. He tells the others not to follow him, stating he's more than enough to handle all the enemies. On the outskirts of Royal Street at Carlone's estate, two guards talk about their shifts and agree to hit a bar after work. Suddenly, they spot something at the end of the street, which they initially mistake for a wild animal. They quickly realize it's a person, but the figure vanishes right before their eyes. Ludger teleports directly in front of one guard and uses the hidden blade in his sleeve to slit his throat, leaving the other guard in shock. The guard demands to know who the hooded figure is, and Ludger replies that his name is Jack. The two clash as a blade flashes in the dark. The man thinks it's impossible to lose against a single opponent, staring at Ludger, whose wrist blade is extended and dripping with blood. A second later, Ludger cuts him down too. Ludger carries the head of the man he just killed and kicks the door open, finding Carlone, who was waiting for him and asks him to take a seat. Ludger pulls down his hood. Carlone says he expected the intruder to attack the moment they locked eyes. Ludger asks if he knew he was coming, and Carlone confirms he was behind the morning's events, asking if he enjoyed the present and the screams at the factory. Ludger sits down to listen to whatever excuse he has prepared, growing more irritated by Carlone's words. Carlone feels a massive pressure, admitting he thought he was dealing with some random thug and knew Ludger would come here on his own. He asks how long Ludger can keep up this relaxed attitude, as several men with the strength of knights surround the protagonist. Carlone suggests it would be merciful of Ludger to make his own people back off from the alleys before he wipes these guards out. Ludger decides to correct two of Carlone's statements. First, he says he isn't relaxed, just surprised by his foolishness. Second, he says violence is the one thing he can always rely on, instantly punching one of the henchmen. Out in the alleys, Carlone's thugs are also confronted and beaten down by the blonde boy from Ludger's crew. The Owen crew regroups after giving the thugs a massive beating. Ludger comments that this is the entire strength of the Silver Sun and finds the situation ridiculous. Carlone considers it a bluff and orders his men to eliminate the intruder. However, magic appears beneath the thugs, freezing them all in place. They ask what he did, and Ludger claims he did nothing, but his dark spirits acted instead. Carlone orders the attack again and a guard rushes forward to swing his sword. As the guard runs, a spirit tentacle wraps around his arm and the man screams in pain. His entire soul is sucked out, leaving behind only the skin of his body. Carlone wonders what is happening and Ludger repeats that he is doing nothing, asking if his enemy believes in God as the spirits enter the room. The being with the black tentacles is a goddess who lost her name after being betrayed and condemned as evil. She lost everything she symbolized and was forgotten by humans. Despite this, she still loved people enough to create her physical body from them, and her skeletal hands wrap around Ludger. Her form is shocking, but she helps and heals any wound as long as they are alive. Ludger made a deal with the goddess when he saved a man in the morning and now he offers the people responsible for the attack as a sacrifice. Carlone doubts this will happen. Ludger holds the skeletal hands of the goddess and tells them not to worry because she values humans deeply and won't eliminate him. Carlone tries to escape and begs them to destroy the creature quickly. The tentacles wrap around Carlone, increasing his despair, and reality distorts as the goddess sucks the souls of everyone inside. Meanwhile, outside, the Owen team finishes off the criminals. They thought Violetta would call them after finding out the thugs would attack today. Violetta says everything was a complete mess and Arrow replies that it doesn't matter what surrounds them. Wells comments that the houses will be rebuilt anyway and suggests taking the opportunity to tear them down for good. The group starts arguing until the protagonist appears and everyone notices he fought alone and did very well. He asks about Dayan's condition and Violetta replies that the boy is fine and healthier than before. The protagonist thinks this is good since they will ask questions now that the Silver Sun is wiped out. Violetta finds it hard to believe he eliminated everyone in the organization in such a short time. The protagonist confirms that no one is left alive and warns that he will leave the business matters of the faction under her responsibility. Suddenly, someone appears shouting for them to let go of a woman immediately. A team runs in to help but soon realizes the fight is already over. Violetta says the group didn't need to get involved, mentioning how dangerous the situation was. She tells the owner, James, that although he acts like he doesn't care, he always thinks of the team. As a representative of the abandoned people, James thanks them for everything. The next day on the outskirts of Royal Street, all members of the Silver Sun, including Carl I, disappear. Torina asks Enya to report the information gathered so far. Enya says the morning report pointed to the Leatherbelk slums as the most likely region associated with the case. They stop the car in front of a castle, reach the mansion, and notice the place is extremely clean, with no visible fluids. Enya asks the captain about the newly developed artifact that analyzes the surrounding mana and reads the memories left in the environment. Enya thinks the item is amazing because it helps solve cases, and Torina explains that residual mana only lasts 36 hours. Since the results will take some time, Torina asks her colleague to continue the investigation into the killer, who is known to everyone as the owner. After the enemy society disappeared, the owner emerged in the rebel organization, took over the underworld, and unified the slum factions. Since he's suspected of leading the business, they need more details. Since the owner rebuilt the slums, he had reasons to attack the competition from Silver Sun. Torina decides to find him and investigate on her own, since he is the main suspect. Right after, the mana detector stops working, which happens when there is no detectable energy within the time frame. This indicates that the case does not involve mana. The investigation pointed out that the more than 100 Silver Sun guards should have left traces. Since such a clean wipeout would only be possible with magic, the total absence of evidence requires a deeper investigation. Torina concludes that she needs to hurry regarding the owner, believing he is no ordinary person. She orders them to pack up the artifact and seal the area with restricted entry tape. Next, Torina grabs her sword, points it at a specific spot, and demands that whoever is hiding reveal themselves immediately. The person praises Torina's sharp senses, revealing herself to be Detective Case, accompanied by Beth. It had been a long time since they last saw each other, and the two start talking. Torina mentions that Case entered a restricted area, and warns that the detective should get official permission instead of acting in secret. The detective justifies that the case is fascinating, and she couldn't just stand still. Torina refuses the help, explaining that she trusts her but cannot receive outside help in official investigations. Case tries to ask for a favor in exchange for past help, requesting to borrow the golden item. Torina ends up giving in and handing over the object. Torina takes responsibility for the act, stating that hiding is not a problem for her. She thanks the detective and asks how many problems she caused, while the golden egg is handed to Beth for analysis. Next, Torina says she won't ask any more questions. The detective thanks her, mentions she is very busy, and leaves with the item, making Enya notice her quick departure before Torina decides they should head to the slums. Meanwhile, Hunza's rats observe everything. The protagonist thanks Hunz for his work, mentioning that he was a bit worried and that it was good to leave the scouting to him. Hunz warns that the female knights are heading to the slums and suggests getting other people to intervene. However, the hero assesses that Torina would catch them quickly and decides to meet her in person, asking Violetta to make preparations with the new faces and masks he had already prepared. Torina and Enya arrive at the slums and notice how much the place has changed. They get unpleasant looks, aware that the people from the alleys don't like knights. Shortly after, Violetta approaches, expressing her pleasure to meet the Knights of Nightcrawler, warning that the owner ordered the escort. Torina comments that a trap would look very different, accepts Violetta's escort, and the three arrive at a fake hideout prepared to entertain guests. The hero receives them wearing a mask, justifying its use because of severe burns, and asks for Torina's understanding. The captain points out that owner is not his real name and demands his real identity. He replies that his name is Oliver, born and raised in the alleys, and that he hides his name for the sake of his work because the local citizens are not well treated. Torina suspects the perfect appearance of a big businessman coming from the alleys and decides to get straight to the point about the disappearance of Silver Sun. The knight questions him about a recent fight between the slum residents and the Silver Soul. Oliver denies it was a fight, stating that the Silver Soul people bothered them first. He points out that the rival group is made up of people with horrible pasts and that their disappearance was a good thing, accusing the knights of suspecting an innocent person. Torina demands he stop with the rude threats, claiming his blood would already be on her sword if they actually thought he was guilty. The protagonist feels a strong pressure coming from the captain and thanks her for reconsidering. Enya notices the man shows no fear in front of the captain, concluding he's not an ordinary person. It becomes clear that the hostile glares from the residents were out of concern for the owner, who's considered the hero who revived the back alleys neglected by the nation. Torina wants to avoid a high-casualty fight against the slums, thanks him for the cooperation, and stands up. The hero warns he won't be able to walk them to the exit, and the captain replies that it's not necessary. The knights leave the room after a tiring interview. Right then, the blonde boy runs into Enya, his ex-girlfriend. Both are shocked by the unexpected encounter. Ludger didn't expect the young man to return so quickly, which messes up his plans a bit. The knight asks Alex to stop running and tell the truth, since he had said he was going to his hometown. The boy replies that there's nothing left between them and refuses to listen to her, making Enya realize he hasn't changed at all. She apologizes for the intrusion and says goodbye, while Alex shows his frustration with the situation. The blonde guy complains about the guild's lack of privacy. Ludger explains he was alone and things just ended up that way. Alex apologizes for not telling him sooner out of courtesy and for opening the door without asking, deciding to reveal everything now that things have reached this point. He shares that he attended the Noble Knights, the best training academy, where Enya was his classmate. The young man explains he was dishonorably discharged after beating up an instructor and a fellow cadet just a few days before the graduation ceremony. The nobles tormented him because they couldn't accept that a commoner was better than them. He endured this harassment for 3 years, something his comrades witnessed. Ludger notes that the knight's reaction pointed to another reason for her anger besides the expulsion. Alex agrees with the observation and reveals that he and Enya were dating, though they started as rivals. Because they were always training together, he realized he wanted to protect her instead of defeating her, a feeling Enya returned when they promised to be each other's future. Since he was a commoner and Enya was a noble, the bullying got worse the closer they got. He kept the harassment a secret to protect her, agreeing with the nobles that a commoner would only hold back the girl's future. Because of this, he faked an affair to break up, believing he was ready for the consequences. However, after the breakup, he lost control when the nobles came to attack him. The boy admits he was too arrogant and ambitious for a commoner, feeling like an idiot for keeping quiet and taking it all for 3 years. Meanwhile, Terina hears the story from Enya's side, commenting that it's sad someone so talented is now wandering the back alleys. The ex-girlfriend replies that it's fine, recalling the rainy day Alex betrayed her. She emphasizes that there's nothing left between them. In Alex's memory, a voice claimed to have seen everything and questioned why he just took hits from people. The voice asked if getting beaten up was a hobby and if he was satisfied living like that. In truth, the person speaking in the memory wasn't Enya, but Ludger, suggesting that instead of getting beaten up, the boy could join his organization so he wouldn't get hurt anymore. Alex tells the others that the leader was the one who saved him while he was wandering like a bum, stating that he's like a light to everyone, though Ludger considers this an exaggeration. The redhead girl thinks to herself that they had never heard anything about the boss before. Wells asks if the professor can share some things with the group. Ludger was already planning to share something and decides to speak right then, but warns he'll first explain why he asked them to gather the relics. He asks if the members have ever felt like the world is like a massive, suffocating cage. Then, he reveals he's gathering the items precisely to destroy this oppressive cage. Alex asks if the relic is a tool to destroy the world, and the leader denies it, explaining that the creators of the relics don't want that. It then becomes clear that the reason he keeps changing his name to Lupin, Ivan, and Helsing is because of the relic. The leader reveals his true name, and at that very moment, Renee wakes up from a dream. She gets a visit from Julia Plumhart, the top first-year student, who was drawn by a strange energy. Julia introduces herself as Professor Luger's student and explains she belongs to the Dream School. She explains that this magic allows her to enter other people's dreams, being easier to learn than other specializations. Renee comments it's her first time meeting someone from that field, and Julia finds it interesting that she managed to find her. Renee asks if she's still dreaming and how the girl got there. Julia explains that this is a state between dream and reality, and she noticed Renee was dreaming about something strange. She says dreams are a projection of reality and offer a glimpse into the past. Julia then touches Renee's forehead to investigate, but she only gets weak visions and can barely see anything. Renee mentions she was dreaming about someone else, but she can't remember who. Julia concludes that the girl's dream or memory was forcibly sealed by someone. Renee asks who would do such a thing, but the student doesn't know, and asks if she went through anything related to memories recently. Renee recalls a storm of memories and asks if Julia can break the seal. The girl says she can't, but explains that the key to unlocking it can be found within dreams, asking if Renee remembers what she just dreamed about. The young girl says she doesn't recall the face, but she remembers the name Radcliffe. Meanwhile, Ludger reveals to his group that his true name is Radcliffe Van Brades, a member of the royal family of the Holy Nation and the son of the former king. In her room, Renee asks Julia if the name sounds familiar. The student replies that it's a rare name, and since it's linked to a missing memory, she can't confirm who it is. Julia's body begins to fade as she wakes up. Renee asks if they can talk again, but Julia declines, saying their meeting was just a momentary spark. She warns that Renee will have to pique her interest if she wants to see her again. After saying goodbye, Renee wakes up as well, wondering where she should start looking for Radcliffe. Back at the meeting, Alex is shocked to learn about his leader's lineage, and asks if his exceptional abilities come from this origin. Ludger denies it, explaining that he inherited an unwanted condition that makes his body easy to possess, which is unusual for his family. The Beast Man comments that since the kingdom of Brades doesn't follow a god, this condition must be similar to a blessing. The leader clarifies that the condition isn't a threat in the fight for the throne, and that he travels the world to distance himself from his lineage and survive. Since his biological father was in failing health, Luger became the primary target for elimination as soon as the succession was discussed. The team then understands that his high tolerance and vast knowledge of medicine are the results of being poisoned countless times. A short while ago, the kingdom of Brady's active again after 20 years, deciding who should be the provisional cardinal. If the provisional emperor finds out Luger is alive, they'll use any method to eliminate him. In another place, Bet argues with Casey, telling her she needs to clean her room and complaining about tidying up the detective's mess. Meanwhile, Casey analyzes a board of clues, connecting the werewolf incident to the abandoned factory, the auction house attack, and the resurrection of the Beast of Gavalden. She also includes the Black Dawn that appeared in Soren and the disappearances of the Silver Soul, noting the number of incidents involving innocents that year in Leatherbell. The detective already suspects the slums that developed. The only available clue is information obtained from the men at the Underworld newspaper office. They didn't reveal the location of their base of operations, but after some questioning, one area caught Casey's attention. She then decides to go to Voltanum to find James Moriarty. A few days later, at the Soren Academy, Ludger acts in his identity as a professor. His assistant, Sineda, hands over a pile of documents needed for analysis and leaves a sealed letter. The item is an invitation to the Mystical Night, an annual event that gathers mages from various regions. The assistant mentions that the professor's hard work is being recognized, since both the Old and New Magic Tower, along with the Scholars Association, invited him at the same time. The magic world is currently split into three major organizations. First, the Old Magic Tower, ruled by authoritarian elders who believe magic is only for the chosen few. Second, the New Magic Tower, which is independent and focuses on combining magic and science. Finally, the Scholar Association, formed by skeptics from both towers. Ludger doesn't want to support any side to avoid angering the others. Sineda mentions that all three groups sent gifts along with their invitations, suggesting he should check the items to make his choice easier. Ludger decides not to choose any organization and just takes all three gifts. His assistant concludes he's just taking advantage of the situation, but he clarifies that isn't his intention and she got it wrong. He notes her deep loyalty, but wonders who that loyalty is really for. Is it for him or maybe for the First Order? He doesn't know where it comes from. Someone knocks on the door and Ludger lets them in. It's Professor Viorano, and Ludger asks what he wants. Viorano explains he was looking for Sineda to see if she had an answer to a question he asked before. The assistant apologizes, says she's fine with her current situation, and tells him he's bothering her. She mentions she has a class to attend and leaves. After she leaves, Viorano comments that Sineda doesn't like him. Ludger replies that this is unexpected, as he didn't know they knew each other. Viorano explains his concern for the young woman because of his connection to her, assuming Ludger already knew about it. Considering them friends, Viorano mentions that Sineda is a bit strange and asks if Ludger has ever seen her ears. Ludger admits he never noticed. Viorano then confirms the student has half-elf blood in her veins. Later, Ludger goes to talk to Sineda in the garden. She opens the door and lets him in. The professor asks if she grows plants as a hobby and mentions he heard a bit about her background from Viorano, apologizing if she wanted to keep it a secret. He adds that if she goes to the elven village Viorano offered, she can leave the family that neglected her and live in peace. The professor says he will respect the student's decision and handle the organization matters, telling her not to worry. The young woman replies that she wants to follow him because he was the one who recognized her. He agrees to respect her choice and confesses he is also keeping a secret, revealing he isn't actually a First Order. Previously, Ludger found out the girl's last name is Lotion, the daughter of a nobleman and an enslaved elf during the war, and that Viorano planned to take her to live with the elves. At the time, Ludger showed some doubt, fearing the elves might judge his assistant because of her mixed heritage and the history of slavery. Viorano guaranteed he could protect her, revealing he is an elder of the forest and head of the Denny family, responsible for protecting the border elves. The elder asked the professor to convince the young woman to leave, but Ludger argued that Sineda needed to choose her own happiness. Realizing the girl relied on the professor's opinion, Viorano asked him to find out her true feelings. Back to the present, the girl realizes Ludger isn't the First Order. He explains that the real John Doe died in a train terrorist attack, and he only took over his identity, realizing she was fooled the entire time. Sineda tells the professor not to touch her and slaps his hand away. Ludger apologizes and asks if she follows the Black Dawn, or just the person behind the identity, pointing out her hesitation as she stays by the door. The professor explains he chose to tell the truth instead of using her until the end. Sineda then claims she wants to follow Ludger, the only person who listened to her and respected her opinions. He says the choice is hers and praises his assistant's hard work, placing his hand on her shoulder. She gets emotional at being recognized, remembering that the organization only accepted her to use the Loshan name and cries heavily as he comforts her. Next, the girl asks who he really is and introduces herself as Sineda Flunt, using her mother's last name. Lugger asks her to act normally and bring him more information, revealing his goal to eradicate the Black Dawn. After that, he mentions he's going to introduce her to someone. Meanwhile, Viorano hopes the professor resolves the situation, reflecting on Sineda's mother, who disappeared after the war and was secretly bought as a slave by the Lotians. Viorano thinks he would appreciate it if Sineda weren't so cautious, believing she should trust Lugger first and maybe gift him some special tea leaves from the elf forest. Next, the girl is introduced as the new member of Team O and declares she will be under the group's care. A person present comments that she looks familiar and seems like a child, but the professor clarifies that Sineda is a half-elf, indicating they can easily recognize each other. Hans listens to the conversation and notes that the girl's role overlaps with his. Hans asks if the professor came to the hideout just to introduce the new member. Lugger replies he also came to check the progress of the task he assigned him. The man questions if it's safe to talk about the mission in front of the girl, and the professor reassures him that it is, since she is now a teammate. Since they found a fragment at the Kunst auction house, 3 are still missing, and one of them might be in the capital, Linderberolf. The protagonist was on his way there when the train terrorist attack happened. The professor found the fragment's location in the capital and uses the process of elimination to narrow down the area. Balk Castle from the Exile Empire is the only place they can't investigate in the city. Since infiltrating the castle won't be easy, they must find a way to get past the guards, which Lugger believes is possible with Sineda's help. Since he now has a reliable assistant inside Soren, he states they must prepare to eliminate the Black Dawn and plans to head to Voltenung soon. A few days later, in Area B13 of Voltenung, the protagonist is in an abandoned factory, a great place for suspicious people to hide. He knows the area well, but with so many buildings, he doesn't know where the Black Dawn branch is. Then, Lugger smells a strange chemical odor, realizing they set up a lab in the underground sewer system. When he stops in front of the sewer, Detective Cass appears and asks what Ludwig Thiels is doing there. The professor fires back with the same question, but the detective demands he answer first. Lugger explains he is investigating the person responsible for the festival fire and got information that led him here. The woman claims she is doing the same by coincidence, reporting that she felt a familiar mana and that he still carries her card. The protagonist realizes keeping the item was a mistake. The detective claims she was sure he would come and knows the excuse of a rookie professor investigating the incident alone is a lie. Cass asks him to turn around slowly while pointing her wand. Knowing he can't hide anymore, the hero turns around and faces her directly. The woman claims she can't be fooled, shouts the name James Moriarty, and starts casting water spells at him. The professor uses his own wand to defend himself, dispersing the spell. Next, Lugger charges straight at her with a bloodthirsty look. The detective notices his speed and creates magic to stop him during his dash. She lets out a scream, and the hero slams her to the ground, threatening to end her if she doesn't stay still. Kaz creates a spell with several spectral weapons aimed at him, challenging him to go ahead. The protagonist realizes she prepared a counterattack and improved a lot since last time. The woman calls him arrogant for thinking she would take a beating without fighting back and proposes to test who is faster. Suddenly, her magic begins to disperse and the daggers vanish because the girl is terrified of the rats in the area. She tries to hide the situation, saying she has no idea what he's talking about, but the hero clearly sees through her lie. He grabs the rat and rubs it on her, making the detective undo her magic, throw the animal away, and declare she's done. The professor says that's exactly why he doesn't want to fight her. Cass calls him arrogant and threatens to report him to the police if she's left alive. Lugger argues her pride won't let her report him, and that's the real reason she chased him alone. The hero warns her he doesn't have time to play detective because he needs to ambush the Black Dawn's hideout. The woman asks if he's not on the organization's side, and the protagonist just tells her to go home, set some rat traps, and sleep. Lugger goes down the sewer toward the Black Dawn's hideout and blocks the entrance with magic to stop Casey Selmoy from following him. The detective claims this won't change anything and decides to use her own methods. Since he was careless, she managed to gather enough mana to use the memory storm and search the professor's past. 30 minutes later, inside the research lab in the factory, Lugger takes down several people one by one, also defeating Merok, the night killer. The hero comments that the smell of chemicals is burning his nose, noticing they created drugs from the Paluma plant and that the research data is impressive. He then decides to check inside a door he hasn't checked yet. A man asks about the smell, revealing himself as a doctor who visited the factory in person to check the operations and found an unwanted guest. Lugger turns around and recognizes him from his assistant's info about the Valtenung area, which is personally managed by a member of the First Order. The middle-aged man doesn't hide his identity and dresses like a scientist. The protagonist identifies him as Victor Dreadpool and immediately fires his gun to eliminate him, but the doctor blocks the attack with a golden magic wall that rises from the floor. Victor comments that the visitor is aggressive, asks if he's an assassin, and claims he'll take care of everything. The First Order member uses a liquid golem, a product grafted with magic and alchemy, to finish off the invader. Lugger assesses the excessive technology and sees a chance to attack Victor while the monster focuses on him. The golem suddenly strikes, forcing the hero to dodge and vanish, making the scientist ask where he went. The protagonist enters the shadows with the Eternal Nocturnus and appears to stab the scientist in the back, but the weapon hits metal. A voice asks where Dreadpool is looking and claims the First Order can't be attacked that way. It's Verum, a knight with red energy, who unleashes a slash toward Lugger. Dreadpool thanks him for the save, and the hero deduces the skilled knight must also belong to the First Order. Verum asks how the invader dodged while denying physical attacks, quickly deducing that he crossed through space. Dreadpool wants to know how the space crossing was done, but Lugger soon notices a new attack coming his way and dodges again. The knight hits the entire room with an explosion, destroying everything and almost taking off the protagonist's head. Realizing the hero won't answer easily, Verum wields his massive sword to protect the doctor, who asks to capture him alive just before two people appear. Treating the invader as a rare specimen, the doctor controls mannequins with knives for arms and orders them to bring the target to him. The two puppets rush at the protagonist and slash with their blades while he defends using his sword. Lugger notices the use of textbook tricks. He then creates some distance to use this as a strategy as the mannequins back away. Soon comes a red slash from the knight, Verum, and Lugger takes a wound to his face, annoyed by the pain. He realizes he has no time to get close to them, having no choice but to retreat first. The doctor wonders what skill the intruder will show this time, while Verum warns that something is wrong and they cannot transition to defense quickly. The hero shows them his palm and uses the 8th Sephora, the accumulation magic. A great blue light emits from the factory, shooting up from the underground into the sky like a whirlwind. The entire area is destroyed by the blue flames, and the heavy sword falls to the ground. Verum drops to his knees, saying that hesitating would have been bad and that they fled from an uncommon enemy. Dreadpool notes that this is not the issue right now and warns the knight all the items from the safe and the experimental data are gone. The doctor laments that their goal was to protect the data with their lives, outraged that the intruder did that. Lugger grabs the items and runs away, thinking it would have been good if both of them died in the explosion. However, he executed the attack with weakened magic, and the lethality did not even reach half of its real power. He used the temporary blindness as an opportunity to get the information and reach his goal. The hero collects the experiment reports from the Black Dawn, including a gunpowder that does not ignite with fire and the use of humans to replicate the strength of a beast. Reading one of the papers, he sees that an experiment with an automaton was recorded 3 years ago in the kingdom of Dalika. The next day, at Soren Academy, the professor is in his office remembering that the Black Dawn was also involved with automatons. He recalls meeting Beth, who offered escort and housekeeping care in case he had nowhere to stay. In the memory, the little automaton boy called him professor, showed an invitation letter from Ordo University, and asked if he would take advantage of this amazing opportunity. The hero clenches his fists remembering Arte until Wilfred enters the room, informing him that the principal wants to see him. Ludger goes to meet the principal, asking if she wants to recommend him for the vacant position of planning chief of the academy. When questioned about the reason for offering such great authority, she explains that she wants to reward him for what he has done for Soren and that she recognizes his skills. The protagonist knows she does not trust him and figures the position is a way to watch him. Either way, he concludes that this will help him understand what happens at the academy much faster. He thanks her for the offer but does not think he can be appointed just by recommendation. The principal states she can only recommend him and he will have to prove his qualifications, offering 6 months for preparation. Ludger replies that 1 week will be enough, leaving her surprised. He warns her that he is in the middle of an important research, wants to finish it quickly, and asks to submit the weekly reports right after. After that, Renaive goes to talk to the protagonist to clear up a doubt about a distorted formula. The hero explains that if the formula stays like that, the magic flow will become unstable. The girl mentions that Professor Ludger sounds familiar and looks much more like someone from a fleeting memory. Then she asks if he is Ratcliffe. Renee calls the protagonist Ratcliffe and he asks what the student just said. The girl apologizes, explaining she has not been able to sleep and let the name slip from her dreams. Changing the subject, the professor says that students need to sleep better and that she is overdoing her studies. Renee is happy that he just ignored her comment. If she had revealed that she remembered the name suddenly because of a dream, she would have been scolded. However, she does not know why she feels so suffocated in front of him. Ludger's assistant posts a notice on the boards, recruiting participants for a clinical study on increasing the amount of artificially released magic. If successful, the professor will have no trouble getting the planning chief position, while the principal wonders when he started this research and who he really is. Then, the protagonist evaluates Renee's situation. Judging by the student's reaction, it seems her memories are incomplete, requiring caution. He wonders who would have thought he would hear that name coming directly from her. The assistant reports that she already posted the professor's announcement. Since Ludger plans to consume only a manna meal, she warns him that he needs to eat real food, cautioning that the habit will damage his body. After that, the protagonist goes to the cafeteria with the other professors. Selena notices that Professor Brino has lost a lot of weight and looks terrible since their last meeting. Their colleague ended up in this state after his masterpiece, the golem, was stolen on the last day of the festival. When they question Ludger about his mana release research, Brino comments that he is conducting something incredible. The protagonist explains that he just published the announcement and is waiting for applicants, and Selena claims that everyone will want to apply. 3 days later, on the last day of recruitment, there are 6 applicants. Ludger comments that it is a good number to proceed and asks them to sign their names on the confidentiality agreement before explaining the details. Renee did not know that the princess had also applied, and her classmate replies that she prefers doing things with people she knows. Freudian and Ludger lock eyes, and the student warns that he won't let it slide if the professor harms Renee. Next, Julia looks directly at the assistant, Siniata. The assistant is her childhood friend, the first person she ever opened her heart to until they drifted apart and created distance between them. Julia can see the state of dreams through colors and notices that most emotions do not change. When she reunited with her friend in Soren, the color of her dream was gray, but today it became bright enough to be noticeable again. Dreams represent a person's ideal desires and essence. Since Siniata's only close contact is Ludger, a man known for not dreaming, Julia will use this opportunity to watch the professor and try to rebuild her relationship with her old friend. The protagonist notices that all the applicants are familiar with the research he is conducting. Aiden mentions the increase in mana release, and Flora Lumos adds that since methods for this already exist, the research must offer something different. Ludger replies that the results will prove its efficacy. After the magic evaluation, they will take a weekly medicine in the form of a drink made from medicinal herbs. Flora finds its appearance strange, and Renee asks if the release effect will be automatic. The professor denies it, explaining that they will feel resistance and will use only 3% of their total strength to train their control and materialization of magic. Ludger warns that the training starts tomorrow and tells them to come prepared. The next night, the professor's office is dark. After checking his things, he notices a box vibrating. The ring he obtained from Zero Order emits a lot of energy, signaling the executive meeting. Prepared for his last opportunity to gather information, he accepts the invitation of the Black Dawn and puts the ring on his finger. With that, he is transported into a dream, where he wakes up and sees the First Order members talking at the meeting. Everyone is present at the meeting except for Zero Order and Esmeralda, leaving their seats empty. To the left, Ludger notices the members he met before, while to the right are unfamiliar people. Next, Dreadpool tells John Doe to sit down so he can talk to Verum. Ludger hears about a curse, notices Dreadpool's tone of voice is harsher than before, and wonders if that personality is real. A shadow demands silence and asks when Esmeralda will arrive. Dreadpool calls her Ventiman, but she demands that he not use that name. Another member warns that Esmeralda is gone and will no longer attend, and Nikolai adds that John Doe should know more about the matter. Ludger replies briefly that the leader will explain everything. Zero Order appears, agreeing with the statement, and thanks them for attending the irregular meeting to start the executive gathering. He reports the passing of Esmeralda and Quasimodo, stating this was the information received from John Doe. Leslie comments that she heard about the case from Nikolai and that it is her first time hearing the details, leading Ludger to conclude that Nikolai is the one responsible for managing information. Nikolai mentions that finding out about Quasimodo would have been difficult. Next, Ventiman asks if Esmeralda's spot will be filled. Citadel, the Zero Order, says he has his eye on someone and asks for recommendations. Nikolai states that they will respect the leader's personal decision, but Leslie tells him not to interfere. Ludger notices the change of topic and that the tasks are being fulfilled. He hears that the old mage is almost finished and that they will destroy themselves without knowing it, deducing that the target is the old magic tower and the goal might be the Mystic Knight. After that, Nikolai reports that people are restless and instigating actions through the Liberators. Ventiman warns that she needs time because she has not found a specific item, and Dreadpool claims he is already aware of this. Nikolai points out that Dreadpool's lab was attacked twice, but he blames his subordinates and asks the Knight Verum to confirm the facts. Leslie agrees that Verum can provide an explanation. The Knight reports that the Valtanung branch was already being invaded by a single enemy when he arrived, and he found the manager dead. Leslie concludes the invader was no ordinary person and asks for any memorable traits. Verum explains the person was well disguised, only showing the power to teleport and burn down the entire factory. Nikolai points out that the Leather Belt branch was also burned down, suggesting it's the same culprit. The group asks if John Doe knows anything about this. Ludger claims he only lent his name to the place to handle some annoying matters. Since the members are suspicious of his activities in Soren, Ludger decides to clear his name. He says he has a hunch and points to Detective Casey Salmoya as the prime suspect. Ludger explains the detective is investigating the Black Dawn Society and interrogated a member from Soren. Since Nikolai didn't share this information earlier, the blame falls on him. The knight mentions that a witness saw her at Valtenung on the day of the ambush. Victor Dreadpool notes that Casey uses water magic, and Ludger adds she might be working with allies. Vent Mim points out she is a colorless mage and they can't ignore the threat. The group decides to eliminate the girl and tells Ludger to stay out of it, since his position as a professor prevents him from acting. Nikolai agrees to follow orders but shows clear hostility, making his bad relationship with Ludger obvious. Meanwhile, the professor believes the information he shared is enough to avoid suspicion for now. Even so, he feels a bit guilty for using the detective's name. Zero Order ends the meeting, satisfied with the progress of the tasks, and Dreadpool says goodbye. The leader then asks Ludger to stay behind, and he obeys while the other members leave. Zero Order asks about the meeting and gets a positive response. Noting his subordinate's stiffness, the leader concludes he won't be able to pay much attention to Soren right now. Still, he demands that Ludger find a person at the academy known as someone blessed by destiny. Knowing this is no simple request, the professor asks for specific traits. The leader explains it is a woman who can see what others can't, which makes Ludger immediately think of Renee and Flora Lumos. Zero asks to be notified when she is found, and the professor pretends to know nothing. After being dismissed, Ludger leaves the meeting and vanishes. Immediately, Zero Order summons Citadel, ordering her to go to the Harshareed mountain range. Far away in his own office, Nikolai plans his next moves against the colorless mage. He slams the desk, angry that Ludger received the leader's favor and has more accurate information. Frustrated because he believes the professor has been hiding his true skills since the train attack, Nikolai decides he won't make any more mistakes and plans to eliminate him. In the irate mountain range, under heavy snow, Citadel follows her orders. The hooded figure finds a passage and enters an ice cave, noting that crawling all the way here after falling off a cliff was worth it. Inside, she finds the body of the Royale John Doe. Citadel calls it a pathetic end and demands the sleeping soul to wake up. She rings a bell, a gust of wind passes over the corpse, and energy flows, revealing the dead man's spirit. The spirit recognizes Citadel and asks where they are and what happened to his body. The subordinate tells him he was eliminated and asks him to remember recent events. He reports that he disguised himself as Ludger Chelsea to infiltrate Soren and spoke with a passenger on a train before a terrorist attack happened. When they tried to get information, an explosion destroyed the place, and he escaped to the cave where he suffered a severe injury. Finding the story strange, Citadel asks why he spoke to the passenger in the first place. The spirit admits he wouldn't do that on a normal day but explains the man was a shapeshifter who influences the entire continent. He had discovered 3 of the man's identities, Arsène Lupin, Eugene François, and Machiavelli, but the man remained calm even when confronted. Citadel agrees the man is no ordinary person and demands to know why her subordinate started that conversation. Forced by the rules of the summoning, the spirit confesses he was a fan and respected the man. Citadel calls him a fool but realizes that the person he is talking about took over the identity of Ludger Chelsea, which explains his persuasive act during the organization's recent meeting. John Doe answers all of Citadel's questions. She says he did a good job, and magic chains appear around the spirit. Order Zero's command was only to find him, with no permission for other actions, so Citadel rings a bell and tells her subordinate to rest. Next, a magic explosion happens, and the woman banishes the spirit back to the afterlife. Citadel does not care about Ludger Chelsea's true identity, and if using him means destroying Order Zero, she will do it. At the Soren Academy dormitory, Renee is exhausted from using mana all day. Every mage has a hidden energy path that lets them control the limit of their own capacity. By taking a mana suppressor, students can perceive and use this route. Ludger claimed that using this path would increase magic power and bring incredible results. The explanation sounded easy, but in practice, Renee notes that 3 people already succeeded, and she is still out of the ranking. However, the student decides she has time and will work harder. A few days later the test results come out. The average mana shown the previous week was 25%, and the current result reaches about 36%, tripling the flow. The students feel it was worth training all day and drinking the bad-tasting medicine. Fruden felt the bitterness of the medicine gradually increase, giving the impression that Ludger sabotaged his drink to make the taste worse. The training ends successfully, and all that is left for the professor is to finish the conference happening in a few days. At the Arcane Chamber, Casey Selmoy did not intend to attend the event, but after seeing Moriarty's presentation, she could not ignore the situation. The investigator is sure the man responsible for destroying a branch of the Black Dawn is not affiliated with the organization. Casey wants to find his genuine form by using the paper that extracted the guy's mana and connecting James's mind. The next person is called, and Ludger arrives to start his thesis presentation. He introduces himself as a professor from Soren Academy and shows that the research result with 6 students tripled their mana flow. The key to this result is the suppressor he created. A mage asks if the product was personally made by the professor, and Lugger confirms the creation, but clarifies that the method is not his. He restored an ancient recipe and displays the document's content. The professor explains that the familiar and ancient writing presented is a language called Larzo. He reports that he transcribed the language and found a way to triple the energy flow. A person accuses Lugger of lying, claiming the language cannot be transcribed nowadays. He denies the lie and says he managed to perform the transcription a long time ago. The professor recalls the past when young Redcliffe wanted to translate the language and asked his master for help. The woman warned that Larzo was way beyond the boy's capabilities, being a forgotten language and impossible to interpret without the proper foundation. The master refused to help at first, considering the task too troublesome. Redcliffe claimed he would understand the language by himself, becoming the target of her mockery. Then, the woman revealed that Larzo was composed of 3 different languages. The youth stayed locked in a room for 3 days, studying the language with a headache from the intensity of the task. The master thought he would give up on an impossible job, but the student remained determined and warned that he finished the interpretation thanks to her guidance. Back at the arcane chamber, Lugger explains that the first interpretation of Larzo hides a meaning. The literal translation of a sentence talks about the blessing of light and the inability to absorb the meaning. However, careful interpretation reveals the message that it was already late morning, the author woke up quickly, and the food was not good. This accuracy proves the professor is not lying, as an incorrect interpretation would prevent him from using the recipe in the test. Casey has not understood what this man's existence means since he learned the language. With an extraordinary discovery that would gain recognition anywhere, she's sure he has a reason to change his identity, and she wants to find the truth about him as soon as possible. The principal praises Lugger Chelsea's presentation and asks if he wants to release the content impulsively. Lugger replies that he planned to reveal the data from the start and authorizes the release, adding that knowing the recipe doesn't make execution easy. Then, he mentions he'll be in her care and the planning department head's care. Suddenly, Caroline Monarch, the leader of the Monarch mercenary group, asks Lugger to wait. She ignores the principal and apologizes to Lugger for shouting earlier, as she believed he would leave the salon without revealing the research material. Caroline mentions he should have warned them about recovering the materials and the recipe instead of bragging, but Lugger points out it was her fault for leaving the salon without warning. The mercenary leader claims she likes the professor and hands him a business card meant for her group's special VIPs, saying goodbye with the promise of a future meeting. The principal comments that Caroline was her rival in school and is very impulsive, though she recognizes her skills as a sixth circle mage who, despite being a commoner, received a noble surname. Lugger realizes that not even Emperor Exilium received that VIP card, indicating Caroline really liked him. That night, in her lodging, Detective Casey places the mana-infused paper according to Terina's instructions. As she holds the tip, a golden egg opens, allowing her to access the truth about Ludwig. The detective is taken to the kingdom of Delica 3 years ago and searches for a memory of him there. A man gets caught by a noble who accuses him of theft and demands his money back. Lugger passes by in a top hat next to the suspect, and the detective thinks it's not good for an adult to fight with a child. Then, a man named Redcliffe appears, hands over a gold coin, and says he'll pay for the boy's book. The child, named Art, thanks him for the help, asks if it's Lugger's first visit to Delica, and offers an escort. Lugger accepts, and they enter a comfortable establishment where the tavern owner asks them to take the man to rest on the second floor. When they arrive at the boy's house, his younger sister, Sally, asks about the guest, and Lugger greets her. Art takes the protagonist to the room and helps with the luggage. In the room, Art notices a book of academic papers with a question from the Ordo Academy in the appendix. The institution invites anyone who solves the problem, which shows the boy's interest in academies. Art's dream is to attend one, so the man claims he'll help him with his studies during his stay. The child gets happy with the proposal. The detective realizes the man from the past doesn't look like the person she knows today, as his emotions are sincere and he acts kindly. She also notices that the boy Art is strangely familiar to her. 2 weeks later in the memory, Art calls the protagonist professor and announces he received an invitation from Ordo University. The invitation was obtained thanks to the question in the book's appendix, and Art asks if the professor will accept the director's call. The protagonist replies that he has no reason to go and that his research is moving slowly. The next day, Art praises the professor's new look and says goodbye, calling him James Moriarty. That afternoon, inside Ordo University, the protagonist gives an explanation on the blackboard. Director Gordy Himmel praises James's talent and offers a cash prize along with a temporary professor position at the institution. The offer pleases James because it grants access to the central library and research materials. They shake hands and he becomes a professor at Ordo, starting the path that would make him the criminal consultant of the underworld. This is as far into the story as the detective knows. The real story begins now. The detective thought Moriarty's past had never been revealed, but seeing him become a permanent professor with a normal routine starts to annoy her. He spent all his time sitting and reading books, showing a very different and boring personality. At that moment, Casey herself knocked on the door and walked in to speak with the researcher. During their conversation, she introduced herself as the genius detective who solved various cases. James replied that he had already heard her name in the newspapers. The young woman explained that she wanted to meet him to see how amazing he was, claiming the professor should be proud to catch her attention. The present. Casey notices how arrogant she was in the past while he just kept a neutral expression in front of her. On that occasion, the girl asked for an autograph on his book. Casey claimed his writing was so rigorous that, according to graphology, he was probably a perfectionist hiding his identity, something she already suspected back then. James considered the analysis interesting, but pointed out that graphology is not a reliable study. He then suggested she should read the book to the end. He pointed out that the pages were made of paper that wrinkles easily, and since they were untouched, it was a sign of neglect in her reading, something a genius should notice. With the autograph in hand, Casey left because of her large number of cases. The current Casey feels embarrassed by this interaction and understands how annoying he has always been. She recognizes that her overconfidence came from being idolized, which made her feel lonely among ordinary people. This feeling of similarity was the reason for her interest in him. Now, knowing he is not a bad person, she tries to follow the story to understand why James became a villain. A few weeks later, she notices he was investigating something serious through Hans. The cases of missing children did not stop, the press ignored them, and the police refused to investigate. Even though they were lower-class victims, the lack of investigation would only make sense if someone with a lot of power was involved. In another memory, Casey entered the professor's room without knocking and saw his investigations. James claimed he was worried that his students might become victims. The detective warned him that she was in charge of the case and offered to share information if he asked the right way. Moriarty replied that he had no curiosity about what she knew. Shortly after, a police officer walked in to speak with the detective, who said goodbye and left. Knowing she worked with the police, James decided he could not trust her and thought about warning Art and Sally to be careful. That same day, his personal crystal glowed and he answered the call. On the other side, Art cried in despair, warning that Sally had gone out and hadn't come back. The boy feared a kidnapping, but the professor asked him to calm down and wait at the inn, promising he'd check the situation personally. James knew the disappearance was connected to the recent kidnappings. He asked Hans to find a 10-year-old child, and the informant replied they had sent out a rat that very day, revealing a clue. After that, James noticed the tavern owner was tense, even though he knew about the search for the girl. When he entered the room to talk to Art, the professor saw the boy had also vanished, deducing he went to look for his sister alone. In the forest, people camped in a place with a strange smell, which was the kidnappers' hideout. They put the children in sacks and carried them into a truck. Art followed the group in secret. He realized that if he had been any slower, he would have ended up in the vehicle, too, and now he wondered what to do to find Sally. Art knew everything would be over if he got caught and thought about going back to ask the adults for help. However, he noticed 2 police officers at the scene and decided to warn them about the kidnappers. Soon, the boy realized the police worked for the criminals as they started shouting that a child had escaped. In the past, James asks if Hans found the child, and he replies he hasn't received any news yet, since the rat sent to the slums hasn't returned. Next, the professor asks what Hans wanted to talk about. He replies that the recent large-scale disappearances are strange, since all the victimized children are commoners. Hans points out that the factories started working again, and that Walter Nung began buying up all possible iron on the day the children vanished. James realizes Hans is connecting the case to the kingdom of Duramang. The man finds these simultaneous occurrences very suspicious and wonders why they would kidnap children who are unfit for work, though he believes he might be overthinking it. After that, the professor hopes to find Sally, making this his top priority. Hans sees his rat return and reports that it didn't find the girl, but saw another kidnapping and a boy in a carriage. James deduces it's Art and says they need to run after him as fast as possible. With no other choice, Hans strips off his clothes, bites into his own arm, and transforms into a werewolf. James climbs onto his back, while Casey goes after the details of what is happening. Art wakes up in a place where he can't move, being carried by the police officers who plan to use him in experiments before he dies. The boy finds a stone, hurls it at the guard's head, and demands they return his sister. The officer grabs his weapon, curses at the boy, and beats him, hoping he won't die after the beating. James arrives shouting Art's name, and the officers recognize him, asking who told him about the place. The professor asks the boy to open his eyes, and the kid apologizes for everything. James tells him not to say a word, fearing he might pass away. Art closes his eyes, asks him to take care of his sister, and dies in the professor's arms. The officers consider silencing him with money, but decide to eliminate James so he won't talk. However, the guard is impaled by dark magic, and tentacles emerge to end their lives. Shaken by the boy's death, James creates several dark stakes and kills all of Art's murderers. Casey watches the brutal scene and wonders if things really happened that way. In the past, she arrived at the scene, asked why he was surrounded by so many bodies, and believed James had killed the child. The professor knew that speaking the truth could clear up the misunderstanding, but those behind the incident would use money to cut loose ends. Meeting high-ranking officials made him doubt whether he should involve them. He wondered if that was the best choice he had at the time. James couldn't forgive the killers for eliminating an innocent child without taking responsibility, and he wanted to make sure they went through the same thing. The detective demanded an answer about what happened, and the professor played along perfectly, saying he thought she would understand. He commented that because she lived among ordinary people, she seemed to think she was one of them, questioning how people of their level could lower themselves to live like trash. Feeling his emotions, Casey believed she would go crazy that day in such a suffocating situation. She asked if James had killed the child for pure pleasure, and he pretended he did, asking if that would be so wrong. The detective hoped the professor wasn't a bad person and that everything could be cleared up, but she realized she was wrong. Saying that Moriarty chose the wrong path, she declared she would arrest him, while he just told her to try. Shouting James' name in pure rage for what he did, the girl swore to put an end to all of it, and the two began a magic battle. Knowing she couldn't lower her guard against him, Casey ended up taking a hit from his cane, which sent her wand flying through the air. Next, the detective created water magic to turn things around, throwing bubbles to put out the fire James created. The professor noticed she controlled the water in the air even without her wand, while the girl assumed she wouldn't be so easily defeated by him. James planned to escape while subduing her, but realized he couldn't hold back against a single attribute mage. Suddenly, the facility began releasing a lot of steam into the room. Hans told his brother to get out of there quickly, and the detective realized James had an accomplice, not wanting to let them escape. However, noticing the ceiling was collapsing because of a burst pipe, she was forced to back away, promising that Moriarty would pay for what he did. James escaped along with Hans, carrying Art's body. His companion asked who the child was, recognizing him for a moment, and the professor decided he couldn't leave the body behind, a scene that the detective from the future observed. When they reached another location, they found a corridor leading to a large research center full of doll-like automatons. Deeper inside, they came across children in glass tubes filled with green liquid, and James understood that the kidnapped victims were being used in experiments. He left Art with Hans and ran off, wanting to find a way to save the child. The professor started eliminating the research guards with his black tentacles, demanding to know the children's whereabouts. He was told that all of them had already been killed, their souls extracted as soon as they arrived at the lab, which made him wipe out everyone there in a fit of rage. After that, Hans revealed he found the research files, explaining that the project infused human souls into automatons to use them as soldiers. After several attempts, the first success occurred with the soul of a child under the code name Beta. Hearing this, James told Hans that this could be the way to bring Art back. Sometime later, he planned to just transplant the child's soul into the empty prototype Alpha, without altering it like the researchers did. The professor concluded that the remaining materials would be enough, deciding they should destroy the project and eliminate everyone involved during the soul transfer. Knowing they needed a rare material for this, he wondered where they should start, deducing that the secret mine was probably disguised as an abandoned mine. Hans said he would look for other exits in the area, while the professor stayed behind, apologizing to Art for not fulfilling his last request. The next night, at an abandoned, rare metal mine, miners collected the material using slaves, watched by many inspectors, soldiers, and mages. The professor realized the situation would be complicated and needed help to make things easier. He found an agile girl and approached her while the miners slept. Realizing she wants to blow up the entire mine with bombs, the professor sneaks up behind her and warns her that she'd better stop right there. The girl insists she's gonna blow it all up, until she hears they want to free her. The professor explains he was watching her because she's very skilled with her hands. He says if they use that well, she can reduce the number of inspectors by blowing them up while he takes care of the rest. They shake hands, and the girl introduces herself as Sheridan, saying she'll call him sir. After the mission, all the slaves are free. Sheridan starts bragging about her bombs, and Hans praises her for the job. Next, the professor asks Hans to take the people to a safe place while he finishes what he came to do in the city. In the middle of the night, at Ordo University, the principal is reading the newspaper about the criminal side of James Moriarty, thinking it's a shame a talented professor became a criminal so fast. The principal figures the university will be chaotic for a while. As he grabs a test tube releasing gas to get back to work, the professor surprises him and apologizes for the delay. Principal Gord Rimbel quickly recognizes Moriarty's voice and asks if he knows how chaotic the school got because of him. The professor mentions that, thanks to the principal, he completed his private research. He offers him a chance, promising nothing bad will happen if he tells the truth about why he participated in the Steel Hatred research project. The principal pretends to know nothing about it, so the professor stabs him in the stomach with a knife, saying he already knows everything. He warns that if the man doesn't answer, he'll change the question to the names of everyone involved in the project. The professor starts forcing the principal to speak, but Detective Casey runs into the room and orders Moriarty to get away from him. The professor mentions he gave the old man plenty of chances. He moves the knife to his throat, eliminating the school principal right in front of Casey and the police. Casey unleashes her water magic at full power against Moriarty, causing a massive explosion. She ends up missing her attack, allowing him to escape through the window. From the top of a building, the professor says the detective's instincts are sharp, but she's always one step behind, warning her not to chase him. Casey replies she won't give up so easily. He then drops a hint that his next destination is the capital, D'Artagnan, leaving it up to her to believe it or not, and the detective takes the bait, telling him to wait for her. The next morning, the press goes wild with news about the abandoned factory and the murder of the university principal. Hans asks what'll happen if they get captured again, and the professor replies that the public now knows the truth, stopping their enemies from acting as they please. Sheridan calls for the professor's attention to show she made the wire launcher just like he asked, getting a thank you for finishing it in just a few hours. Hans then points out they're already in D'Artagnan's and asks what their goal is in the city. The professor explains that, after reading the Steel Hatred materials, he suspected the danger of the automaton squad. Even if they made many special automatons, the enemies couldn't defeat half of the world's mages, especially with the fire silence magic offering formidable power in current battles. Because of this, he deduced there was a project to neutralize this advantage and found information about a gunpowder resistant to that spell. Hans agrees that the material would be very effective against mages, and the professor concludes that the city's factories must be producing the substance. Since Principal Humble didn't say anything about it, the group decides to look for the gunpowder factory. Just then, Sheridan asks if they found the special gunpowder, claiming she has a great nose for it and offering to help. Later that day, they arrive at the industrial district of D'Artagnan's, where the smell of gunpowder is strong. The professor spots someone leaving the factory, whom Hans recognizes from the newspapers as Lieutenant General Ghetto Davenel. The professor orders Hans to hide a rat behind the general's truck. Sheridan grabs her dynamite and suggests blowing up the target right away, but the professor explains the security would be hard to bypass due to the fire silence around the area. Through the rats, he locates a depot in the center of the factory, heavily guarded by mages. With the location confirmed, the professor tells his allies to pull back. At a safe distance, the professor unleashes his magic, slamming his staff onto the ground to trigger a precise explosion at the designated coordinates. The factory suddenly blows up. He calculated the warehouse coordinates and set up the attack using an advanced form of magic perfected at the university. He then says they can retreat for now, since all the gunpowder in the area has been burned down. A few hours later, they ask Casey if she found any clues, and the detective replies that the fire seems to have been caused by carelessness. However, she considers that the explosion occurred right after Moriarty mentioned coming to D'Artagnan's. Although the documents indicated it was a car parts factory, the lingering smell of strange gunpowder, the tracks of a military truck, and the massive scale of the fire indicate otherwise. Casey concludes it was a secret military facility to store weapons, showing the army's involvement, and she wonders why Moriarty was there. Meanwhile in the basement, the professor notes that the military actually created and completed a weapon immune to the silence of fire. General Getaud Davenel is tied up and asks about the man's identity and if he blew up the factory. The professor replies that he will do the asking, questioning the reason for creating secret weapons using kidnapped and enslaved people. The lieutenant accuses the professor of ruining the project and claims he doesn't care about the slaves' deaths, arguing that the Iron Kingdom needs to return to its golden age achieved through war. The professor fires a shot to silence the general immediately. Later, the newspapers report the elimination of 6 high-ranking military officials, and Casey points to Moriarty as the culprit behind the murders. The detective and Selmoy arrest a person at the scene, while high-ranking police officers are detained due to suspicious activities and classified research. Moriarty is labeled as the mastermind behind the kingdom's secret experiment, leading the authorities to declare they will do everything to arrest him, with him taking all the blame for the events of that time. A few days later, in a waiting room in the lobby of a banquet in D'Artagnan's, the detective reflects on discovering the reason for the secret project and arresting most of those involved, without ever catching James. According to her analysis, she is determined to capture James Moriarty in the next city and put an end to his criminal activities. In the Duchy of Banconto, in the first-floor lobby, Duke Ludwig Banconto welcomes the guests. He speeches that the crime rate in the kingdom has increased due to Moriarty's actions, stating they won't surrender to wicked acts and asking everyone to enjoy the banquet while thinking of the victims. Detective Casey notices that people are just drinking and having fun, questioning how that shows respect for the deceased. To her, it seems like the incident happened in another world because of the intense partying in the place. A man approaches Casey, but she asks to be left alone, not wanting the Duke to approach just because of food. She is sure that Moriarty is hiding, waiting for a chance, and decides to approach the Duke first. Casey goes to talk to Ludwig, clarifying she isn't there on behalf of her family and asking to talk in private in a large room separated by the host. Then, the detective warns that Ludwig's life is in danger because James Moriarty is after him. The Duke finds the situation interesting, claiming he has no enemies, but Casey counters that he can't fool her since he is connected to the lieutenant and the unit. She advises him to run, but Ludwig argues that the mansion is full of soldiers and is the safest place, informing her he will assign more guards to his escort. Turning his back on the detective, the Duke comments that she is reckless and admits he knows Moriarty is eliminating those involved in the project. In fact, Ludwig is waiting for James, believing a mage wouldn't be a threat with the right preparations. At that moment, James appears asking if the Duke is really that confident and removes a fake identity mask to reveal himself. The guards start to get ready and Ludwig declares that Moriarty fell into his trap, activating a device with a special barrier capable of blocking Class 6 magic. James states that the host is different from the other accomplices, but expresses disappointment if that is all he prepared, charging at the man. At the same time, Casey questions the clothes of the era and realizes the Duke is openly dismissing her, deciding to act on her own as she deduces Moriarty will attack the place. Next, a massacre occurs at the banquet and people start to hear screams while the Duke sees his soldiers die one by one. James uses an unknown magic called Ars Goetia, summoning monstrous souls to eliminate those present. Ludwig repeats that his barrier can block rank 6 magic, but Moriarty's shadows shatter the useless protection, leading the Duke to order James to leave. Moriarty states he will give Ludwig some time to say his last words in exchange for making him use that magic. James grabs the man at the edge of the balcony in plain sight of everyone and Ludwig admits he is a very strong monster. The Duke reveals he sent cleaners to the automaton manufacturing facility before the attack, which makes James angry moments before an explosion goes off behind him. Detective Selmoy appears to save the Duke with her water magic, stating she is determined not to repeat the mistake made with the director. She uses the lake water to surround the property and James notices the dangerous situation as the detective is in his way right after he used a large part of his magic power. James realizes that if he kills the target, the water tentacles will pierce him, but using the hostage as bait means losing the chance to eliminate him. Since he has to hurry because of Artie, he's left with no choice and lets go of Duke Ludwig who starts falling from the balcony. The detective uses her magic to create a water tentacle and rescues the man, keeping him from dying like the director. The moment she uses her magic, James Moriarty vanishes and the detective only spots a shadow in the air. Next, Ludwig demands that she go after the fugitive to stop him before he reaches the factory, which leaves the boy in shock. Realizing the Duke knows where James is heading, the detective asks for more details. 2 hours later, in the hallway of the Ode to Steel Research Center, the hooded people in charge of the project notice someone's arrival. The intruder spots a cheap wire trap designed to collapse the ceiling if touched and tells his team to be careful and speed up. Inside the lab, Hans hears from the rats that the enemy group is advancing faster while dodging the traps. Sheridan mentions they should have set up the wires better and asks what they'll do now since they have to wait for James' orders. Hans concludes that since they can't escape, they need to hold off the invaders. He then pierces his own hand and transforms into a werewolf. Meanwhile, James runs through the forest to reach the place, hoping to save Artie and wishing Hans is doing his best. A broken test tube lies on the floor. After having his subordinates wiped out, the man won't show mercy. Sheridan warns that there are no bombs left and the werewolf will try to buy some time. The hooded man says they talk too much and decides to eliminate them. Shadow magic emerges and lunges at the hooded man. Right after, James Moriarty slashes the enemy with his sword. Sheridan and Hans are glad to see him. Hans warns that the soul transfer is complete, but it needs more time to sink. Tremors shake the floor above. James tells them to run and Hans voices his concern that the sink isn't finished yet. Moriarty tells them not to worry because he'll do whatever it takes and Sheridan says he must return. James knew the detective would follow him, but he gets attacked from above as Casey Selmoy appears. Casey arrives using her water magic. James claims her movements are messy and asks if she wants to capture him so badly that she won't stop the chase. The detective replies that she won't let a criminal go unpunished and that she didn't expect to find an underground lab there. She asks what he's planning since he waited for her instead of running away. James pretends he wants to surrender, but Casey doesn't buy it, so he asks her to stop the pursuit. He claims she won't catch him and that she can't do everything. The detective fires back that he left clues to be followed and realizes the enemy has something important to protect. Hans and Sheridan escape. James realizes he'll have to fight without knowing when Artie's sink will finish. He's in terrible shape after using too much magic, and so is the detective, who lost nights of sleep and spent a lot of mana on the chase. Both notice the other's poor condition, but they each think they can win. Casey launches her water magic at the enemy. James dodges by moving forward and summons a magic circle with his staff. The detective uses the rank 3 magic Ice Queen's breath. The attack hits him as she explains that controlling liquid ice is hard, but having plenty of water around makes it easier. She hopes James cannot control water, too. He continues to freeze the water and decides to aim at her with the rank 5 electricity magic lightning ballista. Casey shouts that the attack won't work. A water knight forms and creates a shield to protect its summoner. James's lightning bolts are powerful. They hit the tubes and start to destroy the place. Barrels are shattered and cause an explosion. James realizes the lab will be destroyed at this rate, putting Artie in danger. He starts running, and the detective follows so she doesn't lose sight of him. Debris falls, leaving Casey with no way out. Artie's synchronization is not over yet, but the protagonist decides to take him anyway. Shadow magic wraps around the boy's tube. He looks back, apologizes to everyone, and takes Artie away from there. Casey keeps searching for him, sure that the enemy is hiding something. She knows she needs to escape before everything collapses, but she notices a secret spot behind the wall. As she gets closer, she sees the boy in the tube and wonders who he is. Meanwhile, James teleports through the shadows with Artie. He takes pills from a vial because he overused his mana, then goes to check on Artie's condition in the tube. With Casey's relentless pursuit, time is not on James's side. He wants to check if the synchronization was successful, but he flees to another place first and promises Artie he will be back. 15 minutes later, James is at a waterfall. Casey arrives exhausted and warns him that he has nowhere left to run. The protagonist contemplates the view and the sound of the water, asking the detective the name of the place. She answers that the place has no name. He decides to call it the Reichenbach Falls. Then James warns her that he will put an end to their story right there. The ground shakes from an impact. James asks why Casey isn't attacking him, since neither of them has any mana left. He says the detective is in a worse position and won't be able to fight in this state of exhaustion, claiming he will emerge victorious. Casey replies that he's wrong and she won't let the criminal win after everything she went through to get there, shouting the name James Moriarty. The protagonist realizes she can still use water magic in this ridiculous condition. If he had more mana, he would easily block the strike. Casey charges at him with everything and jumps onto James, causing them both to fall off the mountain toward the waterfall. James screams that she's crazy and they're going to die together like this, but the detective says she'll sacrifice herself to finish him off, guaranteeing they'll both be eliminated together. James panics as the girl starts to lose consciousness mid-fall. Quickly, the protagonist throws the hook made by Sheridan, which catches on a rock in the waterfall and leaves them both hanging. After that, Casey passes out on his shoulder. He says the victory belongs to the detective and that justice has prevailed. On the news, it's reported that the underworld crime boss was taken down by the detective and both ended up hanging on the waterfall. It's reported that James fell to his death and Casey was safely rescued and taken to the hospital. The next morning, the girl reads the news in frustration from her bed, knowing that the fact she survived clinging to him means James is alive and wandering out there. Then, the doctor notices the detective is awake. Casey asks about the sudden commotion and the woman replies it's because of the villagers' relief at getting rid of a hideous person. Suddenly, the detective hears the sound of people celebrating in the streets and is called a hero by the crowd outside. She looks out the window, but they tell her she needs to rest more. The girl feels frustration and a heavy weight on her shoulders as people shout her name in front of the hospital. That same day, at Duke Bacanto's estate, a man apologizes for ruining the detective's rest and asks if James Moriarty is really gone. She replies the criminal was officially declared dead, but she's suspicious because the investigation didn't find a body in the fall area. Casey says she's leaving, but he asks her to wait, thinking the situation is critical right when she's recognized for her victory. The detective claims she'll capture him again and tells Bacanto to be careful while the Duke asks her to stay and talk some more. Casey acknowledges that James is a sinner, but she doesn't like Duke Ludwig. She knows he was involved with the hidden automaton factory and that this will leak to the media, but she can't do anything without evidence. Feeling frustrated at not being able to capture James or the Duke, she goes to the forest around the lab a few hours later and notices the criminal didn't collect the boy's body in the tube. The detective decides to take the automaton to have concrete proof until the boy Art stands up and asks who she is, and she answers that she's the person who found him. At the temporary residence, James says he spared Ludwig because he thought it was better to leave him alive in fear after seeing him beg for mercy. This way, the team completes their goal in Delica while he keeps his deceased identity. Hans and Sheridan accept this and want to know their next destination, while the protagonist wonders what happened to the automaton left behind. Hans turns off the communication device, thinking the hero failed to save the child due to his hesitation to speak, leaving James lost in thought before going to explain the situation to another automaton boy he also rescued. The boy calls him master, and the protagonist asks him not to do that, saying the child still has things to learn. The boy claims he doesn't know the meaning of liking something but is happy, and asks if the teacher won't come with him. Noticing the man's reaction, the boy asks if he can't call him teacher either. The hero expected the transfer to create someone completely different from the original child, and doesn't think he has the right to be called that when the automaton asks who he is. James says he can't go with the boy right now and asks him to call him something else. The hero doesn't want the original name to be forgotten since the soul inside him belongs to art, so he decides the child will be named Arfa. The boy says the name feels familiar and likes the idea, then asks if he wants him to make changes to his appearance. Arfa claims he'll try his best to smile a lot because James likes it, and they then leave the house as the protagonist guides the boy through the world.